Transmigrated as the villainous young master in a cultivation game. In front of an oversized, wall-mounted LCD screen, a teenage boy in black-rimmed glasses clutched his controller, rapidly tapping buttons while grumbling under his breath. Why is the guy who shares my name so miserably unlucky? Sure, he's a villain, but does he really have to die horribly in every route? The developer must seriously hate anyone with the surname Chen. He navigated through the game menu, replaying each ending, deliberately hunting down every death scene of the villainous young master. Plot 1, Yilinchen acquires the Nine Heavens Immortal Pill and the Immortal Execution Sword. He slaughters Chen Wujin during the Tianyuan Grand Competition. The Chen family is implicated and exiled to the Abyssal Demon Continent. Plot 2, Bai Xiaoqing falls in love with Yilinchen. Chen Wujin desperately tries to stop her, but fails. Out of twisted jealousy, he drugs her in an attempt to force her hand. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaoqing is the legitimate daughter of the strongest sect in the Tianyuan Central Continent. Her protective ward activates, reducing Chen Wujin to ashes. Plot 3, Chen Wujin and Hua Fiwo, Nan Dan Haizhou's top prodigy, were childhood friends, but they became bitter enemies during the sect competition. In their duel, Chen Wujin is utterly defeated. His dantian is destroyed, and he descends into decadence, dying pathetically in a brothel. Plot 99, manipulated by Yilinchen, Chen Wujin offends the third princess of the Dragon Blood dynasty. To appease her, his own family executes him and publicly displays his corpse. Plot 100, Dao Xuanji, holy maiden of the upper sect, becomes Chen Wujin's fiancée by chance. But she is devoted only to the Dao. Under Yilinchen's instigation, she kills her groom on their wedding day to prove her resolve. As compensation, the upper sect grants the Chen family spirit stones and cultivation techniques, promising the birth of another genius a century later. By the time he reached the 100th ending, his eyes were stinging. There isn't one route where he survives. Not even a goofy bad ending. How ruthless can a development team be? Sharing the same name as the doomed villain, the boy couldn't help feeling sympathy for him. Rubbing his dark circles, he yawned. If I transmigrated into this game, I'd flip the whole story upside down and smack those sadistic developers right in the face, ha ha ha. He stretched his arms out, rolled his shoulders, and twisted his neck. Crack, crack, snap. A crisp series of pops ran down his spine, sending a pleasant tingle straight to his head. Wait. Something's wrong. His head suddenly spun. Did he stand up too fast? Or maybe the days of staying awake and cultivating immortality finally caught up to him. His vision blurred. The room twisted, spinning faster and faster, like a giant wave crashing into his skull. Bang. He hit the floor and lost consciousness. Why, young master? Young master, don't scare Ah Zhao. Wake up, please wake up. A trembling voice, thick with tears, echoed beside him. Chen Wujin slowly opened his eyes and found a tearful young girl no older than 11 or 12. She had a round, delicate face with a faint point at the chin, her misty eyes filled with panic as she shook him gently. Young master. You're finally awake, she cried even harder, wiping her cheeks with her sleeve. As a lifelong gamer, Chen Wujin had no resistance against cute, lowly-like girls. He reached out to calm her, but froze when he saw his own arm. Slender. Fair. Smaller than it should be. What? A sudden jolt ran through his mind. Memories surged, intertwining with his own. He had transmigrated. And not just anywhere, into cultivation, dominate the world, the very game he just completed. Worse still, he had become the tragic villain himself, Chen Wujin. The same character he had mocked for dying 100 colorful deaths. Oh come on. I was joking. Why did you take it seriously? His outburst startled the little girl, who froze mid-sob. Why young master fell off the cliff and hurt his head, she whispered. Her name resurfaced from the flood of memories. Qing Zhao. He sat up and gently took her hand. Qing Zhao, don't cry. I'm fine. Really? Then, she hesitated. I was just a little dizzy from the fall, he said casually. Qing Zhao nodded, only half convinced. Let's head back. Chen Wujin bent down to pick up a glowing azure flower hovering above the grass. This was the gift for Bai Xiaoqing. This scene, his meeting with her, was the very first event in the villain's backstory. A meeting destined to trigger a chain of tragedies. Bai Xiaoqing was from the central continent, staying in the southern Donghai for 7 short years before returning home at 15. Along her journey, she would meet Yi Linchen, become his companion, and Chen Wujin would die. And that was just one of many death flags swirling in his mind. Most people would have thrown the flower away immediately. But Chen Wujin only smiled. A challenge. Perfect. As a veteran gamer, I'll crush every single doom flag in this stupid script. And while I'm at it, I'll enjoy the hell out of this cultivation world, ha 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 ha. His laughter echoed as he composed himself, stepping onto the cloud-borne carriage drawn by 2 multicolored cloud horses. The intelligent creatures blinked warmly, as if greeting old friends. Once Chen Wujin and Qing Zhao were seated, the blue-tufted mare snorted. Hoo hee hee. The carriage lifted gently into the air, the cloud horses galloping across drifting rainbow clouds. Experiencing true flight for the first time, Chen Wujin was thrilled. He plucked passing tufts of white cloud and handed them to Qing Zhao. This one's nice, oh, this one too. And that one. He gleefully scooped up drifting clouds, dewdrops, and even tiny snowflakes. Qing Zhao collected them for him, a light breeze drying the last of her tears. Her fear gradually faded. Seeing the young master's bright smile, warmth blossomed in her heart. With her arms full of fluffy clouds, she tilted her head. What's so fun about clouds? Could he really have lost his mind from the fall? Chen Wujin, engrossed in gathering cloud treasures, didn't hear her. Nor did he notice the multicolored radiance flashing deep within the forest below. Hidden figures frowned from their ambush, forced to watch helplessly as the cloud horses soared away like shooting stars, toward the vast mountain range wrapped in prismatic mist. Without needing the little girl's introduction, waves of memory surged through Chen Wujin's mind. This is my parents' sect, one of the 3 hegemonic forces in the southern Donghai continent, the Spirit Control sect. The sect's main cultivation techniques and industries are all related to spirit beasts. Whether they are plant-based, animal-based, or elemental-based, they can all be used for their own purposes. Just as I appeared in front of the mountain gate, I suddenly saw a giant gorilla soaring into the sky. Its fur was as black and shiny as steel needles, and it had a striking thick beard on its face. Its bright, piercing eyes scanned Chen Wujin, Qing Zhao, and the 2 colorful steeds. After a few brief moments, confirming that there were no problems, it finally smiled. Little Jean, did you find anything good today? Uncle Yuan's skills are still as agile as ever. Impressive, Chen Wujin said, nodding as he made small, white fangs and raising the azure flower in his hand. I'm going to meet the Bai family's little sister who's coming from afar soon, so I found her a gift. You're so young and you already know how to win a girl's heart. I bet you'll be a heartless womanizer in the future, ha ha ha. The black-haired gorilla, Uncle Ape, waved his hand, and the mountain gate barrier appeared, with a tear in the semi-transparent curtain. Go in quickly. All right, thank you, Uncle Ape. I'll bring you some delicious fruit another day. Chen Wujin waved to the black-haired gorilla from inside the cloud platform carriage. After entering the mountain gate, the rainbow steed flew to the front of the shepherd's residence in a clearly flat area in the continuous mountain range. Chen Wujin grabbed Qing Zhao's hand and jumped off the Yuntai carriage. The 2 colorful horses finally landed on their hooves. The rainbow steed with a tuft of blue hair on its head chuckled softly, its body radiating a 7-colored light. Then, the rope automatically released, wrapping around the cloud platform carriage, gradually shrinking it to about the size of an adult man's palm. Chen Wujin's eyes lit up with curiosity, and he exclaimed in surprise, what kind of magic was that just now? The blue-haired cloud steed, lacking sufficient cultivation, could not speak and could only shake its head. The little maid Qing Zhao explained in a clear voice, young master, that's not magic, it's a restriction on the Yuntai carriage. Oh, not bad, it feels really good. It's like an upgraded model toy. Chen Wujin nodded, speaking like a little adult, and reached out to grab the shrunken cloud platform carriage. Suddenly, the Yuntai carriage flew toward the side of the Mushoju residence, into the open red-pillared, green-tiled house. Chen Wujin followed the gaze and saw the words, Jiwujian written in regular script with gold and yellow hues, Jiwujian, meaning, room for storing things. It is estimated to occupy about half an acre. The outer wall of the house is transparent and crystal-like, occasionally emitting a few points of mysterious light. On the inside of the wall, there are 9 layers of transparent cabinets from top to bottom. The miniature cloud platform carriage automatically flew to the right-hand section of the 5th floor in the middle, rides, carriage area. 2 rows and 2 columns of carriages of the same style were arranged, totaling more than 10. Other items include auspicious clouds, flying swords, gourds, and even exotic witch brooms. Chen Xiao was instantly dumbfounded, and his hands couldn't help but itch. Qing Zhao, quickly bring me the clouds we just collected. The blue-haired, colorful horse, which had been watching him from the side, tilted its head in surprise, its tail slapping back and forth, revealing its inner doubts. Xiao Jin is a little different from usual today. He seems cuter and more sensible, but he's also acting strangely. He asked Qing Zhao to collect the clouds. What is he going to do with them? Qing Zhao picked up the blue and white wave pattern pouch at his waist and took out large cloud-shaped items. Young master, where should we put these? Just throw it at my feet, Chen Wujin said, looking at the cloud platform carriage. Qing Zhao nodded obediently, and then scattered white clouds all over the ground. Chen Wujin crouched down, reached out and picked up a few, held them in his arms, stood up, and then tossed them into the sky. In the next instant, his hands flew up and down at an extreme speed, bringing his first level of cultivation, the mid-stage of the qi refining realm, to its fullest potential. A moment later, the white clouds transformed into a miniature 7-story pagoda. There is an opening at the top of the pagoda, just big enough to accommodate the roots of the azure flower. Adding the azure flowers, Chen Wujin chuckled happily, holding up the white cloud pagoda adorned with the azure flowers, and said, "Tada! Mission accomplished." This wasn't a sudden whim of his, it was an instinct of a game and anime enthusiast. He was proficient in building blocks, assembling Gundam models, and various other technological and handicraft projects. Is this a gift for the Bai family's younger sister, young master? Qing Zhao blinked her bright eyes twice, her tone tinged with a hint of envy. That's right, young master, aren't I very skillful? Ha ha ha. Chen Wujin walked up to the blue-haired cloud steed and grinned as he showed off the miniature pagoda. Doesn't blue-haired steed think it's beautiful too? The blue-haired, colorful horse snorted twice, a hint of disdain in its eyes. It exhaled a breath of spiritual energy from its nostrils, which formed characters and were imprinted on the miniature pagoda. The pagoda shimmered with light, instantly becoming exquisite and delicate, revealing the patterns of bricks and tiles, and the eaves were outlined even more clearly. Ah! What kind of magic is this? Chen Wujin's eyes lit up with excitement. The blue-haired, colorful horse shook its head, remaining silent and unable to speak. Seeing this, Qing Zhao replied with a smile. Young master, this is spiritual script. Don't you recognize it? I recognize them, I recognize them. These are Huxia characters, I'm very familiar with them. The one from before was tower, this one is hall, and there's also building, and there are also, Chen Wujin cheerfully sketched the characters in midair. Lan Mao and Qing Zhao didn't respond, but looked at him with strange eyes, as if they were saying in unison, go ahead and ramble on, I'll admit defeat if I hear even half a sentence. This is the language of the spirit, the concrete manifestation of the Supreme Tao. It's not a big deal to depict the shape, but to be able to outline it with spiritual energy and imbue the spiritual words with the meaning of the Tao requires years of accumulated cultivation, coupled with exceptional talent. There's even a saying circulating in the Xian Tian world, the stronger a person is, the more spiritual words they master. Once they can recognize more than 3,000 characters, they are almost certain to become a great power. Chen Wujin had no such nonsense in his mind. He subconsciously mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and then made a rough comparison with the tower character outlined by the blue-haired steed. It seems there's no difference between it and Huxia characters. His thoughts guided his fingers, and his fingertips released a light blue spiritual energy, writing the character, tower, in a graceful and flowing manner. The moment this character appeared, the Taoist intent it contained drew in the surrounding spiritual energy to gather automatically. Although his cultivation level is still low, so he hasn't gathered too much spiritual energy, his momentum and future potential are self-evident. Chen Wujin gently pushed the character into the miniature pagoda. After the two were combined, the miniature pagoda radiated a Taoist light, becoming incredibly realistic, with every detail meticulously rendered. Window decorations, reliefs, cloud carvings. The blue-haired, colorful horse stared wide-eyed, its mouth stretched into a rectangle, unable to close for a long time. If it could talk, it would definitely shout. "Old Chen, your son is a prodigy. Come and see." Qing Zhao blinked rapidly, as fast as a mischievous child. "Young master, you're only at the qi refining stage, how could you possibly master spiritual script? What's the big deal? Even blue-haired Master Ma can use words. As a human, is it strange that I can write?" Chen Wujin flicked his wrist, clearly unaware of his own talent. The blue-haired, colorful horse grunted in response to the provocation. "I, old Ma, have cultivated for over 100 years and have barely mastered 60 or 70 spiritual words. This kid is only at the mid-stage of qi refining. Even if he started cultivating from the womb, it would only be a little over 8 years. How did he learn it already? Moreover, the Taoist principles contained within it are extraordinary. It's truly unfair how the world works." Its long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and its tail swept across Chen Wujin's face, half in frustration and half in jest. A dark shadow suddenly appeared before his eyes, and Chen Wujin hurriedly closed his eyes and raised his hand to shield them. After the sensation on his arm disappeared, he opened his eyes and searched for the two colorful horses. Looking around, there was no trace of them. They are all spirit beasts that have cultivated to the 3rd level, the core formation realm. They are only one step away from condensing their golden cores and being able to speak human language. It is not surprising that they have the ability to fly and escape into the earth. Chen Wujin helplessly touched the faint red mark on his forehead and loudly complained into Mu Shouju's residence. They don't even understand how to flatter each other in business, they're really hopeless. There was no response from inside for a long time. Chen Wujin waved his hand dejectedly. He could not enter Mu Shouju at the moment. It was a vast and mysterious place, and once he entered, he might not be able to find his way out for a long time. He was about to meet Bai Xiaoqing, a genius young lady from Zhongzhou. This is the most important thing. First impressions are very important. If you make her relationship with you as bad as it is in a game, then this round is equivalent to winning the flag of destruction, and the scales of fate will tip in your favor. That won't do. I want to personally thwart every sign of impending doom and completely reverse fate. That's what makes it interesting. Qing Zhao, the maid, sidled up behind Chen Wujin, tugged at his sleeve, and pointed to the scattered white clouds in the distance. "Young master, don't you want those anymore?" "Of course we want it. How can we not? We can't waste the materials. Take them all and put them in your little purse." As a true gaming expert, the most basic characteristic is a material collecting obsession. Regardless of whether the materials are useful or not, it's always good to put them in your inventory as a backup. Chen Wujin glanced sideways at Qing Zhao's small purse and sighed inwardly. "Hey, isn't this a space device? Why don't I have one?" After a moment's thought, Chen Wujin recalled the image of his irritable mother spitting. At that moment, my short-tempered mother pointed at his forehead and yelled. "You can even lose the Sumeren necklace, that's something else. From now on, you're not allowed to carry any spatial equipment. Put everything in Qing Zhao's pouch." It seems I'm often forgetful. However, this is a rare opportunity, as I have never seen real space equipment before. He would play with it for a little while, and then return it to Qing Zhao. Thoughts raced through his mind, and Chen Wujin found a satisfactory explanation. He then rushed to Qing Zhao's side and reached into her purse. Seeing that Qing Zhao had no reaction, Chen Wujin's lips curled into a wicked smile. Suddenly, someone lifted him up by the back of his neck, and a soft voice came from behind him, "Don't touch Qing Zhao's little purse." The next instant, a howling wind swept around Chen Wujin. Bang! He crashed into a crooked willow tree 5 zhang away. Such force was enough to kill him, but fortunately, the willow branches wove a soft net, which helped him deflect the force hundreds of times in a very short time. "Chu Churu, the force with which you threw this is practically murder." A man's voice came from the crooked willow tree. "Xiao Jin is our own son." The guests are almost here, and I've been looking for him for ages. That's why I'm so anxious. You can't use that much force. If you don't catch it, you'll be bedridden for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. We know old Chen is here, so nothing will happen. We're just trying to scare him a little so he'll remember this lesson. I think Xiao Jin's problems are all caused by you scaring him. You are truly one of a kind in the world to treat your son's mother like this." Chen Wujin was dazed and confused from the fall, the conversation still ringing in his head. After a long while, he recovered from the shock, steadied himself on the ground, and jokingly bowed, saying, "Thank you so much, Father, for saving my life today. I will repay you handsomely in the future." After saying that, he glanced at his own mother. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, her graceful figure was like that of an immortal descended to earth. Any description associated with beauty can be used to describe her, but only when she is quiet. The moment she speaks or acts, that fierce aura lingers between her brows, as if she has transformed from a celestial fairy into a bloodthirsty demon. The contrast is quite striking. At this point, a normal person would understand. It is unwise to provoke a powerful and volatile creature, especially one that is your mother. Unfortunately, Chen Wujin's second quirk as a gaming expert was his tendency to court death, to recklessly court death. Whether in games or in real life, testing the limits of both sides until things go awry is his daily routine. Chen Wujin blinked his eyes and clicked his tongue slightly. "My goodness. Lead the way, let me meet the Bai family's young lady." Hearing this strange, melodramatic speech, his mother, whose name contained the character, Ro, meaning gentle/soft, suddenly became anything but gentle. She used her teleportation ability to appear behind Chen Wujin in a single step, raising her hand to deliver a chop to his neck. A crooked willow tree stretched out its branches, blocking the way between Chen Wujin and Chuchuru. At the critical moment, Qing Zhao, who was standing nearby, suddenly had a flash of inspiration and shouted. "Young master has learned the spirit language, his brain is now worth a fortune." Upon hearing this, Chuchuru's fierce hand transformed back into her slender, delicate hand, parting the willow branches that were blocking her way. As a mother, she ruffled Chen Wujin's messy, black hair while glancing at Qing Zhao. "Really? Qing Zhao, you're not lying, are you?" There was a devilish smile in his eyes, and Qing Zhao shook her little head like a rattle drum. "Absolutely true, Mr. Ma can attest to that." "Master Ma." Qing Zhao quickly shifted the focus, pointing at Mu Shouju, the one inside with the striking blue tuft of hair on its head, Caiyun's steed. "That's Big Blue, it saw it too, so it's not fake." A hazy figure emerged from the willow trees, gradually solidifying as its features became clearer, revealing the appearance of a refined middle-aged man. He wore a feathered crown and a scholar's robe made of silk that emitted a mysterious light. His face was gentle and smiling, and his eyes occasionally flashed with divine light. "This is wonderful. Xiao Jin is only 8 years old and he can already master spirit language. He's a genius. This will be a great help to the sect's recruitment." Ha ha ha. What a load of rubbish. We're still short of money. With so many spirit beasts eating, drinking, and defecating every day, they're incredibly difficult to feed. Look at this vast spirit control mountain range, there are at least 100,000 spirit beasts. Where are the people? Chuchuru stretched out her finger and ran it over the 4 people present in turn, adding Chu Qingxi, who manages the sect's miscellaneous affairs. The 5 of them make up the entire inner sect. But there's still the outer gate, isn't there? Those oddballs and deformed ones are included. They're not even as fast as spirit beasts when it comes to running errands. Chuchuru waved her hand dismissively. Wearing a feathered crown, Chen's father said with a forced smile, "Anyway, our sect's elders are strong enough to defeat others, so we don't care about those things." Bullshit. The offerings are all gorillas, stinky bears, or maybe a white wolf, or a dragon. There isn't a single human among them. How are we supposed to talk about anything? There's no way to respond to that. There were 2 little kids standing next to me, staring straight at me. If we keep lowering ourselves like this, what about our dignity as fathers? As the thought crossed Chen's father's mind, his expression darkened slightly. He forcefully pulled Chuchuru into his arms and stared down at her. "The guests are coming soon. Quickly get Xiao Jin ready. My spiritual avatar needs to be temporarily disconnected." Chuchuru's mind went blank, her cheeks flushed, and she turned her head away, whispering softly, "I know." 1 second she was fierce and menacing, the next she was a sweet and innocent little sister. This unexpected display of affection landed all over Chen Wujin's face. Wow, are my parents really that shameless? They're openly corrupting children. Cough cough cough, Dad and Mom, you two take your time. My eyes are a little sore and burning. I'm going to wash them first. Chen Wujin spoke with extreme sarcasm, pulling Qingzhao's little hand and running into the white jade archway opposite Mu Shouju. Hey, this brat. Mr. Chen glanced at his son's back. Xiao Jin had suddenly become much more sensible. Was there something strange about that? Chu Churu, being a mother, didn't think much of it. Her face was flushed, almost dripping with moisture, as she looked at Chen's father, Brother Yuxuan. Has Xiao Jin really come to his senses? When his wife asks this, the husband certainly can't say that there's something wrong with their son and that they need to investigate. He needed to calm his wife down. Chu Ro, our son is quite promising. Don't beat and scold him all the time. He can master spiritual writing at the age of 8. He's really extraordinary. If we promote him properly, it could really boost the reputation of our sect. Chu Churu chuckled slyly and pointed in the direction of Zhongzhou. That's not enough. Xiao Jin is a golden boy, I need to help him find some jade maidens. Several. Yes, that's right. The sect has a small population and can't recruit enough people, so I'm considering a more direct solution. But he's only 8 years old. You're not young anymore, you can get married and have children at 13. No, isn't that just having a harem? Chu Churu's tone suddenly rose, a fierce look appeared between her brows, and her 5 fingers came together to form a sharp hand knife, pressing against Chen Yushuan's lower abdomen. Chen Yushuan had to swallow his next words. Spirit Control Sect, Reception Room. Jade paved the ground, heavy stones built the walls, black wood served as pillars, and bright pearls hung from the ceiling. Chen Wujin sat quietly on the brown wooden armchair, waiting. Because it was taking too long, he impatiently shifted his position, sometimes raising his left side, sometimes his right side, and sometimes assuming a suspended horse stance. Mom, the agreed time was exactly 3 p.m., and it's already a full 45 minutes late. They're so untrustworthy. Stop talking nonsense and sit still. Chu Churu's avatar, Qingye, sat in the head seat. She had a bad temper, and her real body had left 2/4 of an hour ago, leaving only the avatar to supervise her son. However, she never expected that the Yuling sect, the dominant force in the southern Danhai continent, would be slighted by the Bai family of the central continent. Putting aside everything else, she herself is at the 6th realm, the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. In addition, her husband Chen Yushuan was at the 7th realm, the early stage of the divine transformation realm. This is an extraordinary level of military strength, no dominant power would dare to offend them without a conflict of interest. What exactly happened? Another 1/4 of an hour passed, but the Bai family still hadn't arrived. Chen Wujin really couldn't sit still any longer. Half an hour at most, which would be an hour in modern times, was more than enough. He got up to leave, but his mother's green leaf incarnation pressed him down in place with her spiritual energy. The guests have arrived. Perform well and keep the Bai family girl here. Remember, her name is Bai Xiaoqing. She is one of the opportunities for our sect to gain fame. She is also one of your future wives. Chu Churu didn't say this half-sentence, mainly because she felt the child wouldn't understand, and if the child did understand, it would be even worse, she might have to resort to some unorthodox amnesia magic. At the main entrance of the reception hall, a thick, auspicious cloud descended, extending into white cloud steps. A slightly hunched old man and a beautifully sculpted girl walked down the steps. The old man, dressed in a simple black robe, clasped his hands and gave an apologetic smile. I'm so sorry, I encountered a few groups of thieves on the way, which caused a delay. I'm really sorry. After speaking, he waved his hand and released a yellowish-brown snake-shaped spiritual energy, which carried 5 spatial artifacts and floated down to the square table next to the head seat. There was a money bag, a backpack, a ring, a belt, seemingly to enhance the credibility of his words. The old man led the little girl to the center of the hall. These items were found by chance on the road. There is also a gift that my Xiaoqing will present to you personally. As soon as he spoke, he frowned abruptly, his eyes flashing with a mysterious light, clearly realizing that Chu Churu was not her true form. What does the spirit control sect mean? Xiaoqing is the eldest daughter of the Bai family, and I am the supreme wandering elder of the Bai family. How dare they treat me with such disrespect? The old man felt a surge of anger, but considering that this was within the spirit control sect, he wouldn't be foolish enough to question them or even show the slightest dissatisfaction. However, he became even more suspicious of the spirit control sect as Bai Xiaoqing's place of refuge. Xiaoqing will need to be taken care of for the next 7 years, and it is still unknown whether she can adapt to the environment of your clan. The old man was kind and gentle, patting Bai Xiaoqing's shoulder with encouraging eyes. It seemed to be encouraging Bai Xiaoqing to present the gift, and it also seemed to be encouraging Bai Xiaoqing. No. This place is no good. There's a scary gorilla in the sex barrier, and it smelled terrible as soon as we came in. Bai Xiaoqing insisted, breaking free from the old man's hand and darting to the side. As she moved, her form shifted from ethereal to solid, revealing a snow-white, semi-ethereal spirit snake within the illusory light of spiritual energy behind her. It gradually solidified and shrank, becoming about the length of a palm, and perched on Bai Xiaoqing's shoulder. Hearing her words, Chu Churu refrained from saying more due to seniority. She gave Chen Wujin a wink. Chen Wujin ignored him, as he was busy teasing the little white snake. Because this is the key point that the little girl Bai Xiaoqing really cares about. Her little white snake was sick and needed some treatment, and the way to cure it was in Chen Wujin's mind. Azure blue flowers. According to the original storyline of the game, this flower was deliberately collected by the villainous young master Chen Wujin in order to conquer the Bai family girl. However, after obtaining it, he was distracted by playing around and got delayed on a mountain peak, where he encountered the elemental race who had planned this all along. After they stole the azure flower, they gave it to Yi Linchen, and then Yi Linchen became the one who healed the little white snake. This is how childhood sweethearts first met, except the protagonist took away the villain's childhood sweetheart, N. Chen Wujin chuckled to himself, thinking, I will hold on to everything that is about to be taken away. Besides, with so many adorable Lolas, how could anyone not cherish them? Impossible. She's a beauty, even if nothing happens to her in the future. Being her god-sister would be nice, even just to have her look good. Chen Wujin lifted the miniature pagoda and gently blew on the azure flowers at the top of the pagoda. A scent that ordinary people could not smell was detected by the little white snake. It hissed and flicked its tongue, eagerly leaping up. Bai Xiaoqing reacted quickly, grabbing the little white snake with both hands. Yunlinger, what's wrong? The little white snake twisted its body, shook its head wildly, and hissed incessantly at the azure flower. It's sick and needs to eat this. Chen Wujin held the mini pagoda and walked up to the little white snake. How did you know Yunlinger was sick? Bai Xiaoqing protectively hid the little white snake behind her back. Hiss 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 hiss, the little white snake was impatient. Helpless, Bai Xiaoqing stepped back a few paces, cradled the little white snake, and gazed into its bright green, rice grain-like eyes. You can't eat food from strangers, or you'll get kidnapped. Chen Wujin took a few steps closer, maintaining a safe distance of 2 steps or more, and said cheerfully. But I'm not a stranger, Xiaoqing. You've come all the way from Zhongzhou, you should rest well and try the delicious food of my Yuling sect later. As for the little white snake Yunlinger, she's sick, so of course she needs to take her special medicine. These words meant nothing to Bai Xiaoqing, but to Bai Muyang, the elder of the Bai family, they sounded quite remarkable. Even if an 8-year-old child is practicing qi cultivation, their intellectual development will not be very advanced, so it is rare for them to have such eloquence. First, one must have an excellent family upbringing. Second, one must have a calm and focused mind. Neither of these 2 points is consistent with what was recorded in the intelligence. The information provided by Lao Liao, the intelligence officer, is: the spirit control sect is powerful but lacks a solid foundation. Its position as a dominant force is not secure. It relies solely on Chen Chu and his wife to gather spirit beasts and offer them to countless guest elders. There are almost no humans in the sect, and it faces the dual difficulties of financial and recruitment challenges. Chen Wujin is a spoiled and willful child, and he is quite unruly even towards his parents. However, he is extremely kind to his maids Qingzhao and Chu Qingxi. Perhaps he is a born womanizer. He must not become an ally of the young lady. Therefore, on the way here, Bai Muyang had already set his mind on something. The first stop is the spirit control sect to go through the motions, to make Bai Xiaoqing's equally willful nature come out, then refuse the spirit control sect's goodwill, then give them an apology, and then visit the other two dominant forces. However, the plan backfired. Although Bai Xiaoqing verbally refused Chen Wujin, she clearly lowered her guard gradually. Her allowing the little white snake to eat the azure flowers is proof of this. With permission granted, the little white snake hissed happily and reached out to bite the azure flower. Chen Wujin withdrew his hand from the miniature pagoda and smiled slightly teasingly. Eating it directly won't be very effective. After saying this, he muttered to himself, life, 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 life. All eyes in the hall turned to Chen Wujin, each with their own distinct feelings. The guests were naturally a little curious and puzzled. The old woman on the head seat thought of the spiritual words Qing Zhao had spoken, and immediately sought answers with her eyes. In the corner, Qing Zhao, who had just brought over a tray and was about to serve tea, received a glance and nodded firmly, indicating that the young master would definitely be fine. After a moment, Chen Wujin smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, my cultivation level is not high enough to make my words become law. After speaking, he stretched out his finger, releasing aquamarine spiritual energy from his fingertip, and wrote the spiritual script stroke by stroke, life. The old man, Bai Muyang, nodded in admiration and said, Madam is so fortunate. Your son has mastered the language of spirits at such a young age, and his cultivation of the great Tao is almost at the level of the nascent soul stage. Ha 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 ha, the mother laughed heartily upon seeing her son's success, but then realized she should be more reserved and quickly stopped laughing. Not bad, not bad. This kid just doesn't want to work hard. I wonder if he can surpass his father. Bai Xiaoqing looked at the vibrant character, life, and couldn't resist reaching out to touch it, but then heard Chen Wujin say, don't rush, it's not finished yet. Chen Wujin's fingers moved fluidly, outlining the following three characters, Ji, Bo, Bo. The four characters form the spiritual phrase, full of life, and its sublime effect far exceeds 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 is equal to 4. The Taoist meaning was so abundant it was unbelievable. Chu Churu froze, her mouth agape. Was this really Xiao Jin? Was he really her son? Or had he been possessed by some old monster? The old skin at the lower corner of Bai Muyang's left eye twitched incessantly, as if it were about to transform into a spirit and venture into the world alone. Life bursts forth from the azure flowers, which release a fragrant aroma that everyone can smell. Just the scent is enough to soothe the whole body. The little white snake could no longer restrain itself. With a hiss, it sprang forth like a miniature missile, biting into a petal and then nibbling away. In a short while, the azure flower, brimming with endless vitality, was completely devoured. The little white snake, still wanting more, opened its mouth towards the root, but Chen Wujin picked it up. Don't be too greedy. Your body has just recovered. If you eat too much, you might explode and die. Hissing, the little white snake coiled and slithered around Chen Wujin's fingers. Chen Wujin flipped his palm to interact with it. Bai Xiaoqing saw the little white snake crawling on Chen Wujin's hand and quickly tried to snatch it away, saying, Yun Linger, you are my companion spirit beast, you can't be so clingy to others. Chen Wujin smiled mischievously, then stepped back and ran away. The two chased each other, playing and frolicking in the living room. After Qing Zhao finished serving the tea, she stood next to Chu Churu's green leaf avatar and whispered with a pout, Young master is still my young master. Chu Churu heard everything clearly and smiled knowingly. Good, good. Marrying Qing Zhao will help Xiao Jin secure his inner quarters, and other girls won't be able to bully him anymore. She patted Qing Zhao's hand with great satisfaction, then looked at Bai Muyang. Elder Bai must be able to feel the children's joy, right? Yes, Xiaoqing was rude just now. That's just a child's temper. If my child went to Zhongzhou, he would be no different. It's just a bit of his nature. There's no need to worry about it. This. Bai Muyang still trusted his own intelligence more and wanted to observe further. What if all of this was a carefully orchestrated performance? Perhaps the spirit control sect wants to use the name of the Bai family's eldest daughter. His thoughts raced, but then he heard Chu Churu speak calmly and gracefully. By the way, Elder Bai has personally witnessed my Xiao Jin's talent. This should be of great help to Xiao Qing's journey home in 7 years, right? I witnessed it with my own eyes. The 4-character spiritual phrase was transformed into words, and the meaning of the Tao was sublimated. To exaggerate a bit, it means that the great Tao leads to the heavens and ascension to immortality is within reach. Bai Muyang nodded heavily. Suddenly, Chu Churu's avatar on the head seat dissipated, and her true form materialized from the void. This is the mark of a half-step into the divine transformation realm, void shift. She was blatantly adding chips. One family has two members who have achieved godhood, and they also have a son who has attained great enlightenment. Unless Bai Muyang had his head caught in a door, he would have no choice but to nod and agree to stay. The other two dominant powers can only be used as tourist attractions in the future. Chu Churu chuckled inwardly, her face beaming with a warm, sunny smile. Elder Bai, you must be tired from your journey. Xiaoqing is still a child and must be hungry. It's already past feeding time. We've prepared some delicious food. Why don't we eat and talk at the same time? Agreeing means staying, disagreeing means leaving. The choice was now in Bai Muyang's hands. If he tried to back out now, it wouldn't be as simple as just saying that he was a child and didn't like it. He was injured in his early years and fell to the fifth realm, the nascent soul realm. If the spirit control sect were to launch an attack, it would be a question whether he could even get out. So Bai Muyang grinned and said, Xiaoqing, stop playing around and hurry up and take out the gift for your Aunt Chu. Then we'll have a good taste of the special delicacies of the Yuling sect in Nandan Haizhou. The banquet featured a wide variety of dishes, including shark fin, sea cucumber, fresh dragon meat, coral, seaweed, and crystal flowers. It was truly an all-encompassing feast. The two children sat side by side, ready to exchange gifts. Chen Wujin placed the miniature white cloud pagoda he made on the table and pointed to the azure flower with the remaining root. Little sister Bai, don't throw this little flower away, it will grow back in a while. Bai Xiaoqing nodded demurely, gave a soft and then took out a brocade box from her spatial necklace. I only brought this one gift. Is it for you, or for Aunt Chu? The shimmering brocade box, a gift from the central continent, is clearly no ordinary object. They are either rare and precious materials or divine weapons and magical treasures. Of course, you should leave it to me. His mind reacted instantly, but Chen Wujin did not rush to take the brocade box. He smiled insincerely, it is only proper for mother to open it. How profound are the two words etiquette? His unspoken meaning was that this was a friendly event between the two major powers, and it needed to be initiated by someone of sufficient importance. Among those present, the most important person from the Yuling sect was, of course, his mother. Xiaojin is so thoughtful, Chu Churu smiled, paused slightly, and then took out a brocade box that was overflowing with ocean energy. I also prepared a gift for Xiaoqing. This means that the spirit control sect sent two gifts while the Bai family only received one, which is quite impolite. Bai Muyang could no longer keep things to himself. Even though other doubts lingered in his mind, he had to focus on this small gift exchange. Ha 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 ha. Young Master Chen, there's no need to stand on ceremony. The proper etiquette is essential. I have already prepared a gift for your esteemed clan. Bai Muyang chuckled softly, but his heart was bleeding. He turned his palm and took out another brocade box. This was a gift to the second largest sect in Nandan Haizhou, the Crescent Moon sect, but it was hastily used to respond to Chen Wujin. He glanced at Chen Wujin, then at Chu Churu, and cursed inwardly, little fox, mother fox, before placing the brocade box on the banquet table. Afterwards, Chu Churu and Bai Muyang did not open the brocade box, but each accepted the brocade box given to them by the other, and even raised their cups to drink to the brim. Chu Churu smiled without saying a word, her heart blossoming with joy. Xiao Jin's brain is so sharp today. Isn't this just like exchanging the miniature pagoda he casually made for a special gift prepared by the Bai family of Zhongzhou? Judging from the twitching corner of the old man's eye, the brocade box he took out was probably a gift for the other two major powers, the Bitao sect or the Chuayue sect. Ha 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 ha. This is such a great deal. While Yu Lingzong was pleased, Bai Muyang was in distress. His voice trembled slightly as he said, Xiaoqing, why don't you open the brocade box in your hand and let young Master Chen take a look? The idea is that since your spirit control sect has gained a huge advantage, the Bai family's gift should at least be shown off. Chen Wujin saw through Bai Muyang's thoughts at a glance and secretly thought to himself. He has to make a big show of giving a gift in front of others. The old man is a bit too scheming. Adhering to the principle of seeing through things but not saying them, Chen Wujin looked at his mother, only to see that Chu Churu was looking over at the same time. The two exchanged a glance, understanding the smile in each other's eyes. This surprised Churu once again. Something's not right. Today, Xiaojin is so clever and sensible. It's so abnormal. There's definitely something wrong. Did something happen when you left the sect? We should ask Qingzhao. Churu couldn't directly use her divine sense to perceive the surroundings, lest she disturb the guests. She could only search with her naked eyes, looking around several times without making a sound, but she still couldn't find Qingzhao. Churu suddenly raised an eyebrow, cursing herself for being careless. Qingzhao is the head chef of our Yuling sect. She must be in the kitchen right now. She shook her head, no longer wanting to think about it, and fixed her gaze on Bai Xiaoqing's small hands. A small hand opened the brocade box, and spiritual energy and dazzling light emanated from it. Streams of light flew in all directions, and the magnificent spiritual energy transformed into spirit snakes and dragons, drifting and illuminating the entire banquet hall. The little white snake, perched on Bai Xiaoqing's shoulder, looked at its kind, and hissed happily. Its voice was clearer, and its eyes were like black ink and stars, indicating that its health had improved somewhat. Bai Xiaoqing and the little white snake have a symbiotic contract. She is the main body, and the snake is the secondary body. The two will influence each other to some extent. She could clearly feel the joy of the little white snake Yunlinger, and the little girl's sorrow about leaving her hometown and the gloom of her companion spirit beast's illness lessened considerably. Clapping her hands repeatedly, glancing at the swirling, spiritual energy dragons and snakes, Bai Xiaoqing smiled and said, "How about it? Aren't our Bai family's gifts amazing?" "Amazing. What's inside?" "It's brimming with spiritual energy." "Tell me, Xiaoqing." Chen Wujin nodded and smiled lightly. The little girl appreciated these words. She nodded, put her hands on her hips, looked at Chen Wujin, and cleared her throat with a serious expression. This item is a specialty of the Central Continent's suspended waterfall, the suspended profound stone, which can be used to stimulate spiritual energy and Tao intent. It will be of great benefit to young Master Chen's cultivation, Bai Muyang added, and the effect will be even better in a closed space. I'm so happy to have found such a treasure for free. Does this count as getting something for free? Never mind, it's all the same, as long as I'm happy. Chen Wujin's lips curled up as he carefully examined the contents of the brocade box. The Xianxian pebble is shaped like a water droplet, is translucent blue, and about the size of a thumb, making it perfect for making a pendant. He smiled until his eyes turned into crescent moons, let out a long then leaned close to Bai Xiaoqing and whispered in her ear. I made this mini pagoda myself. If you like it, I'll make you many more in the future. You can have anything you want: houses, yards, flowers, trees, birds, beasts, insects, and fish, no problem. Perhaps it was because he was too close, or perhaps it was the tickling on her ear, but Bai Xiaoqing's already flushed face suddenly turned bright red, and her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. This scene made the old man Bai Muyang's eyes twitch, but he couldn't say anything. After all, the two children are only 8 years old. He felt uncomfortable and wronged, so he could only turn his head away and devour his food. They specifically choose expensive foods that don't fill them up. The idea that nascent soul cultivators need to abstain from grains, or that immortals eat dew and drink rosy clouds, is ridiculous. I haven't eaten for a month, so I'll make him pay for all the bad things I've suffered. On the children's side, Bai Xiaoqing handed over the brocade box in a daze, holding a mini pagoda in her hands. The little white snake leaped to the top of the miniature pagoda with a whoosh, drooling as it circled the roots of the azure flower, its lively eyes seeming to say, "Little flower, grow faster." Chen Wujin patted the little white snake's head, put away the brocade box that Bai Xiaoqing had given him, and then told stories and jokes to the little girl and the little white snake while feeding them. He knew each dish like the back of his hand, and would occasionally mention its origin and wonders, acting like a little adult. This sensible demeanor once again amazed Bai Muyang. This also deepened the doubts in his mind. This response is far too appropriate. The little fox was probably instructed by its parents, wasn't it? After all, Lao Liao's intelligence wouldn't be this blatantly wrong, no matter how wrong it is. Well, it's good that he's staying here. It'll be a good opportunity to investigate what kind of person this young Master Chen really is. Time will tell, and the truth will eventually come out. Bai Muyang nodded, and then drank 7 more cups with Chuchuru, who had taken the initiative to clink glasses with him. Looking at Chuchuru's smile, which clearly showed no signs of drunkenness, he scoffed inwardly. You think you can get me drunk by eating less? No way. I'm a tough guy who can outdrink even the legendary Zhongzhou sword immortal. Today, I'm going to eat my fill, swallow my pride, and eat my fill of half the value of the suspended mystic stone in one go. Driven by his instinct as a gaming enthusiast to gather intelligence, Chen Wujin kept observing Bai Xiaoqing. She is one of the main romanceable characters in the game. According to the game's storyline, her personality is that of a spoiled and willful young lady, similar to but different from the original Chen Wujin. She has the unique pride of the Bai family of Zhongzhou. She is the kind of person who is very humble to ordinary people, but very picky and disgusted with the second generation of cultivators, rich second-generation cultivators from major sects. Therefore, in the original game, this first meeting between childhood sweethearts was not pleasant, but due to some coincidence, she stubbornly stayed in the spirit control sect. The coincidence was actually Yi Linchen, who presented her with the azure flowers, and she stubbornly waited for that boy for 7 years. A smile suddenly flashed in Chen Wujin's eyes as he thought to himself, now that I'm the one giving out the flowers, Yi Linchen's fate will definitely change. Will it be for better or worse? There was no answer, but Chen Wujin knew he had truly fooled fate once. Not only did he and Bai Xiaoqing not dislike each other, but the tender buds of friendship blossomed between them. Therefore, Xiaoqing, the little lowly, became even more adorable in Chen Wujin's eyes. Even her occasional mischievous behavior only made her seem more lively. A pretty girl's little bit of capriciousness is also cute. Chen Wujin sighed inwardly, a grin spreading across his face. The two adults, clinking glasses and exchanging toasts, glanced at the children out of the corner of their eyes and saw everything they were doing. My son has a bright future, this daughter-in-law is halfway to the future. Chuchuru's eyes shone with brilliance. Bai Muyang's eyes twitched, then jumped up and down. That expression is so natural, not much different from mine back then. This little fox is definitely a lecher. His vigilance rose to a new level. He would steal glances at Chen Wujin from time to time, collecting and analyzing information about Chen Wujin from various angles. He didn't expect to expose Chen Wujin's problems in 1 or 2 tries, but time would tell. After the banquet, Bai Muyang and Bai Xiaoqing checked into Caixia courtyard. As they parted, Chen Wujin waved and said, Xiaoqing, why don't we let Grandpa Bai stay here, and we can share a room? He couldn't finish his sentence no matter what he tried. Chen Wujin's throat seemed to be sealed, his vocal cords unable to vibrate. Bai Muyang seemed to have several black lines appearing on his forehead. Without saying a word, he led Bai Xiaoqing quickly into Caixia courtyard. Chuchuru looked surprised and didn't know what to say. To everyone's surprise, Chen Wujin pressed his hand against his neck, helping him finish the sentence, let's live in a small courtyard. It's so much fun over there. I'll make you little gadgets every day. Seriously, I'm really good with my hands. His words flowed endlessly, like a continuous river, bombarding Bai Muyang until the veins on his forehead throbbed. Just then, the little girl Bai Xiaoqing turned around. Bai Muyang hurriedly waved his hand to summon a barrier, separating the inside and outside of Caixia courtyard. TCH, just because it doesn't work today doesn't mean it won't work tomorrow. There's plenty of time. Chen Wujin scoffed, then turned and walked away. Suddenly, his mother, Chuchuru, reached out and grabbed his ear. At such a young age, how did you learn so many tricks? Did your father go out and fool around and let you see him? This is absolutely illogical. Dear cheap dad, how did you get caught in this mess? I really had no idea. Chen Wujin hurriedly shook his head, feigning ignorance, and asked, Mother, what did you say? Humph. Chuchuru slapped Chen Wujin on the forehead. Tell me the truth about what you did when you went out today. After a heated exchange, Chen Wujin finished explaining, covered the small bump on his forehead, and returned to his residence, the green bamboo courtyard. Is this really not a stepmother? She's too rough. I'm a genius now, and she's still hitting my forehead. Isn't she afraid of hurting me? He complained while looking around. Qing Zhao's familiar figure was not in the courtyard. Chen Wujin returned to his room alone. Could she still be in the kitchen? Never mind, I'll go to sleep first. Lying in bed, his thoughts drifted far away, his eyes seemingly trying to see through the ethereal fabric of fate to the people and things outside the sect, and to see Linchen, who was nowhere to be found. At this moment, on a certain island in Nandanhaizhou, the butterfly effect is taking hold. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the Bagua formation, the young man had long, snow-white hair and an absolutely androgynous appearance, making it impossible to tell whether he was male or female. This is Yi Linchen, who is 9 years old. His clothes flutter in the wind, moving even without wind. He is surrounded by 8-colored spiritual energy, and he has already reached the perfect chi-refining realm. His aura is so full that it is unbelievable. The Elemental Clan's Grand Elder, Bai Xiaoqing, said that he was a genius unlike any other in history and would surely lead the Elemental Clan to regain its former glory. However, today, the first step of the Grand Elder's carefully planned strategy has failed. Without obtaining the Life Destruction Thunder Flower, the young master cannot get close to the Bai family's eldest daughter. How are you people doing your jobs? After clinging to life for so many years, have you become incompetent? After venting his frustrations, Bai Xiaoqing felt helpless. The reason why the Elemental Clan could not easily expose themselves was to avoid the supreme enemy who was far away in the heavenly realm. He didn't even dare let his people approach the small cliff in Nandanhaizhou, because the flowers planted there belonged to the 3 major powers and were allocated a fixed quota every year. Once a dominant power captures even one member of the elemental race, it is highly likely that their enemies in the celestial realm will find out. That would inevitably lead to absolute destruction. Only the young master is different. Young Master Yi Linchen possesses extraordinary bloodline. In the lower realm, it is almost impossible for anyone to recognize him as the Elemental Clan's ever-changing sacred body. Once he advances to the Foundation Establishment realm and his 100 transformations sacred body stabilizes temporarily, he will be able to move freely in the mortal realm. Therefore, the Grand Elder went to great lengths to comprehend the secrets of heaven and finally determined that the turning point lay with Chen Wujin. As long as he could seize that azure flower, the life and death thunder flower, he could bring the young master closer to Bai Xiaoqing. But now that the plan has failed, he has to launch a second plan. In the spacious and grand kitchen of the Yuling mountain range, everything is neatly arranged, with kitchen knives in their designated area and pots, pans, and dishes categorized in a consistent manner. The little monkeys with spirit patterns chattered incessantly, but it was all useful communication, such as, the master chef said to put this knife over there, and to arrange these bowls and chopsticks according to the pattern, not randomly, otherwise they will be hard to find. 12 or 13-year-old Qing Zhao stood in the middle of the kitchen, glancing at the person washing pots, the person washing dishes, and the person sweeping the floor. The most important thing in the kitchen is cleanliness and the ability to find any item precisely so that no effort is wasted, especially when stir-frying. Even a second's delay means the loss of flavor. Being a chef is a rigorous profession. Don't think that just because you're all monkeys, I'll lower my standards. Chu Churu stood at the kitchen doorway, looking at Qing Zhao, who was completely different from the person outside the kitchen, with a particularly satisfied smile on her lips. She's definitely a good daughter-in-law. As for whether she's older or younger, I don't care. As long as she's my daughter-in-law, that's all that matters, ha ha ha. Her laughter drifted into the kitchen, causing the spirit monkeys to pause for a moment. Qing Zhao gave a soft snort, turned around to face the door, and walked over. Chu Churu raised her hand and waved it left and right. Qing Zhao, there's something wrong. Bang. Clang. Qing Zhao closed the kitchen door, and then the restriction on the door lit up, flashed a brilliant light, and turned into tiny, tadpole-like spiritual characters that crawled all over the doors, windows, and walls outside the kitchen. This is a restriction with 3 functions: overall reinforcement, absolute soundproofing, and notification to the sect leader. The first 2 were to prevent Chu Churu from acting rashly, and the last one was to inform Chen Yushuan, because Chen Yushuan's cheesy sweet talk was one of Chu Churu's nemesis. However, at this moment, Chen Yushuan was thousands of miles away, carrying out the Yuling sect's money-making plan, and his avatar was still guarding the crooked willow tree in front of Mushoju. At this moment, probably no one can stop Chu Churu. Her temples throbbed, her body surged with spiritual energy, and she clenched her right fist at her waist, ready to smash it against the door at any moment. You can't make a move. A clear and beautiful voice came from all directions. At the same time, faint light rose from beneath Chu Churu's feet, forming more than 10 layers of protective barriers. Chu Churu glanced at it and accurately located the source of the voice. What if I insist? In the dim light of the night, a young girl dressed in a pale yellow silk dress walked slowly towards them. She arrived in an instant, standing in the lamplight outside the kitchen. The girl brushed her long bangs aside and uttered a line typical of Chinibu, middle school syndrome, then you might die. Oh, why? Chu Churu raised her eyebrows like swords and naturally continued the conversation. The girl pointed her fingers into a sword and raised it before her, saying, I have cultivated for 1,000 years, waiting for the right opportunity. Actually, she is 16 years old this year, but she likes to say that 10 years is 1,000 years. When Chu Churu was already in character, cooperating with the girl. That's right, this is Chu Churu's second biggest nemesis in terms of her irritable temper, Chu Qingxi, the head steward of the spirit control sect, and her Chinibu, middle school syndrome. With her fingertips pressed against Chu Churu's waist, Chu Qingxi turned her head to look into the darkness, seemingly unable to bear the sight of blood flowing like a river. With your back to me, the outcome is already clear. Is what you perceive as a flaw really a flaw? Chu Churu was completely immersed in the role, ha ha ha. Isn't that right? Ha 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 ha. Chu Qingxi retorted. The two laughed loudly, startling the wild beasts and small animals in the mountains, who scurried away into the distance with a rustling sound. Suddenly, the kitchen door burst open. Qing Zhao looked at the two women who were laughing like lunatics with a strange expression. Her mouth moved slightly, but Chu Churu covered it with her hand. Qing Zhao, I beg you, don't say anything, don't ask anything. I suddenly got my period, and my stomach hurts. I'm leaving now. After speaking, Chu Churu, a master at the peak of the sixth realm, the nascent soul realm and a half-step nascent soul realm expert, used her ability to teleport and disappeared without a trace. She completely forgot about the fact that her son had a problem today. On a low hilltop in the vast forests of the Yuling Mountains, Chu Churu stood with her legs together, knees pressed against her forehead, curled up like an ostrich. Of all people to see, it had to be Qing Zhao. Oh no, oh no, oh no, how am I supposed to face anyone now? Hidden for so many years without ever being exposed, I, my theatrical soul, am ashamed, so utterly ashamed. On another note, at the kitchen door, our spirit control sect's head steward remained unfazed. Chu Qingxi is a genuine case of Chinibu, middle school syndrome, completely unaware of her strange words and actions. In other words, she remained completely unfazed, calmly lifting her skirt, turning 90 degrees, and then letting it fall. Splash splash. All the little monkeys have left. Qing Zhao, come with me. I have something to tell you. What did you say? The sect leader sent a message asking me to inquire where you and the young master went and what you did earlier today. Under the rising moon, the mountains and forests loomed in the distance, surrounding the brightly lit kitchen. At the kitchen doorway, Chu Qingxi and Qing Zhao stood facing each other across the threshold. The girl, with a youthful, Chinibu-esque air about her, stared intently at Qing Zhao, eagerly anticipating the moment Qing Zhao would step out of the kitchen. Why is Qing Zhao a completely different person inside and outside the kitchen? This is one of the 7 unsolved mysteries of the spirit control sect. The concept of unsolved mystery was proposed by Chu Qingxi herself, and she personally promoted it within the spirit control sect, making it a topic of great interest to all the spirit beasts and spirit beast worshippers. Qing Zhao had obviously heard of it, but she herself didn't know why. In the kitchen, her face was as calm as still water. She stepped out of the doorway and said in a desolate tone, in the end, there will be no result. Nonsensical words are most likely to trigger a person's adolescent delusions. It's always better to try than to do nothing. It's equally baffling, it's just a simple action like stepping out of a door, yet it's being described as something very important. Chu Qingxi's beautiful eyes flashed with divine light as she used her cultivation level at the early stage of the third realm, the core formation realm, to unleash her pupil technique, subtle insight. The move's name sounds so sophisticated and mysterious, but in modern terms it's simply, slow motion, frame by frame. Then, one slide after another played in her eyes. Qing Zhao's expression changed from calm to slightly restrained, and her arms, which had been hanging down on her shoulders, were now crossed over her chest. The suffocating pressure in those deep, unyielding eyes vanished instantly. I've looked at it at least 100 times, but I still can't see anything. My face hurts. Chu Qingxi shook her head and stopped worrying about it. She placed her hand on Qing Zhao's shoulder, and fiery red maple leaf spiritual energy appeared beneath their feet. Then their figures disappeared, and when they reappeared, they had arrived at the questioning platform. The Wenqin Terrace, covering an area of 2 to 3 acres, is shaped like the Bagua, 8 trigrams. The ground is engraved with 8 symbols: Qian, Kuan, Kan, Li, Zhen, Sun, Zhen, Dui, which symbolize 8 natural phenomena: heaven, earth, water, fire, thunder, wind, mountain, and lake. At the very center is a Tai Chi symbol engraved, with the black and white yin-yang fish flowing together at the end. The black eyes in the white fish and the white eyes in the black fish each stand in a water mirror, facing each other from afar, with Qing Zhao standing at the midpoint of the line connecting them. Don't be nervous, little girl. Uncle Chen was just asking casually. Chu Qingxi smiled and walked towards a small pavilion outside the Tai Chi diagram. Qing Zhao hummed in response, but her body trembled slightly. This is the place of true words of the spirit control sect, often used to test the minds of disciples or the sect's spirit beasts. Standing at the center of the line connecting the 2 water mirrors, she realized the importance of the problem. Since I am far from reaching the peak of foundation establishment and do not need to undergo the trial of self-examination here, there is only one possibility: I need to be careful not to lie during the questions I will be asked later. Can one still lie in front of Chen Yuxuan, the sect leader of the 7th realm, the nascent soul realm? She didn't know, and she could think about it as much as she wanted, because the water mirror in the center of the questioning platform reflected Chen Yuxuan's image. Qing Zhao, don't be afraid, we're just having a casual chat. Qing Zhao nodded obediently, but her clasped fingers betrayed the tension in her heart. Chen Yuxuan had a clear view of everything, and smiled gently without changing his expression. Where did you go during the day? Focus on when Xiao Jin was present. Does the master suspect that something is wrong with the young master? Oh no, that was when the young master fell off the small cliff and hit his head. Qing Zhao's mind involuntarily began to churn. Chen Yuxuan, with his profound cultivation and the geography of the questioning platform, instantly caught Qing Zhao's thoughts. Xiao Jin bumped his head. What happened afterward? Chen Yuxuan asked with a serious expression. In a panic, Qing Zhao let out a sound of surprise, both at the loss of her composure and at the worry for her young master's injury. She was an orphan who was taken in by the spirit control sect and raised as part maid and part daughter. She was especially afraid of leaving the warm spirit control sect. This morning, Zhao accompanied the young master to the small cliff to pick the life-death thunder flower. For some reason, he suddenly lost his footing and fell down. When they found the young master, he was unconscious. The small cliff isn't really high, and the grass below is the softest and most delicate mist spirit grass. It won't hurt your brain. Chen Yuxuan seemed to be analyzing to himself, then suddenly raised his eyebrows and asked. How long did it take him to wake up? Chen Yuxuan spoke faster, and unusually, he did not address Chen Wujin as Xiao Jin. Sitting on a stone bench in the small pavilion next to her, Chu Qingxi twitched her ears slightly and then frowned. Uncle Chen suspects that Xiao Jin has been possessed. There shouldn't be such a fool as to face one of the most powerful rulers of the southern Donghai continent. So there must be some other conspiracy. What could it be? Chu Qingxi secretly made a decision and sent out a group of spirit beasts to investigate. This matter concerned the young sect master of the spirit control sect, and she could not afford to make any mistakes. She released several spiritual energy signals with a flick of her wrist, then continued to watch the situation on the inquiry platform. Qing Zhao tried to recall the moment Chen Wujin fell unconscious, but she was too flustered at the time to remember the exact time. In the water mirror, on the stone bench, the hearts of the two waiting gradually sank. Perhaps today. Qing Zhao's voice interrupted their thoughts, her tone uncertain. He must have been unconscious for about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Sure. I'm not entirely sure, there might be a 15-minute difference, Qing Zhao said timidly. The dark cloud between Chen Yuxuan's brows suddenly dissipated. Ha ha ha, then it's all right. Xiao Jin has a restriction tattooed on his body. As long as he encounters a body-snatching attempt, it can at least hold out for an hour. After saying the first sentence, he suddenly asked in confusion. If he wasn't possessed, how could Xiao Jin suddenly become so smart? The young master acted strangely on the way today, liking to catch very ordinary clouds and dew. It seems that just collecting these things makes him particularly happy. For an 8-year-old child, a change in temperament may just lack a catalyst. Since Xiao Jin's change today is a good thing, Uncle Chen, you don't need to worry too much. Chu Qingxi swung one leg, her voice coming from a small pavilion a little further away. She is the head steward of the spirit control sect, in charge of all kinds of restrictions within the sect. Without exaggeration, within the spirit control sect, her combat strength is undoubtedly a level above others. As she oversees all affairs within the sect, she naturally obtains first-hand information about Chen Wujin. However, in Chu Qingxi's eyes, who was known for her strange words and actions, Chen Wujin seemed perfectly normal today. Although Qing Zhao and Qin Yushuan didn't think so, Chu Churu, who felt ashamed of herself on a certain mountaintop, wouldn't think so either. However, she defended Chen Wujin, saying, who hasn't had a moment of enlightenment. It's just that some people have it in their youth, some in their young adulthood, some in their middle age, and some people even live their whole lives in a daze, worse than death. Her words, though perfectly fine, always sounded a bit childish and immature when they came out of her mouth. Chen Yushuan, however, didn't take it to heart, he was already used to it. After carefully considering Qing Zhao's report and Chu Qingxi's words, and combining them with his many years of experience, he arrived at his final answer. If Xiao Jin wasn't possessed, then he's still a member of the Chen family, ha ha ha. Being thousands of miles away, he couldn't personally examine his son, but after hearing the words of the two girls in the sect, his doubts lessened considerably, and he could focus on his money-making plan for the next 2 weeks. Then, the connection between the water mirror and him was severed, the figure in the mirror disappeared, leaving only Qin Yushuan's words lingering around, don't tell Chu Ro about what happened today, lest she act rashly. In this way, the unsuspecting Chen Wujin avoided a disastrous outcome. The next morning, Chen Wujin stretched and sat up, taking in his room for the first time. The antique wooden furniture exudes a calming and elegant fragrance, and a water mirror is placed next to the bookcase. He walked over curiously and reached out to touch it. It really is just water. What's the principle behind this? It's kind of amazing. Looking at the mirror again, the reflection of the person is clear, just like a 4K high-definition screen. Chen Wujin smiled and looked at himself in the mirror. He had a head of long, shiny black hair. He wondered if he would go bald by the time he turned 30. After making a self-deprecating remark, he didn't bother to examine his own face. In short, it was just one word, handsome. Walking to the center of the house, Chen Wujin looked up at the vine hanging above, which was like a lantern. This is a common lighting method in the South Danube Sea. Chen Wujin flicked out a wisp of spiritual energy, trying to control the brightness or set the time to turn the hanging lamp vines on and off. After practicing several times, he grasped the key points and silently marveled. Isn't this what smart home technology is all about? Life in the world of cultivation is indeed convenient. Stepping out of my little house, the green bamboo courtyard appears even more extraordinary during the day. There is a pond in the courtyard, so clear that you can see the bottom. It is covered with colorful pebbles, and there seem to be strange little fish that are invisible to the naked eye in the water. Then, it is surrounded by lush green evergreen bamboo, which is not just for decoration, but also has multiple effects such as attack and defense. Looking at the layout, I realized that I was staying in the east wing of the courtyard, while the west wing was empty and uninhabited. As for Qing Zhao, she was in the second room of the east wing. She wasn't in the yard, so it couldn't be that she was sleeping in. The most diligent person in the entire spirit control sect is none other than Qing Zhao. She is in charge of the meals, not only for people, but also for all kinds of spirit beasts, those that have already gained intelligence, can speak human language, and like to eat cooked food. The spirit beasts that can eat the food made by Qing Zhao are all powerful spirit beasts at or above the 4th realm, Golden Core realm. Some demonic plants, though they dislike taking human form, enjoy drinking the broth made by Qing Zhao instead of watering it daily. It's 1:15 a.m. now, which is still breakfast time. Chen Wujin's eyes darted around. The adorable Qing Zhao Loli is definitely still busy. Then, go find the adorable Xiaoqing Loli and give her a proper introduction to the spirit control sect. Yes, I really am a good boy. In front of Caixia courtyard. Chen Wujin stood before the courtyard gate, assumed a high horse stance, placed his hands on his lower abdomen, and shouted loudly, Xiaoqing, don't sleep in. The early bird catches the worm. He tried once, but no one paid him any attention. 10 times, still no one responded. 100 times. Chen Wujin wasn't that shameless. He used a reverse psychology tactic. I'll take you to have breakfast. Qingzhao's breakfast is delicious. I can also introduce you to her. Qingzhao is hardworking and has a great personality. Bang. The courtyard gate suddenly opened, and the wave-like magical restrictions began to tremble. From within came Bai Muyang's aged yet resonant voice. Get out, get out, get out. You're so young and you already have so many tricks up your sleeve. I don't like you. Grandpa Bai, it's all right if you don't like me. I'm here to see Xiaoqing. Who is your sister? Anyway, it's not you. Inside the Caixia courtyard, Bai Muyang glared and muttered under his breath, you brat at you and percent at, before glancing at the room where Bai Xiaoqing was staying. The tightly closed door was filled with a thick, white mist, from which hissing sounds could be heard from time to time. It must be that Yunlinger has recovered from her illness and is about to make a breakthrough. Xiaoqing and Yunlinger have a symbiotic contract, so this is the perfect time for her to cultivate. We must not let it be delayed. This is a good opportunity to get a feel for this kid's personality. Bai Muyang's lips curled up, and his gaze fell on Chen Wujin, who was outside the restrictions of Caixia courtyard. If you don't come today, come again tomorrow. Day after day, Chen Wujin's desire to steal Xiaoqing the little girl never gave up. Every day at 1:15 a.m., he would arrive on time, appearing at the entrance of Caixia courtyard and shouting for at least 15 minutes. Just as he was parched, Qingzhao finished her morning cooking duties, switched back to normal, and brought breakfast to Chen Wujin's side. Then, he turned to Qingzhao Loli's embrace to wander around, collect materials everywhere. Hey, this kid's got a real cunning mind. They're very cunning. They come and call at the appointed time every day, and once they've called enough, they drink water, eat breakfast, and then leave. It didn't interfere with his daily life at all, he could go out and play or rest as usual. Am I outlasting him, or am I being outlasted by him? Bai Muyang sat cross-legged, floating in midair above Caixia courtyard, his eyes peering through the barrier at Chen Wujin, who had turned and left. This kid is indeed exceptionally talented, he could hold his own even in the central continent, but his temperament. Bai Muyang paused in his self-talk, his expression shifting between a furrowed brow, a beaming smile, and an unpredictable mood. After a long while, he sighed, a mere 8-year-old child, yet I cannot see through his thoughts. Could he be a reincarnated or possessed old monster? No, Bai Muyang denied himself. Even though the spirit control sect has only been around for a short time, it is still one of the 3 dominant forces in Nandanhaizhou. Chen Wujin is the sect leader's own son. Even if he were a reincarnation of a powerful being from the heavenly realm, it would be impossible for him to deceive everyone. The couple were very protective of their own, and if their biological son were truly possessed by someone else, they would probably obliterate that person's soul without even asking any questions. Sigh, I just can't figure it out. All I can say is she was born clever, cunning, wicked, and a lecherous bastard. Bai Muyang kept recalling Chen Wujin's attentiveness towards Bai Xiaoqing. His eyes kept twitching, so he had to forcefully circulate his spiritual energy to smooth them out. I'll put aside this kid and focus on helping Xiaoqing's great-granddaughter figure out the major powers in Nandanhaizhou. As he spoke, he unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, which was divided into clear and turbid elements, some rising and others sinking, gradually coalescing into a topographical map of Nandanhaizhou. This didn't come out of thin air. A few days ago, Chuqingshi had a little monkey deliver the jade slip to her. Bai Muyang was once a top expert in the nascent soul realm. Even after falling to the nascent soul realm, his divine sense was still remarkable. In a short period of time, he memorized the vast topographical map of the South Donghai continent and was able to display it using spiritual energy. This delicate spiritual skill is something even Chu Churu, who is at the half-step nascent soul stage, might not possess. As for Chen Yuxuan, who is at the nascent soul realm, they are not even on the same level, so there is no need to discuss them. Starting from the 7th realm, it is known as the upper 3 realms, possessing absolutely extraordinary significance and power. Bai Muyang's gaze was sharp as he looked toward the easternmost point of Nandanhai continent, where vast lands and seas belong to the ancient overlord of Nandanhai continent, the Bai Tao sect. The area became vividly alive under the manifestation of spiritual energy, even simulating changes in the weather. The territory of the Bitao sect is roughly divided into 3 areas: the explored waters of the South Dan Sea, which contains endless treasures, the prosperous 9 bright moons on the eastern coast, specifically referring to the 9 cities of the Bitao sect, and the misty forest, which is more inland. The name Fanhua Jumenjia means the bright moon rises over the sea, and the 9 wheels shine on the far east, and it controls the most important trade route in Nandan Haizhou. Although even those at the qi refining realm can move freely in this world, they are ultimately disciples of a few powerful factions. Various types of independent individuals cannot afford that price. They all need to travel along trade routes, and the safest trade route is the eastern coast where the prosperous 9 bright moon sect is located. The laymen call it the path of the Dragon King. In contrast, there is another safe trade route to other continents, which belongs to the second largest hegemon, the Crescent Moon sect. It is an aerial route, transported by the Crescent Moon sect's unique Crescent Moon spirit ship. There are 2 paths, the former offers more freedom, while the latter is subject to the jurisdiction of the Crescent Moon sect. Therefore, the independent cultivators choose according to their own needs. Since I didn't have any particularly valuable treasures on me and wanted a quick trip, I decided to take the Crescent Moon spirit ship. If you are lucky enough to find some good treasures in some ruins, then you have to take the Dragon King's road to another continent. Who knows, perhaps 100 years from now, another extraordinary person will rise to prominence. Bai Muyang's gaze moved across the geomantic map, finally settling on the Yuling mountain range in the very center of Nandan Haizhou. It is no accident that the spirit control sect was able to rise between the 2 dominant forces. The Chen Chu couple are extraordinary. They were able to gather so many spirit beasts and even build the spirit control mountain range in the nameless mountain range, the stronghold of spirit beasts. It is simply unbelievable. However, their most criticized problem is the lack of successors. The first is the predicament of the spirit control sect, where almost no human is willing to become a disciple of the spirit control sect, especially young people. The second is the couple's biological son, Chen Wujin. After much investigation, he is indeed a spoiled brat. However, that was a period of time. Although he sometimes acts strangely now, he is often unpredictable. Extraordinary deeds can yield extraordinary results. In just the few days that Bai Xiaoqing went into seclusion, Chen Wujin accomplished quite a few things, such as: he went to the endless mountains guarded by the spirit control mountains to dig for materials, and then came back to beat the worried and fearful Chuchuru half to death. He went to the outskirts of the misty forest to seduce the Pipa beauty who was actually a spider demon, and obtained the precious and extremely fine love threads. Then, when he returned to his sect, he was beaten half to death by the impatient and furious Chuchuru. He went to the largest trading market in the territory of the Crescent Moon sect, the shore of Crescent Moon Lake, and managed to find a demonic plant sapling with at least the potential to reach the nascent soul stage. Then he was followed by someone with ulterior motives. Chuchuru gathered 10 spirit beasts at the nascent soul stage and sent them down the mountain, annihilating the enemy along with that second-rate sect. Then she took Chen Wujin home and beat him half to death. There were only 3 things mentioned, but in reality, Chen Wujin did it once a day for the past 10 days. Chuchuru had long been unable to tolerate it, and this ignorant second-rate sect just happened to run into her trap, and then that was the end of it. Feeling a bit tired from sitting cross-legged, Bai Muyang got down on the ground, walked around a bit, and while rubbing his lower back on his right side, he complained. Half dead, half dead, half dead. What kind of bullshit intelligence is this? It's written way too exaggeratedly. He was nearly beaten to death by a peak nascent soul realm expert that day, but the next morning he was able to come knocking on the door and then eat, drink, and have fun with boundless energy. Go to hell, Lao Liao. Don't let me find you, or I'll show you what it feels like to have a fist the size of a sandbag stuffed in your mouth. Thinking of this special source of intelligence, old Liao, Bai Muyang shook his head violently. The person is like a dragon whose head is seen but not its tail, and whose gender is unknown, yet they always manage to deliver intelligence jade slips to him. Sometimes, the monkeys that deliver intelligence are even the messenger monkeys of the spirit control sect. Although Bai Muyang couldn't tell if there was a single monkey, he could sense from its eyes that there were always only 2 or 3 of them coming and going. They have a unique way of making money. When they deliver intelligence, they always rub a few fingers together while making a clucking sound. At first, Bai Muyang didn't understand what it meant, but later he realized that the little monkey was asking him for money. He asked the monkey with great interest, who invented such a mischievous, interesting gesture. Sure enough, it was that infuriating Chen Wujin again. They've really got their minds all crooked. I heard they're already 8 years old and haven't even reached the qi refining stage yet. That gap in cultivation is really bad. Bai Muyang had his reasons for saying that. It is generally accepted that one can begin to understand the principles of Buddhism at the age of 3, and can begin to practice spiritual cultivation at the age of 6. It is considered a bit late to start practicing spiritual cultivation after the age of 7, most independent practitioners start a bit late. For top-tier sects, having a 6-year-old child start practicing qi cultivation and advance 2 minor realms in a year is a safe and fast method. Without special training, one should generally ensure that one's outstanding children reach the great perfection of qi refining before the age of 9. Only in this way can one avoid losing face. Bai Muyang's eyes suddenly sharpened. There's another crucial point: the little monkey is willing to deliver information for old Liao. The spirit control sect, despite being a dominant force, is dirt poor. Therefore, sect master Qin Yushuan is always going out to make money, while the internal and external managers of the sect, Chu Qingxi and Chu Churu, turn a blind eye to it. In this respect, the spirit control sect is not a good match. They have no way to make money. Even if they can help Xiaoqing on her way home 7 years later, what will happen after that? I really should have made 2 preparations. Firstly, we should select more talented young people for Xiaoqing, perhaps from other forces or reclusive clans. Secondly, we should take a year or 2 to see if Chen Wujin is truly as inexhaustible as the ocean. Only in this way can we find the true prodigy, who is Xiaoqing's best choice. If Chen Wujin knew what the old man was thinking, he would definitely raise an eyebrow and smirk, increasing the difficulty of the game. Is that it? Isn't it the most difficult branch of the childhood sweetheart route, a chance encounter in our youth? I accept your challenge. The city closest to the Spirit Control Mountains is called Scale Feather City. With a permanent population of several million, it is frequently visited by highly skilled cultivators or transformed spirit beasts, making it the largest trading location within a radius of 1,000 miles. On this day, in the early summer of the Xianling calendar year 30964, a young man walked through the city. He or she has an absolutely androgynous face, and their eyes exude an extraordinary quality that leaves a deep impression on people, yet is easily forgotten. It was Yi Linchen, who possessed the ever-changing sacred body. He walked down the street, occasionally glancing curiously in all directions. Looking at the stalls selling snacks and the dazzling array of shops, Yi Linchen couldn't help but smile. The Grand Elder is right, the outside world is indeed more fun. He had fun, but he didn't forget his mission. Waiting for someone in this city. That person's name is Chen Wujin. I heard from the Grand Elder that this person was originally going to be a stepping stone for my rise. But fate, so elusive and uncertain, suddenly changed, and he could very well become my lifelong nemesis and adversary. I have to wait here for a month. Get close to him and test him, see what's so special about him that he can influence fate. At the same time, he must display his talent in front of Bai Xiaoqing, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, and turn the pointer of fate back to its original direction. At the same time, on the outskirts of the misty forest, Chen Wujin was diligently collecting wood and clay blocks when suddenly, a pang of fear gripped him, and he looked up at the sky. Why do I have this feeling that someone is watching me? This feeling comes from somewhere in the universe, not from anyone else following me. It's as if some event is about to begin. Qing Zhao, that's enough material for today. Let's head back. But these haven't been sorted yet. Qing Zhao squatted down, her little hands deftly sorting the materials by type. That's why I asked you to go to that grumpy old lady, put in a good word for me, and get me a spatial item too. That would have been much faster. Upon hearing this, Qing Zhao pursed her lips. I can't change Aunt Rose's mind. Young master should talk to Sister Qingxi. Why? Shouldn't we be looking for my father? Qing Zhao remembered Chu Churu's gag order and quickly shook her head, saying, it's nothing, it's no use coming to me anyway. What is Qing Zhao afraid of? It seems like they're hiding something from me. It's related to my cheap mother, and also to Qingxi, the head housekeeper. You probably won't get the answer by forcing it. Chen Wujin couldn't understand it. That's understandable. He hasn't seen Chu Qingxi these past few days, and only has a vague memory of her in his mind. Because he came from another time, his memories require a certain trigger switch. For example, when he met Chu Qingxi, he truly realized that Chu Qingxi was a Chinibyu, a person with delusions of grandeur, and could barely be considered a half-like-minded person. Yes, it's been quite a few days since I last visited our spirit control sect's chief steward. Chen Wujin's lips curled up slightly. Chu Qingxi usually stays in the observation pavilion on the mountain next to the questioning heart platform. This is not the highest point of the spirit control sect, but it is the place with the widest view. It doesn't require a very high level of cultivation to see through the layers of clouds and mist. Chu Qingxi is most suitable for the core formation stage. She was worried about how to make the watchtower more comfortable. Setting up a table and chairs, having some tea, and eating some pastries, how pleasant that would be. But this place has too open a view and is too windy. We can't use spiritual energy to cast spells to restrict it every time, can we? Should we plant a few trees next to it? Chu Qingxi muttered to herself, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, which Chen Wujin happened to overhear. Walking closer, Chen Wujin cupped his hands in a respectful bow. Sister Qingxi, I haven't seen you for quite some time. What have you been busy with lately? A single sentence can instantly build a relationship. Chu Qingxi turned around and smiled, teasingly saying, You're carrying a faint miasma, Xiao Jin. You've been wandering around the misty forest again. Aren't you afraid Aunt Ro will chop off your head? Seeing the girl's pretty oval face, Chen Wujin's mind was flooded with memories, all of them interesting things about her. He summarized them and came to the following conclusion. Chu Qingxi is meticulous, but she is in the late stages of Chinibyu, middle school syndrome, and her words and actions are different from those of ordinary people. But now it looks perfectly normal, he greeted her in a very ordinary way. We'll see when she explodes. After patting the miasma off his body with his sleeve, Chen Wujin said with a smile, You couldn't tell, could you? Thanks for reminding me, sister. Qing Zhao followed behind Chen Wujin, waved to Chu Qingxi, and mouthed the words as a greeting. This girl is a completely different person from the one in the kitchen. Chu Qingxi shook her head, then turned her gaze to Chen Wujin's face, and said slyly. Then you have to show your appreciation. What does that mean? Does it mean they want money? The currency of this world is not gold, silver, or copper, but spirit stones. All rare and precious materials, divine weapons, and magical artifacts, cultivation techniques and supernatural abilities can be roughly converted into spirit stones. The quality of spirit stones is easy to distinguish. Low-grade spirit stones are large, difficult to carry, contain little spiritual energy, and have many impurities, so few people use them directly. Mid-grade spirit stones, refined or finely processed, are about the size of a thumb and contain a moderate amount of spiritual energy. They are commonly used as currency by independent individuals and disciples of powerful factions. High-grade spirit stones remain the same size but are brimming with spiritual energy. Their exchange ratio with mid-grade spirit stones is approximately 1 to 100, with a fluctuation range of 10% to 30% depending on the region. As for top-grade spirit stones, the main difference is not their spiritual energy content, but rather the Taoist essence they contain. They possess many wondrous qualities and are roughly equivalent to gold in low-level martial arts worlds. They are luxury items and rarely used in daily life. Chen Wujin eagerly pulled out 2 mid-grade spirit stones, shook them, and then put them back in his pocket. Sister Qingxi shouldn't be short of pocket money. I'll make you a little gadget. Who said we don't lack spirit stones? Throughout the entire Yuling sect, from the sect leader to the outer disciples, who doesn't lack spirit stones? If spirit stones were truly plentiful, why would such a large inner sect lack disciples in the true sense of the word? Thinking of these things, Chu Qingxi's face clouded over, and she reached out to touch her cheek. Chen Wujin moved closer to her, tilting his head up. From this angle, the girl's chin looked particularly delicate, with a wonderful curve. The hazy light of dawn, like a paintbrush, outlined the girl's silhouette. 1,000 adjectives followed, but to sum it up in a crude way. Absolutely stunning. After all, Chen Wujin's soul had long since reached adulthood, so he would feel warm and adorable towards Lolis, maintaining an attitude of observation and protection. But for a stunningly beautiful girl with Chinibyu, middle school syndrome, that would be truly tempting. In his memory, Chu Qingxi didn't have many scenes in the game, but he believed. Any girl who appears in front of you can be won over if you put in the effort. Chen Wujin took action, using sweet words, Sister Qingxi. Suddenly, a sweet finger blocked Chen Wujin's lips, and streams of spiritual energy surged through Chen Wujin's body, rendering him unable to move. Chu Qingxi smiled. Xiao Jin, I'm the sect's head steward. It's perfectly normal for me to requisition your spirit stones, isn't it? Chen Wujin had no answer. She reached into Chen Wujin's pocket, rummaged around for a moment, and then withdrew her hand. Tossing 5 mid-grade spirit stones into the air, Chu Qingxi chuckled wickedly, hey, the quality is pretty good. Swish 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 swish. After catching the 5 mid-grade spirit stones, Chu Qingxi patted her forehead lightly, look at my memory, I also contacted a business deal today. We're having dinner at Taiha restaurant in Linyu City. These mid-grade spirit stones are just right to pay the bill. After a slight pause, she patted Chen Wujin's head earnestly. Xiao Jin has grown up and become sensible. He knows how to be considerate of the sect. He truly deserves to be the young sect leader. After saying this, Chu Qingxi transformed into a wild goose and flew away into the distance. With the restrictions on his body lifted, Chen Wujin pouted and rummaged through his pockets, finding them empty. A simp who licks his boots will end up with nothing. Young master, what did you say? Qing Zhao covered her mouth and chuckled. It's nothing. Chen Wujin rolled his eyes and turned to look in the direction Chu Qingxi had gone. Suddenly, the cold, heartless words of the Spirit Control Sect's chief steward drifted from the horizon. I'll trouble Xiao Jin and Qing Zhao with the pavilion's arrangement as well. Remember, it should be able to block the wind but not the view. Upon hearing this, Chen Wujin's face twitched. That's going too far. Do you really think I'm a sycophant? Humph. As long as I have enough women around me, I won't be a simp, but the master of the harem. I'm going to find Xiao Qing later. Chen Wujin made a mocking gesture towards the sky. Qing Zhao stood beside Chen Wujin, tilted her head, and asked, Young master, what do we do now? Chen Wujin turned around, stood on tiptoe, and gently pinched Qing Zhao's nose. Little Zhao, come and help me. Let's quickly set up the pavilion and then go to Caixia courtyard. Young master is younger than Ah Zhao. Qing Zhao suddenly blushed, lowered her head, and stammered. One strange material after another was handed to Chen Wuxian, who, like building blocks, piled them up to create bizarre architectural models, and then provided the corresponding spiritual texts. In about 15 minutes, the lookout tower changed dramatically, with hammocks for resting, transparent windbreaks, and crudely made telescopes for passing the time. Chen Wujin high-fived Qing Zhao, whose face was still red, and then the two stepped onto an auspicious cloud and flew towards Caixia courtyard. At the entrance of Caixia courtyard, Chen Wujin dismounted and shouted, Little sister Xiao Qing, it feels like ages since we last met. When you finish your seclusion, I'll take you to visit the Yuling sect. Once, twice, 10 times, 20 times. Qing Zhao was standing not far away, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Chen Wujin caught a glimpse of this out of the corner of his eye and immediately asked. Qing Zhao, have you found anything? Is there anything you want to say? There are footprints at the entrance of Caixia courtyard, from the outside in, so they have probably already gone out, Qing Zhao pointed out, somewhat awkwardly. Why didn't you say so sooner? I wanted to say it, but young master, you've already started shouting. Is he implying that it's my fault? It's a waste of time and energy, and I've missed a good opportunity. Chen Wujin shook his head and said kindly, Qing Zhao, you can speak frankly. Be open and honest with the young master, it's all right, ha ha ha. Using laughter to mask his embarrassment, Chen Wujin turned and walked to Qing Zhao's side. The two of them stepped onto auspicious clouds and took to the air. Only then did they see a black dot flying in from the distant horizon. It moved steadily and swiftly, getting closer and closer, and soon it was in front of them. Two people stood on the auspicious cloud, Chu Churu and Bai Xiaoqing. With old men bygone, a golden opportunity has arrived. Chen Wujin deliberately pursed his lips, making good use of his age advantage. Mother, you took Xiaoqing to visit our spirit control sect. Hey, this brat is blaming himself for stealing his thunder. They're subtly mocking me. If it weren't for the guests, I'd beat you up. Chu Churu nodded demurely, showing no sign of anger. Xiaojin, your voice is a bit loud. It can be heard from far away. Even a boy would be embarrassed. If physical violence is impossible, then words are the only weapon to strike. Such subtle attacks can only be understood intuitively, not explained in words. Chen Wujin grasped this, but he did not accept the challenge. He turned his head away slightly, looking at his sister instead of his mother. Today, Xiaoqing Lolita was dressed in flowing white clothes, with 2 small ponytails. Her face was as cute as ever. The little white snake on her shoulder had not changed in size, but its eyes were full of charm. It flicked its tongue at Chen Wujin in a friendly manner. With her bouncy and adorable figure, she's sure to become a stunning beauty in a few years. Chen Wujin nodded almost imperceptibly and leaned closer to Xiangyun. Little Qing, do you have any free time tonight? Bai Xiaoqing, naive and innocent, pouted slightly as she looked up at the sky, her tone uncertain. I don't think so. This is a crucial moment, she is clearly wavering. On one hand, there's the childlike desire to go out and play, on the other hand, there's the insecurity of being in an unfamiliar place. Chu Churu saw through the little girl's subtle thoughts and gave it a little push. Xiaoqing, you've been in our Yuling sect for so long and haven't gone out to play, have you? You've finally come out of seclusion, so you should relax and have some rest. After a slight pause, Chu Churu raised an eyebrow and gave Chen Wujin a look, then continued. It's not even late afternoon yet, so let Xiaojin and Qin Zhao accompany you to Linyu City and have dinner at Taiha restaurant there. Is that look in his eyes telling me to be grateful for my mother's help? The problem is there's a crisis now. Taiha restaurant is delicious, and the ingredients are all helpful for cultivation. The average cost is about 1 mid-grade spirit stone per person. Chen Wujin's secret stash of money had just been emptied, so of course he couldn't pretend to be rich when he was not. After jumping onto the auspicious cloud, Chen Wujin waved his little hand, signaling Chu Churu to lower her head. Chu Churu seemed to know what he was thinking, and she spread her hands and shook her head firmly. You can't take my money, and you can't take my life. Anyway, that's all the help I can give you. Seeing his mother's unwavering determination to be poor, Chen Wujin had a sudden inspiration. Mother, I just lent my mid-grade spirit stones to Sister Qingxi. Can you lend me a few first? You can ask her to pay me back later. It's much more convenient to remove the middleman and let both sides speak for themselves. Chu Churu didn't believe Chen Wujin, who had recently developed a foxy demeanor, so she turned to look at Qin Zhao. Just as Qin Zhao was about to speak, she saw Chen Wujin's hands behind his back, clasped in a gesture of supplication, as if he were begging her. Young master, madam, Sister Qingxi, 3 faces flickered in Qin Zhao's mind, making her feel a little dizzy. She simply answered. Sister Qingxi did indeed take the young master's 5 mid-grade spirit stones. 5. When did Gina accumulate such a huge sum of money? The thought had barely crossed her mind when Chu Churu blushed and inwardly mocked herself. Look at this, and they call themselves one of the 3 major powers of the southern Donghai continent. They're dirt poor, they even have to send their own spirit beasts out to earn extra money. Sigh. Her mind raced, quickly calculating. The 3 of them are all children. At most, a meal at Taiha restaurant will cost 2 mid-grade spirit stones, and then a stroll around the market will cost at most 1 stone. So, the remaining 2 stones can be easily obtained from Qingxi. Looking at Chu Churu, who was scheming in his mind, Chen Wujin's eyes gleamed with a smile. He had taken the bait. He deliberately shook his head and said apologetically, Xiaoqing, it's not a good day. I'll have to invite you to Taiha restaurant next time. After saying that, Chen Wujin jumped back onto his auspicious cloud. His words and actions were consistent, making him highly credible. Faced with the temptation of 2 mid-grade spirit stones, Chu Churu no longer hesitated and made a decisive decision. The 3 mid-grade spirit stones are yours, and the debt that Qingxi owes you is mine. Chen Wujin suppressed a laugh, pretending to have suffered a great loss, and reluctantly nodded. Chu Churu grinned, looking very kind, and used her spiritual energy to send Bai Xiaoqing to the auspicious cloud on Chen Wujin's side. She dared not let the Bai family girl be as mischievous as her own son, jumping back and forth between the 2 auspicious clouds. Clapping her hands, Chu Churu began to look forward to the moment she would go to collect the debt from Chu Qingxi tomorrow. She rode away on a cloud, leaving only her voice echoing in the air, with a few more people. Don't let the cloud fly too fast. Safety first. Besides the sentence that everyone could hear, she also deliberately transmitted her voice to Chen Wujin. Spirit stones are just external possessions. In situations like this, you really can't do without them. Consider this a lesson my son has learned, which will help him grow. Don't hold a grudge against your mother. I'm doing this for your own good. Hey, son is only doing this for mother's good. Next time you encounter such a muddled debt, you should know not to take it, ha ha ha. He chuckled smugly to himself, but Chen Wujin gradually frowned. My cheap old mother went to great lengths and used all her persuasive skills, all for a mere few mid-grade spirit stones. It seems the sect's financial situation is not optimistic, they seem to be short of money. And it's been almost half a month, and the real body of my cheap dad still hasn't returned, which is probably because of this. It seems I need to think of a way to help the sect make money. Chen Wujin gazed thoughtfully into the distance. Qing Zhao tugged at his sleeve from behind. Young master, Miss Xiaoqing is still waiting. Shall we head straight to Linyu City? Let's go. Qing Zhao is coming to Jiayun. Young master needs to think about something. Chen Wujin replied casually, appearing absent-minded. Bai Xiaoqing quietly gathered her skirt, sat on the auspicious cloud with her legs together, and gazed at Chen Wujin for a while. He's so strange. Just now he was so eager to drag me out to play, just like those boys in Zhongzhou. Why are you suddenly ignoring me now? Is that on purpose? No, the wet nurse once said, when boys are really thinking, they are very focused and charming. Maybe that's just how he is now. Bai Xiaoqing felt embarrassed by her own thoughts and quickly leaned closer to Qing Zhao, trying to calm the lingering thoughts in her mind by talking to him. Sister Qing Zhao, you can just call me Xiaoqing from now on. Please take good care of me. Qing Zhao turned her head to look at her, and smiled gently and shyly. I'll cook you something delicious next time. What do you like to eat? Anything is fine with me, I'm not picky about food. Those who are not picky eaters are often the pickiest eaters. It seems that none of the previous dishes won Xiaoqing's heartfelt favor. This is a silent challenge to the spirit of Chef Qing Zhao. It was as if endless flames were rising from the stove in Qing Zhao's eyes. She almost transformed into a master chef. Closing her eyes and calming slightly, Qing Zhao nodded almost imperceptibly, thinking to herself. Let's see how she orders food at Taiha restaurant in a little while. The three rode on auspicious clouds of friendship. Above them, in the higher sky, the cloud dragon worship of the spirit control sect, Long Yin, stretched his dragon body freely, swimming through the clouds while protecting the children. After escorting the three into the city, Long Yin transformed into a magnificent man with a dragon's head and a human body, concealing his identity and quietly following them. Although Chen Wujin was only 8 years old, he had already reached the qi refining realm and was about the height of an ordinary 10-year-old child. Unfortunately, he was not as tall as the two girls on his left and right. Qing Zhao was a bit older, and when she looked at her young master, she always drew a diagonal line between them, making it obvious who was superior. Even Bai Xiaoqing, who had two small braids, was taller than him, something Chen Wujin had never expected. He felt slightly annoyed, but led the two girls forward and soon arrived at the entrance of Taiha building. Stopping in their tracks, Chen Wujin said with a grin, Xiaoqing, we've arrived at Taiha restaurant. Don't be shy about ordering whatever you'd like to eat. The waiter at the shop entrance was a perceptive man. He judged the three children to be extraordinary simply by Chen Wujin's manner of speaking. He smiled obsequiously, hunching his back, trying to get as close as possible to the young VIP's height. Gentlemen, you are in luck today. Our head chef has prepared a signature dish, braised pheasant in abalone sauce. This dish is available today only, and will be in limited quantities afterward. When it came to food, Qing Zhao was naturally the most excited. Do chefs who can cook but don't know how to eat food exist? She believes it doesn't exist. When she was very young, one of the main reasons she learned to cook was to eat. After becoming a chef, she had access to all kinds of dishes and a wide variety of delicious ingredients that ordinary people, no, I should say, non-master chefs, could not eat. Those were all rather plain and unappetizing ingredients, but exceptionally delicious, such as flying fish oil from the South Dan Sea, the powerful ant claws from the misty forest, and the giant zodiac crabs from the mysterious Thousand Islands of the South Dan Sea. Slurp, after wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, Qing Zhao even stepped forward half a body to get closer to the young master. Xiaoqing, young master, let's go in and have a taste quickly. Okay, Qing Zhao, you're the best eater, so you can order. Chen Wujin smiled. No, Xiaoqing is a guest, she must order the first dish. Qing Zhao did not forget the other side of the chef's soul, conquering other people's taste buds. Therefore, she had to find out Bai Xiaoqing's preferences. Ordering one dish is enough. Qing Zhao harbored a small sense of pride. Taihe building has 3 floors in total. The 3rd floor has private rooms, which require a special fee. As a child, we don't need such a room. So the 3 of them went up to the 2nd floor. Even though it was still early before lunchtime, there weren't any good seats on the 2nd floor, and all the tables by the window were occupied. Left with no other choice, Chen Wujin and his 2 companions opted for a dining table near the stairs. The waiter at Taihe restaurant was very polite and brought out Zen-inspired cushions to elevate the chairs for the 3 special little guests. After they sat down, the menu landed in Bai Xiaoqing's hand. Qing Zhao's lips curled up, and she added, I don't need Xiaoqing to order the braised pheasant in abalone sauce, I'll definitely order one later. She was afraid that Bai Xiaoqing would be embarrassed, so she directly followed the waiter's advice and ordered the so-called signature dish. Then we wouldn't be able to tell Bai Xiaoqing's preferences. Chen Wujin was well aware of the thoughts of his all-powerful maid, Qing Zhao, but he didn't point them out. Firstly, this little trick is harmless and even quite amusing. Secondly, it was because he had long harbored the intention to win over Xiaoqing, the little girl. As the saying goes, the way to a woman's heart is through her stomach. Although he wasn't the one cooking, Qing Zhao's cooking was exactly the same as his own. He wasn't going to be foolish enough to categorize his wives by age. Qing Zhao stared at Bai Xiaoqing. Watching her flip through the menu page by page, one of Taihe's special features, I realized the menu was so extensive it could be compiled into a book, hence its reputation. Anything that flies in the sky, runs on the ground, or swims in the water is edible. You must understand that this is a world of cultivation, where all sorts of spirits and monsters can take on countless forms. The fact that someone would dare to say such things and spread the influence of Taihe Tower to various cities in Nandan Haizhou speaks volumes about the power of the boss behind the scenes. Bai Xiaoqing was extremely conflicted. Many of the ingredients on the menu were ones she had never seen before and were completely foreign to Zhongzhou. She had no idea how to order them. The girl's mind was slightly confused, which would be reflected in the subtle details. Chen Wujin glanced at Bai Xiaoqing's clenched index finger and thumb, his eyebrows twitching slightly. He said gently, trust your eyes. The dish that makes Xiaoqing's mouth water the most must be a good dish. His speech was neither too fast nor too slow, and it was clearly transmitted to Bai Xiaoqing's ears. Originally, Bai Xiaoqing had a somewhat spoiled young lady personality, and she didn't like to hear other people's advice. However, the fact that Chen Wujin saved her most precious little white snake, Yun Linger, makes it all the more significant. Bai Xiaoqing nodded slightly and hummed in agreement, then pointed to the main dish that didn't look fancy but was exceptionally greasy, a whole roasted manatee. I like strong flavors. Qing Zhao made a note in her little notebook. This dish is heavy on oil and salt, and requires the bird to be coated with royal jelly, making it a truly filling meal. Add abalone braised pheasant, and you've got enough meat. Qing Zhao, who was very knowledgeable, ordered 3 dishes in a row and skillfully asked for a jar of drink. The waiter standing to the side was stunned for a moment before snapping back to reality from the extremely slow to extremely fast ordering speed. Oh, all right, please wait a moment, sir. The dishes on table number 3 on the 2nd floor are whole roasted manatee, braised pheasant in abalone sauce, cold snow lotus salad, stir-fried coral with scallops, fragrant flour cake, and mysterious Thousand Island sea heart spring. The waiter retreated while shouting his orders, and then began the long wait. The guests at the next table were panting and slurping, making each second feel like an eternity. To distract himself, Chen Wujin talked to Xiaoqing and Qing Zhao while glancing around. Suddenly, he looked down the stairs and saw Chu Qingxi leading 2 young women in their prime up the stairs. Today I'm bringing everyone to Taihe restaurant to try something new. It's a unique restaurant in Nandan Haizhou, and you can't find it outside of Nandan Haizhou. Qingxi, this is really expensive. One meal costs 1 mid-grade spirit stone per person. Where did you make your fortune? The girl in the bright red robe said with a smile. As the sect's chief steward, I can afford these expenses. Chu Qingxi flipped her palm, revealing 5 mid-grade spirit stones. Chen Wujin was very familiar with its shape and spiritual energy. It was none other than his 5 mid-grade spirit stones. Chu Qingxi also saw Chen Wujin. She calmly transmitted her voice and said, "This involves a transaction of tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. Kid, go play somewhere else and don't say anything." Since it was described as so serious, Chen Wujin had no choice but to accept it reluctantly. However, after Chu Qingxi went up to the second floor, she looked around and found that there were no tables available, which was quite awkward. The first floor is mostly frequented by patrons, and the comings and goings are rather vulgar and noisy, which doesn't suit the tastes of young girls. The third floor is too expensive. A private room without ordering food costs at least 5 mid-grade spirit stones. The second floor is the most suitable. However, since Chu Qingxi was very familiar with Thai restaurant, she didn't ask the waiter to serve her. Now that she had come all the way up, it would be too embarrassing to walk down in a sorry state. It's not even lunchtime yet, and the place is already full, the girl in the bright red dress exclaimed softly. The girl in the pale yellow feather-patterned silk dress didn't speak, but the ease between her brows seemed to have diminished. Their gazes involuntarily fell on the most conspicuous table. The 3 children were chatting and laughing as they waited for the food to be served. The little boy among them had a mischievous smirk on his lips, and seemed to be looking this way. Completely confused, unable to figure out what's going on. The little boy beckoned with his finger, and Chu Qingxi, the head steward of the spirit control sect, bowed slightly, walked over, and said, "Young sect master, what a coincidence. Shall we have a table together? We're just kids. Adults who want to do business, please go elsewhere," Chen Wujin said indifferently. Chu Qingxi's lips moved, her words, imbued with spiritual energy, went straight into Chen Wujin's ears. "Xiao Jin, this really involves a huge business deal, could you please make an exception?" "But we've already ordered." Chen Wujin waved his hand, glanced at Xiaoqing, then at Qing Zhao, and suddenly his eyebrows shot up. "Unless..." "What?" There was a turning point in the situation, and Chu Qingxi had to seize it. "Pay with the money you have." "No way." Chu Qingxi, a money grubber, blurted out. "Then there's nothing to discuss." Chen Wujin was about to refuse outright when Chu Qingxi interrupted him through gritted teeth. Okay, I'll pay, but we'll have to order some more dishes." Chu Qingxi's eyelids twitched, and she said, word by word, "Yes, you." "Sister Qingxi, your tone is not right. The 5 spirit stones were originally mine. This should be considered my treat to dinner. I also saved seats for you. You should thank me. To speak or not to speak, that is a choice. Xiao Jin today is completely different from before. Why does he seem like an old fox?" Uncle Chen's suspicions are not without merit. When Chu Qingxi first experienced Chen Wujin's extraordinary talent, she couldn't quite accept it for a while, and she stood there awkwardly. Chen Wujin waited with great interest, only to see the cheerful woman in bright red jump behind Chu Qingxi, cling to Chu Qingxi's shoulder, and peek over her shoulder. "Thank you, young sect master of the spirit control sect." The woman in bright red smiled brightly. "How old are you this year, little brother?" Without waiting for an answer, the woman continued, "My name is Fu Hongye." The name ignited memories in Chen Wujin's mind, but he didn't hear anything else that followed. The second female leads route in broken flag, Fu Hongye. How could it have started so early? According to the original script, she should have made her first appearance after the original owner turned 12. Chen Wujin seemed to sense the subtle ripples that would change his fate. Just as he was lost in thought, the woman in the pale yellow dress gracefully approached and gave a slight, polite bow, "Xiaoqing Chen." Chen Wujin didn't hear the words before or after clearly, but in his daze he heard another name, the third female lead of the shattered flag route, Xiaoqing Chen. This is out of the ordinary. It's like fate has opened up 2 paths to doom at once. Chen Wujin truly felt the fangs that fate was bearing. Did my mockery make things more difficult? Interesting. Let me see what it feels like to have 3 lines of destruction intertwined. Xiaoqing and Qing Zhao moved slightly closer to Chen Wujin, making room for the three girls to sit down, and then Chu Qingxi ordered the food. Smack! 5 mid-grade spirit stones were slammed onto the table, and Chu Qingxi called out loudly, "Waiter, bring me the menu." At this moment, Chen Wujin fully regained his senses, stood up, and bowed to the two newly acquainted women. "My name is Chen Wujin. It is only right that I present some gifts to you two sisters on our first meeting." "Shaw, gifts? The clan is dirt poor. Even as the head steward, I don't have enough spirit stones to buy gifts. What a brat. How dare he talk so arrogantly?" Chu Qingxi mentally mocked him as she picked up the menu and ordered, waiting to see Chen Wujin make a fool of himself. Chen Wujin blinked slightly, signaling Qing Zhao to take out the materials he had collected. After selecting materials such as extremely fine threads of affection, thin flakes of ice mist, and slender twigs, Chen Wujin said, "Please wait a moment, ladies." After speaking, he fell into deep thought. Fu Hongye comes from the Es sect of Shinshu continent. She is the youngest daughter of the Fu family, who is in charge, and is the most beloved by the old lady of the family. Her power behind her should not be underestimated. Xiao Qingqian hails from the vast expanse sect of Green Mountain Mist continent. She never reveals her true identity to anyone but Chen Wujin, who has completed all the endings, knows. She is the granddaughter and last disciple of the Supreme Sect Master. The One Leaf Sect and the Vast Expanse Sect are both powerful, but they are still a step below the level of a hegemon. This is why the two came to the Spirit Control Sect to discuss development together. Chen Wujin nodded almost imperceptibly, a geographical map of the 3 continents appearing in his mind. The northwest of Nandan Haizhou borders Shenshuzhou, while the southwest region is adjacent to Qingshan Wuwaizhou. The 3 islands form an irregular triangular plate, adjacent to each other. Lighting up the locations of the 3 sects then perfectly formed a trade route that resembled an equilateral triangle, and Chen Wujin suddenly understood. "I see. In fact, this cooperation is not only the need of the Spirit Control Sect, but also the need of both of their sections. Qingxi's contact with the 2 of them can be considered a preliminary friendly exchange. Afterwards, when my cheap old man has some free time, he will most likely go to these 2 continents to sign trade contracts. If this can really be achieved, it will be worth far more than tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones." Chen Wujin smiled slightly, looked at Fu Hongye, and then at Xiao Qingqian. "Since this is a rare opportunity, I'll show you a skill I've recently mastered, ambidextrous." He stood on the chair, divided the selected materials into 2 piles, and gently covered the 2 small piles with his left and right hands respectively. Then, his left hand slowly built the basic framework of materials, while his right hand transformed into the wind, rapidly unraveling the fine threads and weaving them into a plump, white goose. The waiter who brought the dishes was stunned. "These 2 hands are like 2 different people. What a skillful touch you have, sir." He often ran around shouting orders, and his voice was much louder than others, which immediately attracted the attention of those around him. All eyes were drawn to Chen Wujin's technique and age. The 5 girls at the table remained silent, except for Qing Zhao, all of them staring blankly at Chen Wujin's actions. Qing Zhao then gently put away the other excess materials. She wasn't worried about her young master needing more materials. These past few days she had been accompanying him to collect materials and make handicrafts. The young master never makes a mistake, he is always confident and never uses or wastes materials. Therefore, Qing Zhao's confidence in Chen Wujin was almost blind. Long Yin, who was sitting cross-legged on the roof of Taiha building and, observing Chen Wujin with his divine sense, asked in surprise, "When did Xiao Jin learn this skill?" Not far from Long Yin sat Bai Muyang, who was also using invisibility. After finishing his business in Scale Feather City, he sensed the presence of his beloved great-granddaughter and rushed over to protect her. Bai Muyang said irritably, "That kid's skills are not limited to this. I saw his words of magic the other day." "Oh. I've heard a little about Xiao Jin learning the language of words, but isn't the language of words a bit exaggerated?" Long Yin's beard fluttered upwards. "He is only 8 years old. It is reasonable for fellow Taoist Long to think it is an exaggeration. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, and if you were an enshrined disciple of the Spirit Control Sect, I would never have told you." With Bai Muyang finished speaking, Chen Wuxian's handicraft project was about to come to an end. The 2 fell silent, their brows furrowing slightly as they looked toward the 2nd floor of Taiha building. Chen Wuxian's final step was indeed to write the words of spiritual power. Write Mastiff with your left hand and Goose with your right. The moment the two incantation characters were formed, the surrounding spiritual energy surged in a small area, gathering on the two characters, and then the characters fell into the handmade item. With a slight shift of light, a bluish-gray miniature Mastiff and a creamy-white miniature plump goose came to life. They walked along the table, the Mastiff ran towards Fu Hongye, and the fat goose flew towards Xiaoqing Qian, both of them rushing into the girl's arms. Wow, so cute. Xiaoqing Qian's eyebrows twitched with joy. Xiaoqing Qian's lips moved slightly, and a corner of her lips curled up. Bai Xiaoqing blinked her big eyes and gently tugged at Chen Wujin's sleeve. I want one too. The onlookers held their breath until this moment, when they finally erupted in cheers. An unnamed woman, seemingly jealous, said, "Whose young master is this? What amazing talent! What a heartwarming gift! Wonderful, wonderful, a dashing young man, surrounded by beauties." The scholar, wearing a jade crown and flowing blue robes, nodded and chuckled. "Young master, your bone age is no more than 10 years old, yet you have mastered the language of spirits and your Tao intent is so abundant. I'm afraid that in time, another great power will emerge in our southern Donghai continent." The burly bald man exclaimed in amazement, stroking his bald head. No, 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 bald man, you're missing one step. What's even more commendable is your spirit. Those who are confident can accomplish anything, said an unassuming middle-aged man. You are all right and wrong, the red-nosed old man with a burp on the table full of wine jars said. Being ambidextrous is an extremely strong talent. This is not a supernatural power or technique, but simply comes from within. This means that the young master's body can be used as two people. For example, he can be a swordsman with his left hand and a knife wielder with his right. How difficult it would be for his enemies to deal with him. Hearing the overwhelming praise around her, Chu Qingxi was speechless, thinking to herself, you're all exaggerating our young sect leader to the heavens. She glanced at Chen Wujin. Chen Wujin remained calm, nodded slightly to the person who praised him, then whispered something to Bai Xiaoqing, making the little girl laugh, before chatting and laughing with his two friends. They were completely at ease. Chu Qingxi covered half her face and switched to a Chinibu, middle school syndrome, tone. Xiao Jin, you've got all the good things, aren't you afraid of making enemies of the whole world? How does this relate to being an enemy of the world? A thought flashed through Chen Wujin's mind, and his youthful face exuded an air of indifference and world-weariness, not elated by external gains, nor saddened by personal losses. The roof of Taiha building. Bai Muyang jumped to his feet. That little thief was really good at pretending. He thought for a long time but couldn't come up with an adjective. Long Yin laughed so hard his beard trembled, and said insincerely, Brother Dao, calm down. It's just children playing around. Why take it to heart? Bai Muyang glanced at Long Yin sideways. Of course you're happy that your young sect leader is getting the better deal. If you want to laugh, laugh out loud, don't hold it in. No, no, ha ha ha. Fellow Taoist, you misunderstand. I'm just happy for the young master's talent. Long Yin said insincerely, besides, that saying, not elated by external gains, nor saddened by personal losses makes quite a bit of sense, ha 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 ha. I am not overjoyed by being surrounded by beautiful women. Not because everyone's praise is too overwhelming. What's with all this sadness? Screw the idea of not being elated by external gains or saddened by personal losses. Out of sight, out of ear, out of mind. Bai Muyang simply closed his eyes and focused on his mind, no longer speaking. After a while, the time spent eating and drinking flew by. Chen Wujin and the others, having enjoyed a hearty meal, left Taiha restaurant and headed towards the most bustling snack street in Linyou City. On the snack street, a handsome young boy with an androgynous face set up a stall and waited for a long time. His clothes fluttered as he gazed towards the end of the food street. Come forth, my destined rival, my stepping stone to rise, my first step to save the world. Linyou City Snack Street is located in the southeast of the city. The long street is winding but not crooked. On one side you can see the small river in the city, and on the other side are shops along the street. Small vendors set up tents on the side facing the river and call out to sell their wares. Chen Wujin chatted and laughed with the 5 girls in a harmonious atmosphere as they entered the snack street. Holding the mini fat goose, Xiaoqing was relatively quiet and remained silent. Whenever Chu Qingxi or Chen Wujin looked at her, she would smile and nod. Fu Hongye, dressed in bright red, occasionally let out a hearty laugh like a young man, placing the miniature mastiff on her head with a smug look on her face. Seeing her two guests so happy, Chu Qingxi was too lazy to talk to Chen Wujin, but she would glance at him from time to time. Xiao Jin is different from before, he's not as easy to control and not as fun anymore. The spirit stones I finally managed to confiscate today are almost all spent, sigh. Chen Wujin noticed her gaze, and would always return it with a smile before leading the group forward. Ignoring the three girls on his left, he shifted his gaze to the two Lolas on his right, darted closer, and conjured a small green grass snake from his palm. Xiaoqing, you just said you wanted one too, so I made one for you. Wow, thank you, young Master Wujin. Bai Xiaoqing happily accepted it and placed it on her shoulder. This little grass snake was about the same size as the little white snake Yunlinger, except that its eyes weren't as lively. The little white snake, Yunlinger, swam around the little grass snake, hissing and flicking her tongue to tease it, appearing particularly happy. Qing Zhao walked closely beside Bai Xiaoqing, whispering to her. The two little girls would giggle from time to time, their laughter as clear and cheerful as wind chimes. They kept snacking, and when they got a little tired from eating and walking, they went to a quiet spot on the riverbank where no one else was setting up stalls, to admire the moonlight reflected in the water. Because it was early summer, fireflies twinkled on the river, stirring up endless memories for Chen. He recalled an anime he had watched in his previous life, in which a story was particularly fitting for the occasion. So he stood on the winding bank of the stream and told in a steady voice the story of a woman who had a chance encounter with a crippled werewolf, became entangled with him, helped the werewolf to live a life of self-sacrifice, but suddenly disappeared. The werewolf, waiting for the woman, lived to old age on the beautiful river of fireflies. As the story ended, tears welled up in the girl's eyes. Fu Hongye, who was a bit impatient, asked. And then, where did the woman go? Did she really not come back to find him? Chen Wujin stood on the bank of the stream, turned around and whispered, showing neither sadness nor joy. There is an insect in the world that hides underwater in its larval stage and emerges from the water as an adult, living only a day and dying at night. It is called a mayfly. The mayfly receives the essence of the sun and moon and, through chance and creation, can become a demon. It is beautiful in appearance, clever in nature, and knows everything. The girls automatically filled in the blanks in their minds, and were shocked by the woman who was transformed from a mayfly, and felt lingering affection and regret for this non-love affair. Xiaoqing Qian, who had been quiet all along, sighed, so she had already. Fu Hongye covered her crimson lips, her voice slightly choked with emotion. The younger Qing Zhao and Bai Xiaoqing hugged each other gently, their heads buried, their eyes red, and their backs trembling slightly. Only Chu Qingxi was oblivious. Her mind was still calculating the cost of 5 mid-grade spirit stones. She looked at the endless street and held the last spirit stone in her hand. Moreover, it only has 2/3 of the spiritual energy. What should we do? Her eyes met Chen Wujin's starry gaze, and Chen Wujin clicked his tongue softly. This woman has no feelings. He worries about money, doesn't enjoy stories, and is an absolute rationalist. But why does he have a personality that's in the final stages of Chinibu, middle school syndrome? This should also be considered one of the 7 unfathomable mysteries of the spirit control sect. Seeing Chu Qingxi's frantic gesture, Chen Wujin helplessly raised his small hand, revealing a mid-grade spirit stone brimming with spiritual energy in his palm. He was only at the chi refining stage and couldn't transmit his voice yet, so he had to mouth the words. There's only one left, and with the one you have, it's just right. Chu Qingxi immediately knew that there would be no problems with her using spirit stones to show her divine power in front of others. She felt relieved and went to a small stall to buy a few skewers of candied hawthorns. 6 people, 1 skewer each, ate and walked at a leisurely pace. In the far distance, a boy with a neutral face whose eyes could almost see through suddenly clenched his right fist. Finally I see you, Chen Wujin. That's right, this androgynous-looking young man is Yi Linchen. His main goal is to display his talent in front of Chen Wujin and Bai Xiaoqing, so that Chen Wujin will feel ashamed of himself and Bai Xiaoqing will admire him. At the same time, create an opportunity for the Elemental Clan's Grand Elder to contact Bai Muyang and probe his attitude towards the Elemental Clan. However, an unexpected incident occurred during the mission. 3 other girls accompanied him. These 3 girls were no weaklings, their mere presence was enough to deter Yi Linchin from making any rash moves. Should we rush up and provoke them at this moment? Didn't you see Chu Qingxi, the head steward of the spirit control sect, right there? Her core formation realm cultivation is no joke. The auras of the other 2 girls are unclear, but they are at least at the peak of the foundation establishment realm, right? If he were to foolishly rush forward, Yi Linchin believed he would be knocked down with a single palm strike in no time. There were still hundreds of feet to go, so we had to think quickly and find a reasonable solution. The first step to saving our people must not stop, it must be taken by me. Yi Linchin's eyes revealed determination. Meanwhile, on the other side, behind the long street, 2 top experts moved stealthily. Long Yin and Bai Muyang followed 50 feet behind Chen Wujin and the others. This distance can be reached in an instant with the cultivation levels of nascent soul and infant transformation realms, ensuring safety. But what if a small test comes from the protector? Bai Muyang waited for a long time, talking to him from time to time, and figured out the nature of Long Yin, one of the 10 spirit beasts worshipped by the Yuling sect. Leisurely, serene, like clouds free from strife. At the same time, he left a unique signal for Lao Liao, the intelligence officer, instructing him to be in charge of manpower allocation. The purpose was to test Chen Wuxian's true character. How to test it? It's very simple. When a person faces a disaster that he cannot resist, his first reaction and his final action will reveal what kind of person he is. Fellow Taoist Long, if the younger generation suddenly encounters a crisis, shouldn't we, as elders, hold back until the very last one before taking action? When asked a question out of the blue, Long Yin didn't think too much about it and waved his hand dismissively. Almost. Okay, ha ha ha. As the laughter grew longer, brilliant spiritual energy appeared around Bai Muyang's body, instantly weaving together to form a barrier that enveloped Long Yin. Please do not interfere, fellow Taoist Long, rest assured, I will never harm your young master. This is just a small test. As soon as the words were spoken, an unexpected event occurred. Both sides. First, a large, slimy water monster rushed out of the river, which was arranged by Bai Muyang. However, a group of men in black suddenly descended from the sky in the night and pounced on Chen Wujin and Bai Xiaoqing. Bai Muyang wasn't sure if this was Lao Liao's arrangement, so he remained silent and kept hidden for the time being. Secondly, Long Yin's vertical pupils shone brightly, and his cultivation at the mid-stage of the 6th realm of nascent soul transformation suddenly erupted. He attacked without mercy, unleashing the first move of the 9 manifestations of the Cloud Dragon, Cloud Claw without edge. Bang! After a single palm strike, the restriction shattered. Long Yin walked past Bai Muyang, leaving behind the words, "The spirit control sect does not accept tests." 2 unexpected events drew Bai Muyang's attention. His restrictions prevented Long Yin from providing support. 3 children, Bai Xiaoqing, Chen Wujin, and Qin Zhao, were enveloped by a black curtain drawn back by the men in black. At the same time, a small figure in flowing robes rushed into the black curtain. Then, the black curtain fell to the ground. Long Yin instantly traversed 50 zhang, his spiritual energy surging forth and transforming into a long dragon of cloud energy that bit down on each of the men in black. Unexpectedly, the men in black exploded with a bang, revealing that they were merely manifestations of spiritual energy. Bai Muyang, who rushed over, grabbed the black curtain from the ground, but there was nothing there. His face turned extremely pale. Long Yin stared at Bai Muyang and questioned, "Wasn't this your arrangement?" Bai Muyang shook his head and pointed to the particularly disgusting, slimy water monster. "This is my plan." He paused slightly, then waved to the water monster, "Go back now." The water monster obeyed and jumped into the water, disappearing from sight. "I don't believe it." Long Yin's pupils gleamed with a dangerous light, his body was enveloped in clouds, and a divine image of a coiled dragon and a celestial aura erupted behind him. How can one believe if one doesn't believe? Only by searching the soul. As a nascent soul cultivator, Bai Muyang could not simply sit idly by and wait for his death. A dazzling spiritual light emanated from his body, dotted with points of Taoist wisdom. My word is absolutely true. Right now, finding this person is the priority. Bai Muyang was just as anxious as Long Yin. The abduction of his own great-granddaughter is one crisis, while his prior deliberate restriction of Long Yin's freedom is the second. Chen Wujin is the only son of Chen Chu and his wife. Even if this only son is a playboy, they will never allow anyone to harm him. Moreover, based on today's observation, Chen Wujin is an absolute genius and prodigy. His importance is self-evident. If he were to disappear completely because of this, it is very likely that the spirit control sect would have to go to war with the Bai family of Zhongzhou. This is no small matter. It is true that the Bai family of Zhongzhou is more powerful than the Yuling sect by 10 times. However, the spirit control sect is exceptionally skilled in combat. With 1 nascent soul cultivator, 1 half-step nascent soul cultivator, and 10 nascent soul cultivators, this fighting force is something no dominant power would dare to easily ignore. In particular, there are many ways to take revenge. As long as the Yuling sect does not confront the Bai family head-on, but instead eliminates the Bai family's major businesses and turns them into a gang of roaming bandits, the consequences would be unimaginable. The two were about to clash, their auras clashing instantly. Chu Qingxi stepped between the two, raised her palms, and stood in front of Bai Muyang and Long Yin. Seniors, those in the nascent soul realm all possess divine sense. You should hurry up and search for the missing person. Don't engage in pointless battles. After a slight pause, Chu Qingxi looked at Bai Muyang meaningfully. If Xiao Jin and Qin Zhao meet with an accident, I will accompany Uncle Chen, Aunt Ro, and all the spirit beasts of our Yuling sect to destroy every valuable asset of the Bai family in Zhongzhou. Let your opponents devour you, and then we will spend our entire lives wiping out your Bai family. After saying that, she turned around without looking back and said to her 2 sisters, I'm sorry, something happened at the sect. This trip is coming to an end. Please stay in the city and be careful. In the spacious and quiet courtyard, the air trembled slightly, and a wisp of spiritual energy, like a master calligrapher beginning to write, outlined 4 small figures. Chen Wujin quickly looked around and saw Bai Xiaoqing and Qin Zhao beside him, which put his mind at ease. They're still here, they haven't gotten separated, so we can start the escape operation immediately. However, there was another figure beside him. Chen Wujin cast his gaze over with a cautious look in his eyes. The boy's androgynous face, with its aloof air, coupled with his flowing robes that moved without wind, made him seem like a celestial being descended to earth. Yi Linchen. Upon seeing the original protagonist of the game, Chen Wujin's mind was flooded with memories. Yi Linchen hasn't reached the 3rd realm yet, so her gender isn't fixed, it could be him or she. Logically speaking, Yi Linchen is only 9 years old and has just become a foundation establishment cultivator. He shouldn't have any contact with me, at most, he should have contact with Bai Xiaoqing. Could it be that the wings of fate's little butterfly have flapped again? This disrupts the original plot. The 2nd and 3rd female leads appearing on the same day, coupled with their earlier meeting with Yi Linchen, is definitely not simple. Right now, there's no need to worry about how fate might rewrite the script, we just need to think about how to deal with the upcoming changes. If this scene was arranged by Yi Linchen's clansmen, then at least I'm not in mortal danger. But, if it was arranged by another sect, then things are hard to say. Chen Wujin's thoughts raced, speaking slowly but actually extremely fast. He walked up to Yi Linchen and asked, Are you the elemental clan's ever-changing sacred body? A single sentence deeply moved Yi Linchen. The Grand Elder said that no one in the lower realm could recognize the 100 transformations' holy body. How could a child recognize it? This concerns the safety of our clansmen, should we? Yi Linchen's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and several sharp spiritual energies gathered between his palms. Chen Wujin glanced at Yi Linchen's palm, then said as if he hadn't noticed, Aren't you going to introduce yourself? After all, he was still a simple-minded boy, and once his impulse to kill was interrupted, it wasn't so easy for him to pick it up again. Yi Linchen frowned slightly and said, My name is Yi Linchen. You know who I am, so I won't introduce myself. Let me ask you, was this game orchestrated by someone from your clan? Chen Wujin pointed out that Yi Linchen was a member of the Elemental clan, just to get straight to the point with this question. He needed to make a correct assessment of the current situation immediately, he had no time to argue with Yi Linchen. Instead of directly revealing Yi Linchen's identity as an elemental being, he would most likely pretend to be a genius teenager in order to impress Xiaoqing. Now that his idea of manifesting sainthood had been thwarted by Chen Wujin, he felt uneasy. Moreover, the fact that he knew the identities of the others made it seem as if he had planned this all along. This feeling was unsettling. Chen Wujin was in complete control of the entire conversation, and Bai Xiaoqing, standing beside him, looked at him with eyes full of distrust. Forcing something will only provoke resentment. Having made his judgment, Yi Linchen stared at Chen Wujin, as if trying to see through Chen Wujin's eyes to the secrets hidden in his heart. After a moment, Yi Linchen said, "I'm not quite sure, but I suspect it's very likely they're not from my clan. If you have to guess, then it means your clansman didn't inform you. If he's not lying, then he's definitely not a member of the elemental race. Let's set off first, wander around, and not stay in one place." Chen Wujin nodded slightly and led Bai Xiaoqing and Qing Zhao, who were leaning against each other, away. He deliberately kept a certain distance from Yi Linchen and quietly said to the two girls, "Be careful of this androgynous face that suddenly appeared. He may very well be an undercover agent sent by the enemy." There are 3 reasons for saying this. First, to prevent Yi Linchen from lying and causing disastrous consequences. Second, a few minor details were added to Yi Linchen's image to make him seem less upright. Those who have completed the game from Yi Linchen's perspective know how thick-skinned and ruthless the real Yi Linchen is. Third, Chen Wujin's body automatically reacts by disliking his destined opponent and unconsciously making sarcastic remarks. Sensing the three's wariness, Yi Linchen wisely refrained from approaching, but couldn't help but mutter to himself. At such a young age, he already has so many thoughts, he's no good. Chen Wujin, I'll remember you. As you walk through the courtyard, the eerie atmosphere grows stronger. The night was deep and dark, and the surrounding flowers, birds, fish, and insects were still, as if they were dead. Only the 4 of them were capable of moving when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck Chen Wujin. Previously, there were 2 attacks at the same time. One was a slimy, disgusting-looking water monster that was actually not very aggressive, and the other was those men in black. These 2 things are clearly not on the same side, and I can conclude that since I was sightseeing in Scale Feather City, and it was obvious that I was going to go for a night tour, then my mother must have arranged for a servant to be by my side. However, the lack of timely response to the offerings indicates that something is delaying the offerings. What is it? Chen Wujin suddenly remembered something unusual about today. Bai Muyang was not by Bai Xiaoqing's side. As far as he knew, the wandering elders rarely failed to put their hearts and souls into their travels when they took the children on their journeys. Is it really true that you absolutely trust the spirit control sect? Impossible. They are all highly skilled cultivators. How could anyone be so naive? So today's scheme was very likely orchestrated by that old man, Bai Muyang. In this way, there is only one purpose, to test my reaction. Thinking of this, Chen Wujin felt a slight sense of urgency ease. Hiding behind a concealed wall, he turned his head and whispered. "Xiaoqing, this is probably your grandfather playing a prank on us." Bai Xiaoqing's eyes brightened slightly, but after considering for a long time, she shook her head sadly and said, "It shouldn't be. My grandfather went to see Uncle Liao today." Uncle Liao. They're in charge of our safety and providing Grandpa with intelligence about Nan Dan Hai Zhou. Bai Xiaoqing said, then quickly covered her mouth. She glared at Chen Wujin angrily, her large, expressive eyes conveying a sense of reproach, as if to say, "You deliberately lied to me and said things I shouldn't have. If it's not Old Man Bai, and it's not from the Elemental clan, then it's the enemy of my spirit control sect. An enemy unrelated to the destruction flag. Or perhaps it's some of the other minor subplots that I've overlooked." Chen Wujin's heart was in turmoil, but he maintained a relaxed expression and waved his hand to show his innocence. Qing Zhao covered her mouth and smiled. As long as she was by the young master's side and saw his brows relax, she felt at ease. Yi Linchen was so frustrated he felt like vomiting blood. The way Chen Wujin and Bai Xiaoqing addressed him and their tone of voice made him feel the closeness between the two. Although it wasn't to the point of admiration, Yi Linchen was a confident and simple-minded person who had been instilled with the idea that, there is no one like me in this world, since childhood. They can't stand it when others show off in front of them. After looking around, Chen Wujin led the way, followed closely by 2 little girls. As for Yi Linchen, he's not a girl, so why bother with him? After walking for about 15 minutes, the spiritual energy within the group became increasingly suffocated, and they gradually felt that their internal circulation was not smooth. The little white snake lay weakly on Bai Xiaoqing's shoulder, as if it were about to suffocate. Bai Xiaoqing retrieved it into her spiritual energy and temporarily stored it within her body. Then, she said nervously, Yunlinger told me with her thoughts that the moon in the sky is draining the spiritual energy. Once it has drained the spiritual energy in the courtyard, it will start draining the spiritual energy in our bodies. We must leave immediately. Upon hearing this, Chen Wujin was not surprised but delighted, saying, I understand. He looked up sharply at the moon. It's neither a crescent moon nor a new moon, it's round like a plate, but with a missing corner, like a modern clock face, but missing the section from 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock. No more, no less, exactly 1/12. This is the inner formation of the crescent moon sect, the crescent moon remnant spirit formation. His memory was illuminated by the message from the moon and the little white snake, and Chen Wujin was absolutely certain. Today's game was set up by the crescent moon sect. Their targets are mostly me and Xiaoqing. Why? Yi Linchen asked. He had two meanings in his question. First, why is this targeting the two of you? Second, why are you so sure it's the crescent moon sect? Chen Wujin rolled his eyes and glanced at Yi Linchen, analyzed the clues and make inferences. Then, I added in my mind, because I've seen the plot. This essentially triggered a crisis ahead of time. The potential alliance between the Spirit Control sect and the Bai family of Zhongzhou put pressure on the Crescent Moon sect. So they decided to address the root cause, believing that only the one who tied the knot could untie it, but what if the one who tied the knot was gone? Chen Wujin glanced at all his companions, including Yi Linchen. We must work together to break the moon in the sky, or we will all die here. Even if it's the Crescent Moon sect, why would they want to kill us? Yi Linchen wasn't deliberately trying to provoke us, he genuinely didn't think the matter was that serious. Chen Wujin shook his head and glanced at him sideways. Even you showed murderous intent when you heard me mention the Elemental clan. How old are you this year? After a brief pause, Chen Wujin pointed to the crescent moon in the sky. My Spirit Control sect is the third largest hegemon in the southern Danhai continent, but unlike the other two hegemons, the Spirit Control sect is a newly emerging force, built up by my parents through hard work. To put it more vividly, the so-called struggle is something that is won with fists and swords. So if we only compare the size of fists, it is hard to say who is better among the three overlords of Nan Danhai Zhou. Perhaps the Bai Tao sect, which has the deepest foundation, is stronger, but the one that dares to fight the most on the surface is definitely my Yuling sect. Our Spirit Control sect has a weakness, a lack of funds. If we can get in touch with the Bai family of Central Continent, the problem will be solved. How do you think the Crescent Moon sect will feel then? Even though Yi Linchen was exceptionally talented and had an extraordinary temperament, he was only 9 years old and lacked experience. Upon suddenly hearing these things, he couldn't analyze them in a short time. With thoughts swirling in his mind and words stuck in his throat, Yi Linchen's androgynous, peerless face flushed a deep purplish red. Chen Wujin ignored him and turned to look at Bai Xiaoqing. Sister Xiaoqing, don't worry, I was only talking about the ideas of the Chueyue sect, not the plans of my Yuling sect. As the saying goes, a man should strive for self-improvement. Our Spirit Control sect wants to get rid of its financial difficulties and disdains to scheme against others. He spoke with great passion, but Chen Wujin knew perfectly well how much his parents hoped to keep Bai Xiaoqing. The eldest daughter of the Bai family in Zhongzhou is studying and exchanging ideas at the Yuling sect. This topic alone could attract countless people seeking apprenticeship and instruction in the coming spring, not to mention other numerous benefits. However, Chen Wujin, without batting an eye, pointed to the sky and continued. As heaven maintains vigor through movement, a gentleman should constantly strive for self-improvement. As Earth's nature is receptive, a gentleman should cultivate virtue and bear all things with magnanimity. My Yuling sect has conquered the land, and naturally we can sit securely on it. We would never stoop to petty tricks. After he finished speaking, he stood still, enjoying the gazes of the three little devils. Qingzhao's trust seemed to have evolved, now mixed with a touch of admiration. Bai Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled. Although she didn't understand what Chen Wujin had just said, she felt that he was inexplicably powerful and had the kind of masculine spirit that adults often talked about. Yi Linchen initially wanted to scoff, but he sensed the vastness and grandeur in Chen Wujin's words, as well as the spirit of self-improvement, which was precisely the spiritual foundation that the elemental race had always pursued. This completely baffled him or her. Could it be that the Chen Wujin of the past was just a disguise? Those spoiled appearances, mischievous childhoods, absurd behaviors, it's all a lie. He was actually an extraordinary person, just like himself, who aspired to soar to the heavens. Soulmates in this life, yet destined rivals. It's a pity, but it suits my temperament perfectly, Yi Linchen. I acknowledge you, Chen Wujin. Chen Wujin got cocky. It felt so good to show off in front of others. Look, even that simpleton Yi Linchen is almost becoming my fanboy. Ah, to hold the bright moon in one's hand and pluck the stars from the sky. As he was marveling to himself, he suddenly heard a faint voice, as if descending from the heavens, or perhaps echoing from all directions. Ha ha ha, today's operation was a gamble that paid off. I never expected that the notorious spendthrift of the spirit control sect in Nandan Haizhou would have such great ambitions. He's been hiding them very well. It is said that you were already flirting with the maid Qingzhao when you were 6 years old, and had a close relationship with the head steward Chu Qingxi when you were 7. When you grow up, you will definitely be a complete lecher, acting wildly and unruly, disregarding worldly laws, and showing little respect for your parents. It is said that your Yuling sect will perish in the 2nd generation. I didn't expect that the rumors were all false, and that you deliberately smeared yourself. If my spies from the Crescent Moon sect confirm the facts, then all of this was done by you alone, and your incredibly powerful parents knew nothing about it. It's both terrifying and astonishing. Who could have imagined that an 8-year-old child would possess such wisdom? The sound lingered in all directions, refusing to dissipate for a long time. The crescent moon in the sky suddenly burst forth with moonlight, a beam shining directly into the center of the courtyard, and then a figure appeared. A scholar in black slowly stepped out of the moonlight pavilion, gently fanning himself with a folding fan, his eyes fixed intently on Chen Wujin. He saw nothing else but this one person, as if only this person was worthy of his attention, and everyone else was nothing but ants. Yi Linchen had never been so slighted before. Feeling resentful, he flipped his wrist and channeled spiritual energy into his palms and fingers, sending out sharp, knife-like, and sword-like beams that shot towards the black-clad scholar. His aura is fierce, but unfortunately his cultivation is lacking. The scholar in black remained expressionless and made no move, shattering all the spiritual energy swords and blades while simultaneously binding Yi Linchen's next move. Yi Linchen's spiritual energy was suddenly drained and floated into the black-clad scholar's hand. You must not use spiritual energy recklessly within the crescent moon and lingering spirit array, Chen Wujin reminded. Yi Linchen sat on the ground, panting heavily, and rolled his eyes, saying, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Were you doing this on purpose? You acted too quickly, I couldn't stop you. You were still talking to the men in black. I don't understand why you made a move. It was so rude of you." Ha 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 ha. Indeed, this is rude and deserves punishment. The scholar in black flipped his folding fan and fanned it slightly from top to bottom. Bang. Yi Linchen was slapped into a spread eagle position and lay on the ground, panting heavily. Seeing that the protagonist of destiny was still alive, Chen Wujin felt slightly relieved and turned to look at the scholar in black. "Are you sure you want to kill me today?" "It wasn't necessarily so before, but now it's a must," the scholar in black said with a gentle smile. "Where are the others?" Chen Wujin stalled for time, his small hand swiping behind his back, writing incantations. Still not giving up. What a resilient spirit. The difference in cultivation level is stark, and as a golden core cultivator, I absolutely cannot afford to make any mistakes. The scholar in black noticed Chen Wujin's subtle movements, and his eyes blossomed with admiration. However, he slowly shook his head and said, "What a pity. Such a gifted talent died at the young age of 8. What a great regret in life. But don't worry, now that you're dead, I'll make sure you're not lonely on your journey." His unspoken message: kill everyone in this place. When the will to kill stirs, the winds and clouds shift. The scholar in black fell silent, and a dark, inky phantom materialized behind him, about 10 feet tall, resembling a demon or ghost, swaying and dancing. The phantom flew out, obscuring everything around it, except for the moonlight. A heavy aura of death pressed down, making the moonlight appear even more alluring. The phantom was right in front of them, as if the Grim Reaper's scythe had already fallen on everyone's neck, and the viscous blood in their bodies was restless. If one cannot use spiritual energy, then one cannot save oneself. Qing Zhao and Bai Xiaoqing were stunned, their bright eyes filled with tears. Despair spread through their hearts. Lying on the ground, Yi Linchen's body was unable to move, only his lips parted slightly. My destiny has not yet been fulfilled, how can I die here so easily? The voice gradually lowered, from unyielding and resolute to plaintive and even somewhat feminine fear. Suddenly, Chen Wujin said in a very fast voice, try to gather your spiritual energy and use your strongest life-saving methods. Spiritual energy. They're all sealed off, so where would the spiritual energy come from? A question suddenly arose in Yi Linchen's mind, and the spiritual energy in his body surged like a spring. What's going on? His question was also the question of the two little girls, and even more so the question of the scholar in black. The black-clad scholar had several considerations in choosing to trap the children with the Crescent Moon Remnant Spirit Array. The primary issue was that Chen Wujin and the others were of noble status and it was almost impossible for them not to have protective measures left by their sect. Only when his spiritual energy is completely depleted, or when he completely seals off the use of spiritual energy, can he kill these prodigies protected by their sects at will. However, he couldn't understand why the spiritual energy in the courtyard was suddenly so abundant that even the waning moon in the sky couldn't absorb it. No outsider has ever known about the Crescent Moon and lingering spirit array, so there is absolutely no way it could have any problems. His mind was in turmoil, but his killing intent remained. His eyes hardened, and his phantom instantly enveloped the four children, beginning to devour and strangle them. However, another unexpected event occurred. Barriers imbued with Taoist principles rose up one after another, changing from transparent to semi-transparent, and together forming an oval-shaped protective shield. The Tao. Words of power. No, this is the power that only spiritual words possess. The scholar in black could not believe it. 8 years old. What a monstrous talent. I'll risk my life to kill you. Shrugging slightly, Chen Wujin said, I'm so scared. He curled the corners of his mouth into a roguish smile. Qing Zhao, let the men in black show off all the little gadgets I make every day. Qing Zhao hummed in agreement, opened the small pouch, and the blue and white wave patterns on it floated and changed, as if they had become real waves, and then countless strange artifacts erupted out. Some fell to the ground, some floated in midair, and some clung to the transparent protective barrier of Taoist intent. They all stood ready, forming a certain formation. Moreover, Yi Linchen activated the protective gem that had always been around his neck. Rays of iridescent light wrapped around his body and then spread outwards. Upon encountering the transparent shield, the gem stopped and reinforced itself. Bai Xiaoqing's eyes shone with a divine green light, and wisps of white smoke rose from her body. This smoke pierced through everything, broke through the void, and appeared on the vast earth, giving Bai Muyang a signal to follow. Then, a small white snake coiled around her head, hissing towards the sky. Hiss, 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 hiss. With each cry, it grows larger, and with each increase in size, its strength doubles. With these protective measures in place, the children immediately knew they were safe. Once activated, the elemental race's iridescent stone will trigger the protective power left by the Grand Elder, lasting for at least half an hour. Unless struck by a peak nascent soul cultivator, it is extremely difficult to break. Bai Xiaoqing's protective methods are even more mysterious. It is the descent of Yunlinger's ancestor, which can be used for both offense and defense. If it hisses a few more times, the black-clad scholar in the Golden Core realm will probably have no choice but to flee for his life. He had just finished making those harsh remarks, and now he was in a difficult situation. The scholar in black had an extremely ugly face, which turned green, white, and purple in turns, as if he had become a palette of colors. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted from the crescent moon in the sky. Whether to kill or not is no longer a question. The plan has failed. We'll just pack up and leave. As long as you're not captured, our crescent moon sect can renege on our debt. This is a notification from the person in charge, who is thousands of miles away. Upon seeing the wisps of white smoke, the true mastermind behind the crescent moon sect knew that the plan had failed. Assassinating sect geniuses is not uncommon among the major sects, but it's not unheard of either. Since they failed to succeed, and as long as they don't leave any evidence, the Crescent Moon sect, being a dominant force, indeed has nothing to worry about. However, Chen Wujin had already anticipated this. His eyes were like knives, sharp and menacing, and he said in a chilling tone, trying to leave. Did you ask me first? Being outmaneuvered and not fighting back is a disgrace to any gaming expert, and Chen Wujin could never agree to that. He suddenly pointed his fingers like a sword and wrote wildly in the air. As heaven maintains vigor through movement, a gentleman should constantly strive for self-improvement. The written language of spiritual power has evolved dramatically, surpassing mere words. This technique is known to the world as sentence formation of spiritual power. The intense Taoist intent not only condenses spiritual energy but also captivates the soul. A strong and vigorous Tao intent spread across the transparent sky, obscuring the waning moon in the night. To be able to write is to be a genius, to be able to form words is to be a prodigy, to be able to compose sentences is to become a saint or ancestor. The black-clad scholar's mind was in turmoil as one thought came to mind. He stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him, missing his last chance to escape. Chen Wujin's spiritual energy surged and boiled, his fingertips glowing as he continued to write. The earth is receptive, the superior man, in accordance with this, carries the world with his virtue. The earth seal causes any inanimate object that touches the earth to emit a thick, earthy, mysterious light, severing all escape techniques. The scholar in black bit his tongue hard, regained his senses, and then waved his hand to use the crescent moon sect's shattered moon escape. Black energy emanated from his body, but he did nothing else unusual. How is this possible? You're only at the chi refining realm, yet you can seal the heavens and earth. Chen Wujin shook his head and remained silent, continuing to compose sentences using the power of words. Following the wind, the superior man carries out his mandate and acts accordingly. When thunder rumbles, a wise man should be filled with fear and self-reflection. As the 4 sentences appeared, a profound and wondrous Tao sound silently resounded throughout heaven and earth. The majestic Tao intent captivated the listeners, yet filled them with immense fear. The scholar in black had the highest cultivation and the deepest understanding. His eyes were filled with overwhelming fear, as if facing an abyss, as if gazing upon the vast sky. He was 4 parts captivated by the profound meaning of the Taoist verses, 3 parts regretting that he had acted too late, 2 parts amazed by Chen Wujin's talent, and 1 part barely managing to speak. This is absolutely beyond your comprehension. These words contain the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, which is why they can cause the world to turn upside down and prevent me from escaping. That's right, it's definitely not something I can understand. But I'm a time traveler, after all. I obtained this ancient and great wisdom by honestly and openly. What can you do to me? He may have the desire, but he had to continue to perform for others. Chen Wujin smiled calmly, ignoring the beads of sweat the size of rice grains on his forehead, and wrote downwards with a hand as steady as steel. Goodness is like water, a wise person plans ahead when undertaking any task. Fire is associated with people, a wise person distinguishes things by their kind and category. Walking on the marsh, a gentleman discerns the people's will and peace of mind. Zhen Mountain is humble, a gentleman uses this to reduce excess and increase deficiency. With each sentence he wrote, the fear on the black-clad scholar's face doubled. The 4 lines are linked together, and together with the previous 4 lines, they correspond to a total of 8 hexagrams: Qian, Kun, Sun, Zhen, Kan, Li, Dui, and Zhen. The Bagua symbols suddenly appeared, and the surrounding space became stable and constant, making it difficult for anyone, inside or outside, to break through. The scholar in black gritted his teeth, staring at the instigator of all this, Chen Wujin. Monster, prodigy, genius, prodigy, none of these words are enough to describe him. Even a born saint or a true immortal descended to earth could not surpass this. The scholar in black muttered to himself, staggered backward and fell, sitting cross-legged on the ground, clearly giving up on resistance and escape. In the distant sky, where the clouds meet, 2 swift figures flew so fast that they disappeared from sight, chasing after the wisps of white smoke rising into the air, their sonic booms like thunder. Chen Wujin's ears twitched slightly as he looked in the direction of the sound, a warm smile spreading across his face. Reinforcements have arrived, we're safe now. Suddenly, Chen Wujin turned around and smiled again, his smile as radiant as a summer flower. However, Yi Linchen, your people may suffer because of this. Do you want to hear what I have to say? Yi Linchen's spiritual energy had slightly recovered. He supported himself on the ground with his arms, sat up straight, and said with a firm gaze. If you think you can use me to threaten your people, you're dreaming. No, of course not. Chen Wujin wiped the sweat from his forehead and grinned, if the men in black knew your identity, it would be troublesome for you, wouldn't it? Yes, but why? Yi Linchen couldn't see through this boy who was a year younger than him. He almost killed Qing Zhao and Xiaoqing just now, which is an unforgivable crime. Chen Wujin's voice was clear and bright, as if he were talking about where to go on a picnic tomorrow. But this is clearly a matter of life and death. The bizarre scene further solidified the black-clad scholar's assessment of Chen Wujin. A born saint, a true immortal descended to earth. Having made such an enemy, the sect is likely doomed to defeat. I am trusted by the sect and rose from humble beginnings. All my cultivation is a gift from the sect. My death is not a pity, but I must leave clues for the sect. Tell them that Chen Wujin must be killed. No, we must make Chen Wujin famous throughout the world, and take this opportunity to eliminate the Yuling sect and remove a major threat to the sect. The scholar in black frowned in thought, hoping to come up with a way to leave a message in the gossip. Inside the transparent protective shield, Qing Zhao and Bai Xiaoqing stood very close, and naturally heard Chen Wujin's words of protection for them clearly. Qing Zhao felt warm and fuzzy inside, a sweet smile blooming on her face as her bright eyes secretly gazed at her young master's profile. Bai Xiaoqing, however, was very thin-skinned, and her face suddenly flushed red. She hurriedly covered her face, turned away, and pounced onto Yunlinger's snake-like body, which was as thick as a dragon, whispering intimate words to the little white snake. The two figures who rushed over from afar were Long Yin and Bai Muyang. They saw the broken crescent moon remnant spirit array. I saw the 8 trigrams mantra brimming with Taoist meaning, a transparent shield layered with various protective measures, and the person inside. The protective measures were activated, but the lives of those inside were unharmed. Bai Muyang landed on the ground, his tense lips relaxing slightly. Fellow Taoist Long, thankfully the children are all unharmed. Long Yin transformed into human form, landed on the ground, and his attitude became much colder. Bai Muyang was understanding. If someone else had schemed against him, causing Xiaoqing to disappear, he would probably have been 100 times worse. He chuckled awkwardly and made conversation, saying, "Your spirit control sex methods are truly mysterious. You actually possess such subtle and profound 8 trigrams mantras. You are truly a hidden master. It's not a sex method." Long Yin shook his head, looking thoughtfully at Chen Wujin, who was sitting at the very back, looking like a little adult. Chen Wujin was talking to another boy he didn't recognize. Long Yin's gaze shifted, sweeping towards the black-clad scholar sitting cross-legged on the ground. His pupils suddenly contracted and dilated, flashing with a fierce light. The scholar in black felt a chill run down his spine, but he ignored it and continued to rack his brains for a way to leave a message. A moment later, Long Yin looked away, but then heard a loud thud. Bai Muyang lifted his foot and walked into the 8 trigrams mantra, but unexpectedly his cultivation suddenly stopped working. He crashed into thin air, as if there were a wall, and his feet could not move forward even an inch, and there was no interaction between the inside and outside sounds. How did he know that? Bai Xiaoqing saw him, but she, Qing Zhao, and the enlarged Yunlinger pointed at him and laughed. Their mouths were clearly moving, but he couldn't hear a sound. Bai Muyang, a wanderer by nature, was naturally slick and opportunistic. He seized the opportunity to flatter, saying, "So powerful, it must have been your young sect leader who did it again." Long Yin nodded. Both of them could clearly see that the scholar in black could not harm the children, and only then did they have the leisure to examine the 8 trigrams true words. Standing before the 8 trigrams mantra, looking up at it with reverence, they can better appreciate its profound mysteries. The 8 trigrams mantra floated in midair, standing in 8 directions, perfectly corresponding to the innate 8 trigrams diagram. Whether it was the meaning of the words, the shape they formed, or the subtle Taoist intent emanating from them, everything captivated the two of them. If the matter hadn't remained unresolved, the two great masters would probably have closed their eyes, sat cross-legged, and devoted themselves to deep contemplation. In this urgent situation, they had no choice but to use their divine sense to scan the 8 trigrams mantra, deeply imprinting its contents in their minds, and then knock on the door. However, Chen Wujin turned and smiled at them, but did not unravel the inner and outer barriers of the 8 trigrams mantra. He then turned to look at Yi Linchen. The elemental race is a race wanted by the celestial realm. However, the celestial realm and the human realm have always been at odds. As a dominant force, my spirit control sect has no need to curry favor with the celestial realm. The same goes for the Bai family of Central Continent. Only the Crescent Moon sect is untrustworthy. If the Crescent Moon sect is untrustworthy, why should the Spirit Control sect and the Bai family be trustworthy? Just because I said those words. Chen Wujin gave himself a thumbs up. Yi Linchen was taken aback. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone this shameless. I was arrogant enough, but I never expected there would be someone even more arrogant than me. While he was still in a daze, Chen Wujin smiled and continued. The two elders outside must want to interrogate the men in black. He will surely suffer the torment of having his soul searched. As for me, I can do two good deeds at once. It will help you kill him directly, eliminating the possibility of your elemental race's information being leaked. He also helped the men in black end his suffering early, preventing him from enduring the torment of soul searching and being utterly destroyed, without even the chance to be reincarnated. Shameless. Yi Linchen was speechless with frustration. The black-clad scholar, who had been sitting on the ground, resigned to his fate, suddenly raised his head and asked, "Does reincarnation truly exist in this world?" "Who knows? Believe it or not, it's up to you," Chen Wujin replied to the scholar in black. "He didn't want to destroy my soul and spirit." A thought flashed through the black-clad scholar's mind. He nodded and then remained silent. Chen Wujin looked at Yi Linchen and said, "Do you want to or not? Give me a straight answer." "Fine, but you're only at the chi refining realm, can you really do it?" Yi Linchen's eyes revealed distrust. Being able to protect oneself in a crisis is already the limit. Want to kill a 4th stage golden core cultivator while only being at the chi refining stage? Who can do that? Don't be ridiculous. Even the storytellers in brothels and under overpasses don't have such absurd stories. Sensing Yi Linchen's disdain, Chen Wujin smiled and said, "Although this is not something I can do, it is still something I can do." What he meant was that although I couldn't kill him, I could do so by using the immense power of the 8 trigrams mantra's first appearance in the world, and that the 8 trigrams mantra was created because of me. If you're unhappy, you'd better keep it to yourself. After saying that, Chen Wujin stretched out his hand and spread his 5 fingers, then suddenly clenched it. The 8 trigrams mantra condensed inward with his gesture, penetrating the transparent shield and concentrating on the black-clad scholar. The scholar in black was filled with tension, awaiting his impending death. He would wait until the very last moment to condense the message of killing Chen Wujin into the ethereal 7th soul. This was a gamble with his life on the line. He didn't know if the sect would accept it, but it was his only option. This 7th soul is originally divided into one illusory and one real. The illusory one resides in the body, while the real one is contained in the commemorative lanterns lit within the sect. If the bet succeeds, the sect will determine the moment of death through a memorial lantern and will receive the message they sent. Chen Wujin is a true immortal descended to earth. We must kill him while he is still weak. Although there was a 50% chance that the lamplighter would ignore it, the scholar in black couldn't care less about that. He steeled his resolve, and as death approached, the message was etched into his 7th soul, before he faced eternal silence. Suddenly, in the instant before his annihilation, he heard Chen Wujin say, "The message cannot be transmitted. The true words of gossip block everything. All your thoughts are delusions. One word, and it pierces the heart. The scholar in black is dead, and there is nowhere to vent his grievances." In the darkness, the gossip and truths erased the scholar in black, like an eraser wiping away a pencil drawing, leaving not a trace. The illusory mansion slowly collapsed, turning into spiritual energy that drifted into the air. The two great masters were greatly shocked to witness a child kill a golden core realm expert of the 4th realm. The chi refining realm killing a golden core realm expert was something that was even more exaggerated than in myths and legends. Even if he managed to do it by drawing upon the power of heaven and earth, that is still a form of strength. If he gains other insights, wouldn't that allow him to kill another golden core expert? Long Yin may not have felt it deeply, but Bai Muyang, having personally come into contact with the 8 trigrams mantra, could clearly sense that the mantra was of an extremely high level. If it were someone of the same generation, no, even someone at the golden core stage, who used these 8 words of truth, I would probably have to use all my skills to have a 30% chance of escaping. Is this kid really that monstrous? Bai Muyang's heart trembled. He stared at that small face and looked at Chen Wujin's smile, a chill spreading through him. Can Xiaoqing really turn him into an asset? Will this kid one day swallow up the entire Bai family? The thought had barely formed in his mind when Bai Muyang smiled and thought to himself, he's just a child. Even if he has the unparalleled talent to ascend to immortality, he can't possibly compare to the vast Bai family. He turned to look at Long Yin, whose expression had completely softened, and asked, an 8-year-old child, such a feat, can you imagine? The young sect leader is even stronger than his father. It seems that the heavens are blessing our spirit control sect. Long Yin laughed, his long beard trembling wildly. While they were talking, the two were also tactful. They could tell that Chen Wujin was conversing with another unfamiliar young man. This young man was the figure who rushed into the black curtain on the snack street. She looks like a righteous young man, well, maybe a young woman. The two looked at it again and again, but still couldn't tell whether the boy was a boy or a girl. Strangeness. Bai Muyang and Long Yin exchanged a glance, both seeing a huge question mark in each other's eyes. I shook my head. It wasn't appropriate to ask, but I could eavesdrop. However, they didn't expect. Chen Wujin shook his robes, spread his 5 fingers and reached towards the sky, saying in a way that was both ethereal and domineering, I can hold the bright moon and pluck the stars from the sky, there is no one like me in this world. You shameless thief. Soaring to the heavens, shameless, deceiving innocent children. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Muyang seemed to regard Chen Wujin as a peer. We're all old foxes, it's normal for us to scheme against each other, but it's wrong for an old fox to scheme against a child. That's roughly the feeling. But Bai Muyang was unaware of his own subtle thoughts. He moved closer to his obedient great-granddaughter and asked, Xiaoqing, were you frightened? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoqing frowned and snorted, then stepped on the old man's foot. I saw it all. It's great-grandpa's fault. Why did you go and trap the spirit control sect's elder? When she said she was looking, she wasn't really looking, since she, being at the chi refining realm, couldn't see through the old man's invisibility technique. Bai Xiaoqing also sensed something was wrong on the long street, mainly through the white snake's perception, but the subsequent drastic changes drew her into it. I've been in a tense state the whole time, and only now can I switch to normal mode. Having just experienced such a close call with death, she could only relieve the pressure with her irritable actions, stomping on Bai Muyang's cloth shoes one after another. Bai Muyang whispered words of comfort while trying to elicit information, mainly wanting to know the specific details of what had happened. Then he became more and more surprised as he listened, his dry mouth opening wider and wider. Beside him, Long Yin's pupils dilated and then shrank, feeling that Chen Wujin's words were very poetic and particularly suited to his own kind of dragon who spent most of his time roaming above the clouds. Suddenly, I heard Bai Xiaoqing softly recounting what had happened. This part of the process, which neither he nor Old Man Bai witnessed, turned out to be so thrilling. If Xiao Jin makes just one wrong move, it will be an irreversible disaster. Long Yin gave Chen Wujin a deep look. Young sect master, you're so meticulous, yet you're still scheming against a mere child. That's a bit shameless. He didn't treat Chen Wujin like an 8-year-old child either. Chen Wujin, unaware of the thoughts in the minds of the two senior experts, walked to Yi Linchen's side and chuckled mischievously. You owe me a life-saving favor. If you want to repay it next time, you should at least leave your contact information. Contact information. The strange words left Yi Linchen stunned for a long time. Hey, you're not trying to renege on your debt, are you? Chen Wujin stretched out his leg, flicked his toe, and gently tapped Yi Linchen's calf. Yi Linchen opened his mouth, but before he could speak, a voice suddenly appeared. Young friend, you saved my young master's life. Our entire clan is deeply grateful and will never forget it. Haha, that sounds nice. If I hadn't completed all the game's endings, I would have actually believed your lies. The voice contained unpredictable spiritual energy and possessed a unique meaning. Chen Wujin instantly recognized that it belonged to Yi Yongxing, the great elder of the elemental clan. As night fell, a figure in a black robe emerged from the darkness, the robe concealing his face with azure spiritual energy. Whether someone is a friend or foe cannot be judged solely by their words. Long Yin and Bai Muyang were both on high alert, determined not to allow the same mistake to happen a second time. After taking precautions, Bai Muyang refrained from speaking, as the territory was near the Yuling sect. Contrary to his usual behavior, Long Yin did not speak directly. Instead, he looked at Chen Wujin with deep, dragon-like eyes. That look revealed a lot. Bai Muyang thought to himself, the dragon clan is always proud and arrogant, yet they're willing to let this brat Chen Wujin be their leader. That's incredible. Chen Wujin, without hesitation, smiled at Long Yin and then cupped his hands towards the men in black robes. I already know the origin of the young master you mentioned, but since your clan has a powerful enemy that is difficult to resist, we don't need to reveal it. The men in black robes turned to look at Yi Linchen, and seeing him nod, he replied, all right, we won't spell it out. We will remember your kindness, young friend, and there's no need for us to take advantage of your kindness. The barbed words indicated that Yi Yongxing, hidden beneath the black robe, still wanted to help Yi Linchen fight for his life. He still wanted Yi Linchen to get close to Bai Xiaoqing. Bai Xiaoqing's attitude was indeed crucial. The Bai family of Zhongzhou is indeed a dominant force. However, the Bai family, together with the other three major families, belongs to a secret organization, the True Immortal Descendants Alliance. This is no small matter. It may contain secret records of the Elemental Lord's ascension to the pinnacle of power. Yi Yongxing's only way to obtain those files was to get in touch with the Bai family. Chen Wujin saw right through their schemes. I played through all the endings. You wouldn't believe it, would you? I'm not going to respond to that. Let's see what you do then. On a sudden inspiration, Chen Wujin made the most of his 8-year-old age advantage. He politely cupped his hands to the men in black robes and said, Senior, since your young master is here, I will talk to him. You can wait and wait for the result. Chen Wujin's words implied two things. First, you are the senior and I am the junior. How dare you argue with me? Second, your young master is here. You are just a mere man in black robes, hiding your face and tail. What right do you have to speak to me? Those who cultivate to the nascent soul stage have a lifespan of 1,000 years. You can still hear the underlying meaning in those words. Bai Muyang and Long Yin stared at the men in black robes with great interest, sizing him up to assess his cultivation level while giving him sarcastic glances. Hee hee, encountering such a monster, you're destined to suffer a defeat, aren't you satisfied? Bai Muyang thought to himself. It's better to share happiness than to enjoy it alone, especially when it comes to things like taking a loss. If everyone suffers a loss, then he'll feel better. However, Long Yin hadn't suffered any losses yet, while Bai Muyang was clearly not going to suffer any losses, which made Bai Muyang shake his head and sigh inwardly. What kind of luck did the spirit control sect have? Chen Wujin, this kid, is already so monstrous at the age of 8. They still have 7 years to spend together. Wouldn't that completely steal Xiaoqing's heart? No, absolutely not. I must keep a close eye on my precious great-granddaughter. Yi Yongxing, hidden beneath the black robe, felt as if her throat was blocked, experiencing discomfort and suffocation. Her face changed color rapidly, from blue to white, then to red, and finally to purple. I've had enough. Watch me slap this little bastard to death. The thought crossed his mind, but he dared not move his body. The spirit beast worshipped by the spirit control sect, Dragon Yin's true form is an ancient and exotic species, the cloud dragon, which is definitely stronger than most cultivators at the same level. Both he and I are at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. If we were to fight, I would definitely lose. We need to be patient. Yi Yongxing nodded twice, his head still covered by the hood, and remained silent. Chen Wujin grinned, walked to Yi Linchen's side, and reached out to pull Yi Linchen up from the ground. Suddenly, his arm stopped in midair, and he frowned, saying, You'd better hurry up and reach the core formation realm. Why? Yi Linchen was slightly confused. After a brief pause, he asked again, Do you think I'm too weak? Indeed, this time, he wanted to rush in, demonstrate his strength, and save them all in one fell swoop. However, he was knocked to the ground by the scholar in black right at the start. The first to lose its fighting ability. It's so embarrassing, even worse than the two girls. At least the two of them cooperated with Chen Wujin, while he himself only managed to activate his life-saving abilities with Chen Wujin's help. Therefore, the Grand Elder left the clan's secret island and ventured into the inland region. Yi Linchen felt even more ashamed and lowered his proud head for the first time. I won't thank you for your kindness. I will repay you one day. Unexpectedly, Chen Wujin waved his hand and said confidently. I'm very strong, that day will never come, so. As the last syllable of his name trailed off, a flash of inspiration struck Chen Wujin. The elemental clan's ever-changing sacred body shows no distinction between male and female in childhood. Since her fate is inextricably linked to Yilinchen, she might as well let him or her completely become her. That way, even if they are rivals or enemies, it will at least be pleasing to the eye. But, won't this cause some unexpected problems? After all, the ending he completed was that Yilinchen was a man. Forget it, never mind. This is my real life, I can't treat it like a game. Moreover, thinking too much will overwhelm your brain cells, causing them to fail completely, and eventually you'll go bald. I wonder if there's any hair regrowth product in this world that works every time. The thought amused Chen Wujin, who chuckled out loud, then made a sarcastic remark that sounded both wistful and poignant. Relax. Life is like a game, and a game is like life. Just do whatever you want. Then, a wicked smile crept onto his face, and with a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, he said, Why don't you wait until you break through to the core formation stage and then transform yourself into a woman in body and mind? Upon hearing this, Yilinchen's mind was filled with. Bai Xiaoqing and Qing Zhao were stunned before they could react. They were processing the information in Chen Wujin's words. Beneath the black robe, Yongxing's eyes gleamed sharply. He knew that Lin Chen possessed the 100 transformation saint body. The killing intent, arising from his heart, touched Long Yin, who was standing to the side. The dragon's horns glowed faintly, and it suddenly took a step forward, traversing all distances, and appeared in front of the black-robed figure. Vast, boundless clouds surged from the ground and sky, instantly enveloping the two of them and forming an inverted, large, round bowl. Why did you so rashly entertain the thought of killing, fellow Taoist? Yongxing remained silent. To say another word at this moment would only reveal his weakness. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate and about to come to blows, Chen Wujin's voice drifted through the clouds. Uncle Longyin, it's all right. This old guy has probably been staying in the secret place for too long and hasn't seen much of the world. Let's let him off this time. Longyin stared intently at the black-robed figure, as if trying to see who was hiding beneath. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, Xiaojin, are you sure he won't hurt you? Yes, absolutely. Chen Wujin said casually. Okay, as you wish. As the clouds dispersed, the cloud dragon was no longer on the ground, but coiled in the air, revealing its true form. This is his optimal fighting stance. If the man in black robes makes the slightest move, he will surely deliver a thunderous strike. They don't mind watching a big spectacle, and they're not surprised if the watermelon is huge. Bai Muyang glanced at the two who were hesitant to fight and clicked his tongue. These two guys are not decisive at all. Letting Chen Wujin, a junior, decide whether to fight or not is too beneath them. Perhaps because the sound was a bit loud, Chen Wujin glanced at Bai Muyang. A chill inexplicably rose in Bai Muyang's heart. Not again. I haven't done anything to provoke you. Besides, this kid has designs on my precious great-great-granddaughter. Shouldn't he be trying even harder to curry favor with me? Should this role be changed? Thinking of this, Bai Muyang glared back, his old and cloudy eyes wide open, as if he wanted to shoot out a beam of light from them and send Chen Wujin flying. Chen Wujin glanced at Bai Muyang with the eyes of an adult looking at a child, slowly shook his head, and then ignored him. Aho! Bai Muyang felt as if a million alpacas were trampling over him. Have you thought it through? Chen Wujin waved his hand, drawing Yilinchen back to his senses. Does he want me to become a woman in the future? Why? Is this the condition he set for saving me? Yilinchen was lost in strange thoughts and only hurriedly said two words, wait. If the condition for saving me is that it's too easy. This was originally within my options, and he easily cancelled it out because he didn't want me to owe him this favor. It seems that Chen Wujin is even more outstanding than I imagined. That's fine, it's not impossible. Just agree to his request. Yilinchen's lips parted. The words stuck in his throat, and he suddenly remembered. I haven't even thought about the difference between women and men. Nobody in the clan told me. It seems, the women have larger breasts, the men have thicker limbs, and beard, leg hair, eyelashes. Yes, that's right, men have thicker body hair, except for their head hair. The woman had very little body hair, but her hair was thick, long, and cascading like a waterfall, and her eyelashes were very long. Okay, I understand. All right, I promise you, once I reach the core formation stage, I will transform from a virgin to a woman. However, that alone is not enough to repay your life-saving grace. After saying that, Yi Linchen fumbled around in his belt for a while, took out a sound transmission conch and a book, and then handed them to Chen Wujin. It seemed that because of Chen Wujin's words, Yi Linchen's mentality underwent a subtle change, inexplicably turning towards a more feminine state, and her thoughts became more delicate. When the items were presented, Chen Wujin was not given a chance to refuse. Although he never intended to refuse. Yi Linchen thoughtfully added. As long as you are still in the human realm, this conch can transmit sound to me, but there will be some time delay depending on the distance. As for the books, I'm lending them to you. I'll ask you for them back later. It contains a complete guide to ancient formations, but only the first volume is available. I don't have the second volume either. If you find it, please lend it to me. And there's more. Yi Linchen suddenly turned into a chatterbox, rambling on, which was beyond Chen Wujin's expectations. This made Yi Yongxing, who was shrouded in a black robe, cover his already obscured face even more. Do you want to die? You turned the young master into a woman with just one sentence. Once this thought has taken root, it's very difficult to change it. Making promises in the face of adversity is an innate trait. This is almost impossible to defy, so, all the members of the elemental clan have no choice but to accept that Lin Chen has gone from being the young master to the saintess. How am I supposed to explain this to the Council of Elders? Alas, the oversight was my fault. Well then. I shall go back and resign from my position as Grand Elder, and from now on, I shall properly instruct Lin Chen. This child is shrewd but keeps his promises. If he isn't properly guided, he'll likely suffer greatly in the future. Yi Yongxing stared bitterly at Chen Wujin, her resentment emanating from her body particularly strong, mingling with spiritual energy. However, the dragon's offspring, which was perched in the sky, made no move. Long Yin was very perceptive of the men in black robes' feelings, especially when he noticed the subtle changes in Yi Linchen's demeanor. It's terrifying to even think about. If one day, the young master goes out to play and then comes back, he has suddenly turned into a woman. Oh my God. Long Yin felt goosebumps all over his body, which manifested as his dragon scales shaking backward, standing up and falling down one by one, like dominoes. Swish 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 swish. A chill ran from the dragon's whiskers to its horns, then to its body and claws, finally to its tail, and then rippled back in the opposite direction. He almost fell off the sky. Fortunately, the cultivation level of the nascent soul realm is very strong, and flying through the air is an instinct of the dragon race. After sinking a few meters, he regained his balance. On the ground, Bai Muyang, who was protecting the two little girls, felt a strange sensation. He felt relieved that the black-robed men had been tricked, especially since the trick was so big that it turned the young master of the clan into a saintess. Having traveled the world for over 100 years, this is the first time I've seen such a bizarre request. The most amazing thing is that the little one actually agreed to the request, ha ha ha. This feels so good. On the other hand, it was a bit painful. Bai Muyang had a more nuanced understanding of Chen Wujin's extraordinary talent. First, his thinking is different from that of ordinary people. This child cannot be judged by common sense. Second, they are precocious, calm and composed, and know how to take advantage of their childhood. That's scary. What's even more frightening is that he seems to have an exceptional understanding of matters between men and women, and looks like a natural-born Casanova. Third, his talent is off the charts. Even in the central continent, after traveling to so many places and seeing countless geniuses, it seems that no one can compare to Chen Wujin. Moreover, it's a comparison between other teenagers and Chen Wujin, who is only 8 years old. Thinking about all this gave him a terrible headache. In the foreseeable future, his beloved great-great-granddaughter would definitely fall for this brat. Unless we find someone better than him. But through this incident, Bai Muyang let go of his many prejudices against Chen Wujin. This kid is straightforward and unpretentious, unbound by worldly customs and etiquette. I imagine even Mr. and Mrs. Chen Chu must have a lot of headaches dealing with him. If such a free-spirited nature can be faked, I have no choice but to accept it. Bai Muyang glanced at Bai Xiaoqing beside him, his lips moving slightly as if to say, no matter what, the Chen family boy protected Xiaoqing, that's beyond doubt. He looked at Chen Wujin not far away, and finally a hint of recognition from an elder for a younger generation appeared in the depths of his eyes. As night deepened and the moon climbed higher, it was getting late. At Yi Yongxing's signal, the talkative Yi Linchen had to stop his incessant chatter and made a promise to Chen Wujin that they would meet again someday. Then, she, left with the black robe, disappearing into the silent forest. Looking forward to our next meeting, Chen Wujin's smile widened into a toothy grin, waving his hands vigorously. Ha 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 ha, a feast for the eyes, a feast for the eyes. Upon hearing this, Yi Yongxing, who had stepped into the silent forest, stumbled and almost twisted her ankle. He thought angrily, I'll kill you, you damn brat. Give me back my young master. I don't believe that your words can outweigh the many days of instruction and teaching within the clan. As for whether Yip Wingsing's hopes will be dashed after making this promise, only heaven, earth, and the author know. Clap his hands and walk towards Xiaoqing and Qing Zhao. His gaze shifts slightly to the right, and he sees Bai Muyang. A sly glint flashed in his small eyes, and he let out a sly chuckle. Bai Muyang had a clear view of Chen Wujin's expression, and an alarm seemed to go off in his mind. Oh no. This kid got inspired by that strange brat and now knows he needs a reward. Indeed, it's a life-saving favor, no doubt about it. If you don't give a suitable gift, it will sound bad if word gets out. Rumors and gossip often turn into. The Bai family of Zhongzhou encountered financial difficulties, and their direct descendants were rescued by others, but they never repaid the debt of gratitude. The young boy outwitted a Golden Core realm expert and rescued a young girl from the Bai family of Central Continent. However, the Bai family was not wealthy and had nothing to repay him with, so he offered himself to them. Lovers pledged their lives to each other at 8 years old, would you dare? Is it hatred? Is it love? Is it profit? Is it reputation? None of the above. This young boy has extraordinary talent. The Bai family of Zhongzhou used a self-inflicted injury scheme to ensure that the eldest daughter of the clan would marry him. The thought of the sect that specializes in spreading rumors and gossip gave Bai Muyang an immense headache. This sect, whose location is unknown, yet seems to be omnipresent. He has no other abilities, but his ability to spread rumors and cause trouble is incredibly strong, and he is also very good at protecting himself. There was once a great master of the 9th realm, the 9 Tribulations realm, who claimed he would eradicate the Word Spirit sect. As a result, the Word Spirit sect caused the great master's messages to fly everywhere, all of them being gossip that seemed both true and false. Moreover, the great master couldn't even handle the Word Spirit sect. In the end, he could only admit his mistake and fade from public view. Bai Muyang's thoughts were wandering, but his mouth didn't stop. I have also prepared a generous gift for young Master Chen. After all, it is a life-saving grace that cannot be ignored. The old man has become shrewd, he's no longer fun. Chen Wujin pursed his lips and gave a listless oh. Oh, you stinky bastard. I shouldn't have thought so highly of this kid. An unnamed fire flared in Bai Muyang's heart. He flicked his sleeves, took Bai Xiaoqing, and rode on auspicious clouds, ascending into the sky. Chen Wujin waved and shouted, Grandpa Bai, this nameless anger came too fast, half real and half fake. Is it because you didn't give a gift on the spot and felt a little embarrassed, that's why you ran away so fast? The sound echoed into the distance. A moment later, a cloud in the sky suddenly dipped down and then sped away. The Crescent Moon sect is built on an ancient ruin, where dark clouds obscure the sun year-round, and only at night does the moonlight descend upon the earth. In the council hall, which exudes an air of antiquity, 4 black stone pillars stand atop a long table in the center, surrounded by 9 armchairs. Sitting at the head of the table was, without a doubt, the current sect leader of the Crescent Moon sect, Kanzhang. He had a handsome yet extremely cold face, his narrow eyes narrowed into slits as he stared at someone. Zhao Shirua, you are in charge of this plan. Tell me why it failed. The man, dressed in black scholar's robes, had lifeless eyes, seemingly blind, and stood not far from the end of the long table. His face remained aloof and unmoved. He cupped his hands in a slight bow and said, Sect Master, and all the elders, killing the young sect master of the Spirit Control sect was not something I approved of in the first place, so let's leave that aside for now. When the plan was handed to me, the scheme was already finalized. Now you want to find someone to take the blame. You don't need to do that. If you want Zhao's head, you can take it on the spot without batting an eye. He, you still have eyes. What a joke. No matter what, you are in charge now, so what's wrong with holding you accountable? The speaker was sitting to the right of the sect leader, and was the high-ranking and powerful elder of punishments, Zhao. He had black hair and a black beard, but his face was old, and his dark, unfathomable eyes stared at Zhao Shirua. Now that you've taken this position and become the head of the planning hall, you must dedicate yourself to the Crescent Moon sect. There's no room for you to shirk your responsibilities here. Zhao slammed his palm into the air with all his might, creating a sonic boom, boom. Sect Master Kan's Hang smiled and said amiably, "Old Master Zhe, let's get down to business. Don't get so angry. Zhao Shirua, don't be like this either. It's not good. Why bother? The reason I've summoned you, the head of a certain hall, is simply to inquire about the personnel involved in this plan, who is in charge, and what their skill level is." Zhao Shuru nodded almost imperceptibly, pondered for a moment, and said, "Two people were sent out, one to kill and the other to provide support. This is Mao Tang's consistent strategy. The killer was Yuan Cheng, a senior deacon of the battle hall, and the one providing support was Xiao Ke, a mid-level deacon of the hidden hall. Xiao Ke's cultivation technique is special, he can use spiritual energy to transform into a human. He was responsible for the capture and assistance this time. His job should have been the most difficult, but due to a stroke of luck, he completed it easily and left without even revealing his identity." "What coincidence?" Kan's Hang asked. Bai Muyang's plan to trap Long Yin seems to be a test for the young sect master of the Yuling sect. No one commented, no one responded. Zhao Shirua continued, "Yuan Cheng, who was in charge of the killings, was a fourth-stage golden core cultivator with the ability to independently construct the remnant spirit crescent moon array. His array was indeed set up. Logically speaking, under these circumstances, these exceptionally talented young men and women would not even be able to use any protective measures, and they would surely die. He's doomed." Zhao threw out a bean-sized spiritual energy bead, which slammed into Zhao Shirua's shoulder. With a crack sound, the arm bone broke at the shoulder, but the flesh was unharmed, and it hung limply. Zhao Shirua frowned slightly, then relaxed. The pain was excruciating, penetrating to the very marrow, but the physical punishment was practically nothing to him. He didn't care and continued, "After the mishap, it seems that for some reason, he didn't escape immediately, and ultimately couldn't escape, so it seems that he wanted to leave a message." "Oh. How do you know?" Kan's Hang asked. "Before the mission began, I sent people to guard the memorial lantern. Before Yuan Qing died, the candlelight on the memorial lantern flickered, as if it was about to transmit crucial information, but..." Kan's Hang slightly opened his narrowed eyes. "But in the end, he couldn't do it." Yes, Long Yin and Bai Muyang had already caught up with him when he died. It's normal for someone at the nascent soul stage to be able to destroy a soul. The Cloud Dragon clan is an ancient race, and they have even more mysterious methods. No, in my deduction, neither Long Yin nor Bai Muyang made a move. Absurd. Zhao flicked out another spirit bead. Suddenly, a spiritual hand pierced through the air. Kan's Hang turned his head and said, "Zhao Shirua has already been punished. Elder Zhe, you should stop now." "Yes," Zhao nodded, lowered his head, and remained silent. "The entire Crescent Moon sect is dominated by your one-man show, crippled. Do you really need to put on this self-inflicted injury act for a blind person like me? Laughable, pathetic, pitiful." Zhao Shirua sneered inwardly, waiting for the sect leader Sanchang's next move. Suddenly, an arm was placed on his shoulder, and the sect leader, Kan's Hang, appeared beside him, whispering, "Tell me your opinion, just tell me." As the sect leader's spiritual energy entered her body, Zhao Shirua immediately suppressed any unnecessary thoughts in her mind and calmly expressed her doubts and guesses. A moment later, Kan's Hang walked up to Zhao Shirua, put his hands on his shoulders, and said, "You mean, among Chen Wujin and the others, someone delayed the process, and that person could be that unfamiliar boy, or it could be Chen Wujin himself. And Yuan Cheng's death was at the hands of a child, who could very well be Chen Wujin. The reason Yuan Cheng didn't leave is because he was moved." He is experienced in assassination and rarely gets moved, so he must have seen someone with extraordinary talent. That's why he decided to sacrifice his life for the sect, with the aim of killing that genius. As for who this genius is, you don't know, you can only be sure that he is one of the 4 children present. He spoke several words in quick succession, his voice soft and cold. Suddenly, Kanzhang grabbed Zhao Shirua by the neck, his palm surging with spiritual energy, squeezing him so tightly that he couldn't breathe. Why does this sound so much like your excuse? It's like saying, there's nothing wrong with the plan, the implementers, or any other link, but the intelligence is flawed. If I remember correctly, the intelligence is handled by the hidden hall, so it doesn't fall on your shoulders, Zhao Shirua. Is that what you're thinking? Zhao Shirua could not answer, nor did she want to answer. The sect leader, Kanzhang, was stubborn and self-willed, rendering the Motang, strategist's hall, a mere shell of its former self. He almost never adopted the Motang's suggestions, and for the past 7 years in charge of the sect, he had acted solely based on his personal preferences. Snap. Kanzhang threw Zhao Shirua to the ground like a dead dog. The assassination attempt failed, and the leaders of the planning hall, the hidden hall, and the battle hall are all guilty, but we will not pursue the matter for now. Ha ha ha. What a fine way to not pursue this matter. You cut off my arm, but what about the other 2 hall masters? Is this what you call not pursuing the matter? It's obvious you're settling a personal score. Just because my surname is Zhao and I'm a distant relative of the previous sect leader's clan, you, Kanzhang, are simply a beast. They killed their master, wiped out his direct descendants, slaughtered his main lineage, and then used the heart-eating poison to control us, the members of his branch lineage, to work for them. How wicked they are. I refuse to believe that God won't see this. I'm going to live until the day you die a miserable and tragic death. Zhao Shirua lay on the ground, her face still cold and aloof, but her heart burned with resentment. Suddenly, a deep and magnetic voice rang out from the sky. Damn you, Remnant Moon sect. You dared to assassinate my son. I'll beat you all to a pulp today, and then I'll make you eat me clean, bit by bit. Accompanied by the sound, illusory spirit beasts fell from the sky, like a rain of spirit beasts. Interspersed among them are various mythical beasts and ferocious creatures, vermilion bird, qilin, azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, kuanping, taotia. They pounced on the protective array of the Crescent Moon sect, tearing and ramming, instantly destroying the outer layer of the array. The interior of the building had just been exposed when Chen Wujin, dressed in white, clenched his 5 fingers together, as if grasping the ground. Instantly, beams of spiritual energy shot into the sky, and a series of explosions shook the heavens and the earth. Boom 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 boom. Kanzhang walked out of the council hall, looked at the domineering white-robed figure in the sky, cupped his hands and smiled, Sect Master Chen, it's just a small matter, why get so angry? In the sky, Chen Wujin looked down at Kanzhang, his eyes ignited with spiritual flames, and shot out a beam of extremely fast profound light that pierced straight through the protective formation of the Chuaiyue sect and headed towards Sanchang's forehead. His killing intent was cold and refined, his spiritual energy was vast and boundless, and his words were very simple, today, I will kill half of the Chuaiyue sect. After making his bold statement, Chen Wujin's spiritual energy swirled into a sea of smoke, obscuring the surrounding world. The illusory spirit beast, which poured down like a torrential downpour, grew even larger, its body transforming from ethereal to solid, meticulously depicting every detail. Their attack power increased exponentially, and they exuded a fierce and ruthless aura. They might open their gaping maws, extend their ferocious claws, or spread their iron-like wings, unleashing their most distinctive innate abilities. The gluttonous beast devours, the vermilion bird unleashes its southern bright fire, and the azure dragon unleashes its thunderous might. As soon as they tilted, they tore apart the second protective array of the Crescent Moon sect. There was also a beam of spiritual energy formed from Chen Wujin's gaze, which pierced through layers of arrays and rushed to Sanchang's front. Sect leader Chen's skill has improved again, which is truly gratifying. Kanzhang smiled, his palm facing upward, summoning black spiritual mist that spread out in the blink of an eye. The spiritual energy rays collided with the black spiritual mist, seemingly incompatible, producing a loud sound like boiling water. Sizzle 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 sizzle. With his arms crossed, Kanzhang bowed and asked, Sect leader Chen, why are you so angry? Is there something that spirit stones cannot resolve? Such chilling killing intent, and you actually think you can settle it with something external. Kanshang, you are truly a heartless and ungrateful person. How could you possibly understand the thoughts of a normal person? Can anything be traded? Little do they know that the most precious thing in the world is affection. Especially the affection between father and son. Zhao Shirua got up from the ground, sneering inwardly, but suddenly heard Chen Yuxuan's huge voice pressing down from the sky. Can. Zhao Shirua's usually aloof face was now completely devoid of its former coolness, and his mouth opened as wide as a goose egg. Are you really Chen Yuxuan? What happened to all those harsh words you said in the last chapter? Did you forget them as soon as you turned around? Did they not count at all? The Crescent Moon sect is going to kill your own son. Did you even ask your wife before agreeing to other people's requests so casually? That's interesting, but we can't have too few spirit stones. Xiao Jin is the young sect master of my spirit control sect, and he's still my son. If he really dies, how many tears will I have to shed? Chu Churu's voice appeared, and she made a dazzling entrance using a teleportation technique. This can't be real. This can't be real. This can't be real. What kind of parents would so blatantly use their son to bargain? Moreover, judging from their words, this was premeditated. All that big show of force before was completely fake, they were just there to take advantage of others and fleece them. Zhao Shirua was stunned. She stumbled out of the council hall and stared blankly at the couple in the sky. He had already lost his sight, so he must have been using his divine sense to perceive his surroundings. For him to do this was already the biggest lapse in composure. A glint flashed in Kanshang's narrowed eyes as he patted Zhao Shirua's shoulder. That's how things are in this world. How can love and affection last as long as interests? Sanshang's lips curled up in a sarcastic smile. After giving Zhao Shirua a deep look, he led the 8 elders of the Chueyue sect into the air. He stepped on the clouds, took a few more steps forward, and nodded politely. Since it was my Chueyue sect that was in the wrong, then let the two of you name your price. They're so rich and powerful, setting prices arbitrarily, are they really that capricious? Chen Yuxuan and Chu Churu exchanged a glance, saw the surprise in each other's eyes, and then stretched out their palms in unison, revealing 5 fingers. Seeing this, Kanshang smiled and said, 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones, no problem. They shook their heads and remained silent. Then 10 times, 5 million mid-grade spirit stones, that should be enough, right? That's a huge sum of money. A look of excitement flashed through the couple's eyes. The spirit-taming sect was really poor. So many spirit beasts needed to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. It had been a long time since they had such a large surplus. With this sum of spirit stones in hand, we can live a good life for several months. However, the couple did not intend to agree. They shook their heads with difficulty but determination, and said in unison, not enough. Not enough. Sanshang's eye twitched. Do you want to increase it tenfold? That's right. A childish voice suddenly appeared. Kanshang hurriedly looked up and towards the source of the sound. High above the clouds, Long Yin's true form, the cloud dragon, revealed itself, having relinquished its innate divine power. He flew straight down, as fast as the Milky Way falling to earth. A small figure, probably a child, could be vaguely seen standing between his dragon horns. The child was protected by clouds, which stabilized his body and protected him from the violent impact. It even helped him transmit a clear voice. No matter what, it was your Crescent Moon sect that struck first. You want to take lives but don't want to pay the price, don't you find that ridiculous? Isn't the life of a golden core cultivator plus 5 million mid-grade spirit stones enough? Kanshang retorted. Long Yin also transformed into a human with a dragon's head, stood in the void, and raised a cloud of energy to bring Chen Wujin to the side of Chen Chu and his wife. Chen Wujin flicked his sleeves, patted his clothes, and said, for the head of a sect to utter such words, doesn't he find it laughable? Before Kanshang could answer, Chen Wujin continued, assassinating the young sect leader of a sect is a completely different matter. His implication was that the golden core cultivator's status and the dignified young sect master's status were not comparable. This kid is quite sharp-tongued, much more difficult to deal with than his parents who have never even seen a spirit stone. If he doesn't show up, doubling the price of 5 million mid-grade spirit stones will definitely break down the psychological defenses of Chen Chu and his wife. But this child doesn't seem to understand what millions of spirit stones mean. And Chen Chu and his wife were clearly aware of this as well. They deliberately let the little devil speak. This is troublesome. After a series of thoughts surged through his mind, Kanzhang turned his head away, deliberately ignoring Chen Wujin. The sect master of the spirit control sect actually let a child. He originally wanted to escalate the topic to a dialogue between sect leaders, but how could Chen Wujin let him have his way? Chen Wujin smiled slyly. I already told my parents before I came that I would decide the final amount, since you're the one you want to kill. Chen Wujin's words blocked any possibility of Kanzhang continuing to speak. What shocked Zhao Shirua on the ground even more was, what kind of monsters are this family? It's one thing if his parents don't care, and it's another if an 8-year-old child comes to talk to him, but he actually anticipated the response from the missing moon sect so early on. This is really amazing. Perhaps, he is the glimmer of hope that allows me to see the downfall of Kanzhang. Chen Wujin touched his lips, raising his stakes. If the Crescent Moon sect cannot reach an agreement with us today, then be prepared to face the dual pressure from both the Spirit Control sect and the Bai family of Central Continent in the future. At that time, even if you want to make peace, we will not give you any chance. Upon hearing this, Kanzhang had not yet responded, but the 8 elders behind him clearly couldn't hold back any longer. Among them, Zhijilma, the most boisterous, floated to Canshan's side and whispered in his ear. The eldest daughter of the Bai family in Zhongzhou was also on our assassination list. Moreover, the mission failed, but it left a trail, which Bai Muyang witnessed firsthand. He probably even recorded the footage using special methods. The reason he didn't come in person is likely due to the injuries he sustained from falling in cultivation level. He's now at most at the nascent soul stage. This has led to an extremely troublesome consequence. If he wants to get revenge, he will inevitably have to contact the Bai family of Zhongzhou. However, Bai Xiaoqing is the legitimate daughter, and no matter what, the Bai family of Zhongzhou will not let this go. Since there's bound to be a price to pay, let's just satisfy their appetites. This was a long speech, and as he listened, Canshan's eyes narrowed until they were almost closed. A nameless, stifling anger welled up inside me, and I couldn't vent it. Perhaps, the only way is to find the young genius that Zhao Shirua mentioned. No, we can also assume that this genius was Chen Wujin. After all, he was also present at the time. The lingering scheming was halted, as the current situation needed to be addressed. He said, 50 million mid-grade spirit stones is fine, but you need to help us settle the grudges with the Bai family. They've relented, there's definitely hope. Chen Wujin nodded repeatedly in his heart, opened his small mouth as if to agree, but then smiled slyly. No, that has nothing to do with us. These words ignited Canshan's fury, and he said bitterly, if you won't make any concessions, what are you talking about? Just start planning. Chen Wujin immediately chimed in, all right, anyway, the spirit control sect is really poor. We may not have any other skills, but we are good at fighting, ha ha ha. That damn brat, he doesn't play by the rules. Kanzhang raised his hand to press his forehead, then wiped it down to his chin, putting on a calm expression. As 2 dominant powers, are you really not afraid of war? Chen Wujin took a step back, deliberately hiding behind Chen Yushuan's thighs, and pretended to be so scared, saying, you're brain dead. Our spirit control sect has explosive combat power, but we don't have any industries. We could kill you even if we just fought a guerrilla war. That's what they call, the barefoot aren't afraid of those wearing shoes. The words were like knives, each one stabbing into the hearts of Chen Chu and his wife. Poor, poor, poor. No industry, the barefoot are not afraid of those wearing shoes. However, the sect indeed has no assets. If the spirit control sect had these things, it wouldn't be so poor. They didn't go to the Nameless Mountains to dig for treasures. In fact, they had a mutual aid agreement with the Nameless Mountains to defend against foreign enemies. Moreover, neither Chen Yushuan nor Chu Churu are good at management. They were able to protect the vast Yuling mountain range not because of spirit stones, but because of their fists and loyalty. A nascent soul cultivator, a half-step nascent soul cultivator, plus 10 nascent soul stage spirit beasts with explosive combat power, this is the fist of the spirit control sect. As for loyalty, Chen Chu and his wife had saved countless spirit beasts, which is why they had these 10 spirit beasts to worship. Throat. A loving gesture from my mom, her head is split open. Let's talk about something else, don't bring up poverty. Chu Churu glanced at Chen Wujin. Chen Wujin covered his head and shouted, don't I have any dignity? If you hit me on the head, I won't help you get these worthless spirit stones. That won't do. It would take at least 5 million, and at most 50 million. Chen Yushuan said with a smile, no, my dear son, you can't drag your father into your anger with your mother. I am the dignified sect master of the spirit control sect, right? He waved his hand, releasing spiritual energy, and stroked Chen Wuxian's head. The nascent soul realm belongs to the upper 3 realms. It is unassuming yet extraordinary, somewhat like the saying, an immortal touched my head and granted me immortality. The bulge on Chen Wujin's head suddenly disappeared, and he nodded without saying a word, leaving the sect leaders of 2 dominant forces speechless. Was this scene staged? The elders of the Crescent Moon sect did not know how much was true and how much was false, nor could they presume to guess. Only the blind Zhao Shirua saw through the truth. This kid is just ridiculously mischievous, he doesn't even recognize his own parents. Well, considering that Qin Chu and his wife readily exchanged the assassination attempt for spirit stones, he felt it was quite normal. Like parents raise like children. Seeing that Chen Wujin still seemed angry, Chen Yushuan quietly transmitted his voice. My dear son, think about it carefully. Your father is the sect leader, you are the young sect leader, and your mother is at most a deputy sect leader. So you can't let the spirit control sect get away with losing those spirit stones. That's illogical. If I didn't know you were a henpecked husband, I would have actually believed your nonsense. Chen Wujin mentally complained, then shook his head and loosened his father's trouser leg, took a step forward, and started arguing again. My spirit control sect has no assets, only 1 mountain gate to guard. Guess how many great experts we have who can go out and attack your assets. And guess how many spirit beasts in the nameless mountain want to come out and have some fun. If I keep this up for 3 to 5 years, I guarantee your business will be completely ruined. Chen Wujin paused slightly, then suddenly slapped his forehead and said, oh right, what about that crescent moon cloud ship that leads to other continents? There should be a lot of good stuff on it, right? He hit the nail on the head regarding the Crescent Moon sect. We can lose any business, but we cannot afford to lose the Crescent Moon cloud ship. Kanzhang slightly opened his eyes, carefully examined Chen Wujin, and then said coldly, fine, I agree to your request, 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this answer, Chen Wujin smiled. That's right. Also, 50 million mid-grade spirit stones is too much. Please exchange them for high-grade spirit stones at a ratio of 100 to 1. They're pushing their luck. When exchanging low-quality spirit stones for high-quality spirit stones, there is usually a reduction, but Chen Wujin is demanding a full 100:1. This is outrageous, because according to the normal exchange rate in Nandan Haizhou, 1 high-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 120 mid-grade spirit stones. With just a few words, he turned 50 million into 60 million. When Chen Wujin stated his request, he kept his eyes fixed on Kanzhang, only then noticing the barely perceptible raise of his eyebrow. Hee, it's normal for your heart to ache. If you want to kill me, how can I get my satisfaction back without making you feel pain? Smack. A sharp sound drew everyone's attention. Zhejiamo's face was full of anger. This is outrageous. How dare a mere brat insult the KU sect like this? He looked at the ruins and bowed deeply. I humbly request the sect master to unleash the full power of my sect today. Before he could finish speaking, his voice got stuck in his throat and wouldn't come out. A misty, inky aura swirled around his neck. Kanzhang said, say another word, and you're dead. The sect's resources and strength cannot be easily obtained. It will come at a great cost. This price cannot be compared to tens of millions of spirit stones. What does Zhejiamo mean? What are his motives behind his proposal? Do you want to take my place? No, he wasn't the sect leader, so he certainly didn't know that when a sect leader had to pay a huge price to draw upon the sect's resources. Still, something's not right. He probably guessed it. After all, when I killed my master, it was after the sect had used its resources. So many thoughts were on my mind. This is all due to Sanchang's stubbornness and suspicious nature. He usurped the throne from the Crescent Moon sect, so naturally he was more afraid of being usurped than anyone else. Thus, the lingering rage erupted with a mysterious and profound aura, pressing down on the hearts of the elders of the Crescent Moon sect. After doing all this, he looked at Chen Wujin and said, "Kid, you're pretty good." Dragon Een in the sky curled his lip. "It's more than just very good." Chen Wujin, Xiaojin, is clearly far beyond the normal range, even monster is not enough to describe him. He also has a god-level talent for creating sentences with words. Such a child, once he grows up a little more, will amaze the world. Things became much simpler after that. The Spirit Control sect obtained a bag of high-grade spirit stones. Chen Yuxuan scanned it with his divine sense to confirm the number, and then with a flick of his sleeve, he used the great divine power of the seventh realm, the divine transformation realm, multi-person void teleportation. After the people from the Spirit Control sect left, Kanzhang turned to leave. Jijioma followed closely and said in a flat voice, "Sect Master, could it be that there's a problem with the sect's foundation? At a time like this, even if they just release their aura, it can be used as a bargaining chip." Sanshang's lips curled up, revealing his gleaming white tiger teeth. "Elder Jia, you've said far too much today, and your words are contradictory. You were the one who asked me to give up spirit stones, and you were also the one who told me not to give up spirit stones and to ask the sect's resources for help. Was it a test?" Seeing the sect leader's action, Zhejiu Mo felt a chill run down his spine, thinking, the sect leader has truly decided to kill. Why? Is it because of that brat from earlier? He immediately lowered his head and obediently replied. No, it was all for the sake of the sect. The previous proposal was for peace talks, but turning 50 million mid-grade spirit stones into 500,000 high-grade spirit stones is really outrageous. I acted in a moment of desperation. He kept repeating the words in his mind, but he couldn't get a real answer. The two people were thinking on completely different wavelengths. Zhejiu Mo, as Kanshang's most loyal supporter, is very clear about his own position, but today, a simple sentence made Kanshang suspicious because of the contrast in his attitude before and after. He himself was unaware of this scene, but Zhao Shirua on the ground understood the unspoken meaning behind Sanshang's words. That old dog is nearing his end. If the sect leader becomes suspicious, he will go back to look for them. If he can't find them, he will become even more suspicious, and then, the person he suspects will never be found again. Chen Wujin, who had already returned to the Spirit Control sect, would never have imagined that his act of arguing with someone to take spirit stones would inexplicably trigger a crisis of trust between the sect master of the Crescent Moon sect and a certain elder. "Sect master, that brat is too annoying. Should we find an opportunity to?" Zhejiu Mo was recklessly flirting with death. Kanzhang turned around, his back to him, and said, "Do not make any moves for the next 3 to 5 years. In fact, if he appears on the territory of my Chuaiyue sect, we must send people to protect him." "Why?" Zhejiu asked knowingly. "To prevent other sects from framing us." The two spoke softly, but Zhao Shirua, who was blind, had excellent hearing and could clearly hear every word while standing on the ground. His eyelashes trembled slightly, clearly indicating that he was extremely excited. "You actually want to give such a genius 3 to 5 years? Ha 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 ha. Kanzhang, you've brought this upon yourself. I will wait patiently." Zhao Shirua suddenly felt a pang of hatred, hating himself for losing his eyes. He wanted to see this extraordinary 8-year-old child with his own eyes. In the sky, the 8 elders departed one by one. Kanzhang landed in front of the council hall, his voice cold as he said, "Everything you've heard today must have made you very happy, right? The Crescent Moon sect suffered such a great loss at my hands. Zhao Shirua, do you feel very pleased?" "Ah." The last note suddenly rose in pitch, and Kanzhang swung his long sleeves sharply, sweeping across Zhao Shirua's badly injured arm. Swish. A burst of blood exploded, turning into a blood mist. Within the mist, Zhao Shirua's arm separated in a very short time and then vanished into black mist. Zhao Shirua gritted his teeth, enduring the pain of his severed arm. He was determined not to utter a sound or show any weakness in the face of his broken arm. Blood seeped from his bare left arm and shoulder, trickling down his black sleeve to the ground. Beep 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 beep. Kanzhang stood silently, gazing at the bloodstains on the ground. 1 drop, 2 drops, countless drops, and after half an hour, a pool of blood formed, spreading to the ground and surrounding areas. The lingering anguish in my heart gradually subsided. He closed his eyes and then opened them again, patting Zhao Shirua's armless shoulder. Pass down the notice, the losses from this incident will be recovered from the Crescent Moon Cloud ship, and all toll fees for everyone will be increased by 20% in the second half of this year. Zhao Shirua lost too much blood and almost fainted, but he bit his tongue to wake himself up and replied with a single word, Hee, I like your stubbornness. Remember this, if you ever bow down to me, then the entire collateral branch of the Zhao family will die. After finishing his words, Kanzhang turned and left. After everyone had left, Zhao Shirua dragged herself back to the strategist's hall and closed the door. Bang. Unable to hold on any longer, he collapsed to the ground. His fingers twitched slightly, and his lips moved as he made a weak sound. No, I can't faint yet. I need to apply the medicine first. I need to live. I must live. Zhao Shiru crawled along the floor of the hall, leaving a long trail of blood on his long sleeves. To avoid fainting, he muttered as he crawled. I bear the Zhao family's suffering alone. I must see the tragic death. Chen Wujin of the Spirit Control sect is the only hope. A prodigy like him would never tolerate the existence of a force that once tried to assassinate him. I, Zhao Shirua, will wait for you to grow up, and I'll wait for you to come and destroy this damned Crescent Moon sect. Yuling sect, Inner Sect Dining Hall, breakfast time, Chen Shi, 7 to 9 a.m. Chen Wujin slurped down the nourishing porridge, then lifted his face from the bowl and licked the oil off his lips. Father, I told you, the wealthy Chuayue sect has plenty of spirit stones. Chen Yuxuan nodded and continued to sip his porridge. That brain-dead sect leader is called Kanzhang. Ha ha ha, he must have a screw loose, actually thinking of having someone assassinate someone as fortunate as me. Surrounded by countless catastrophic flags, Chen Wuxian certainly possesses a certain degree of abundant luck. Chen Yuxuan remained silent, seemingly avoiding something. To be honest, the Crescent Moon sect doesn't care whether it's 50 million or 60 million, as long as the profits from one trip on the Crescent Moon Cloud ship will definitely cover it. Chen Wujin said, picking up 2 bites of food. Crunch, crunch. Chew, swallow, and Chen Wujin's chopsticks no longer reached out. He tilted his head and winked, saying, Dad, I want to talk to you about something. Every morning, he drags me to breakfast. This has been going on for 3 days in a row. Is it not going to end soon? Can't I just sleep in with my wife? I finally have some extra spirit stones, enough to take a few days off, but why do I have to get up early? Son, do you have any humanity? Chen Yuxuan wanted to pour out his heart, but seeing Chen Wujin's youthful face, he couldn't bring himself to speak. She was afraid her son would ask, what are you doing staying in bed so early in the morning? Do what you love. This. I can't explain it. Xiao Jin is only 8 years old, he can't possibly understand. Chen Yuxuan was frightened by his own thoughts. Why were his own thoughts so dangerous? How can you talk about such things with a child who doesn't understand the ways of the world? He felt deeply ashamed, then picked up his bowl and chopsticks and slurped down the entire drink. After setting the bowls and chopsticks neatly, he said calmly, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. No, Dad, you haven't been back for so long. Don't you want to chat with me more and reconnect? Xiao Jin's words suddenly became very strange. But I've checked several times, and he definitely hasn't been possessed. This. Chen Yuxuan was too lazy to think about it any further. He flicked his hair and said, you want some spirit stone flowers, right? Father is wise. Chen Wujin clasped his hands in front of his chest and bowed. Then, he raised his head and said with a grin, Dad, do you think it's too much to reward me for getting 500,000 high-grade spirit stones for the sect? That's not excessive. If you don't want much, just go and withdraw it from Qingxi. Chen Wujin hurriedly jumped off the stool, crawled under the table, and grabbed his father's trouser leg. There was nothing he could do. His father was a nascent soul realm expert who could easily teleport him away with a flick of his finger. Pulling down the trouser leg is the safest move. Chen Wujin said somewhat awkwardly, it's just that I need a little too much, that's why I told you, Dad. Qingxi can take full responsibility for 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Isn't that enough? You're only 8 years old. Even if you take Qing Zhao and Xiaoqing along to play, it wouldn't cost 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, would it? Chen Wujin didn't speak, but looked up at his cheap father at a 45-degree angle. Blink, blink, blink. If he were even a tiny bit older, this action would be quite uncomfortable, but fortunately, an 8-year-old's body can do whatever he wants in this regard. After maximizing his advantages, Chen Wujin's relentless attack defeated Chen Yuxuan. Just name a number, and Dad will cover it for you. As the thought flashed through his mind, Chen Yuxuan forcibly used his spiritual energy to purify his consciousness and calm himself down. Xiao Jin is no ordinary child. If he asks for too much money, that could be a problem. Let's ask him how much he wants first. Chen Yuxuan rubbed Chen Wujin's head, then asked cautiously, how much is a little bit? Holding up one finger, Chen Wujin said, 1%, and it's a reduced 1%, 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Damn it. Chen Yuxuan couldn't help but swear, and immediately followed up, you want just a little bit. This is clearly 1 billion bits. That's 10 times more than the public funds I spend on travel in a year. Chen Wujin's face showed countless expressions of utter bewilderment. My cheap dad is also a time traveler. How does he know this meme? Should we find a time to test him out, just in case we find out that Dad also time traveled and even brought a system with him? If I were to test them, my cultivation level would be too low, and I would inevitably expose my identity. There would be only 2 possible consequences. First, if Dad didn't time travel, then he would know that his precious son has become a certain top player, and then I'm doomed. Second, the father is a time traveler. Judging from his knowledge of this meme, he is likely a frequent internet user and cannot be too old. He is probably a peer, or even a junior high or elementary school student. That would be incredibly awkward. Forget it, there are already so many doomed flags, why should I create another one myself? Chen Wujin shook his head, choosing to forget about his father's use of the meme. Dad, you can't keep thinking about the poor days of the past. Your son has figured things out and knows how to make money. The spirit control sect will definitely prosper in the future, so don't worry. Chen Wujin began with the first sentence and immediately followed with the second, so, don't take 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones too seriously. Besides, I'm not as shallow as you think, Dad. I'm not here to eat, drink, and have fun with spirit stones. These are all for normal purposes. For example, Chen Yuxuan asked. Array formations, architectural modifications, handcrafted items, these are all things I like, and each one requires spirit stones to create. Chen Wujin carefully held up each finger one by one. Array formation, I understand. Building modification. Handcrafting. What are you going to do? Do you want to demolish my house? Chen Yuxuan asked, puzzled. Wait a minute, didn't anyone tell their adoptive father? Xiao Jin is a genius, he can build things using all sorts of materials. Chen Wujin shook his head and casually picked up the chopsticks in the cafeteria. Dad, you watch. Her hands moved so fast they seemed to vanish into thin air. The chopsticks were used to build an octagonal foundation, which was then stacked and stacked upwards to form the prototype of a tower. So fast. Chen Yuxuan stared intently, no longer underestimating him in the slightest. In a short while, the miniature tower took shape, about 1 foot in size. The tower has 7 floors and 8 sides. Each floor and each side has a square window. There is an observation deck at the top, with 8 wooden planks extending outwards, which seem to be large enough for people to stand on. Chen Wujin smiled and waved his hand to write the incantation, solid, floating. After the text was integrated into the tower, he smiled and whispered a few words to Chen Yuxuan. Chen Yuxuan nodded, thought for a while, and then snapped his fingers. His spiritual energy materialized into human form and appeared on the watchtower and inside the tower. A few miniature spiritual arrows shot out from inside. After looking at it for a while, Chen Yuxuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Xiao Jin is very clever and can easily make ingenious handicrafts, she is truly remarkable. If properly trained, they will surely become proficient in mechanical arts in the future. Concealing his inner surprise, Chen Yuxuan deliberately said, what's the use of this? Spiritual energy can do that. Of course it's useful, Dad. If you have 100 of these items ready during a battle, throwing them out is just like throwing magic weapons, giving you a significant advantage. A chicken rib, meaning something that is neither fish nor fodder. It seems that we have to use our real skills. As long as we install a crossbow mechanism inside, we can make the tower fire automatically. But I'm short of materials, Dad. Wait a moment, I'll go find Qing Zhao and get some. Sitting patiently in the cafeteria, Chen Yuxuan played with the mini tower, liking it more and more the more he looked at it. Such a meticulously structured tower can be built using chopsticks picked up casually. Xiao Jin might actually have a talent for this. The combination of mechanical arts and formations makes this one of the strongest auxiliary abilities for survival. If he can learn all of them, that would be really good. I heard that he already has a complete book of ancient formations, and our sect's head steward, Qingxi, is an expert in formations and restrictions. There's no need to seek out other teachers for this, but this mechanical art. Chen Yuxuan thought about his hundreds of years of cultivation and realized that he had not encountered any noteworthy mechanical masters. No, it seems there are some that are particularly powerful. However, it seems I raised their sect to the ground, and they've all withdrawn from Nandan Haizhou. I was so young and naive back then. While reminiscing about the past, Chen Yuxuan was also troubled about how to find a good mechanical arts master for Chen Wujin. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Chen Wujin appeared, holding some strange and unusual ingredients. He rushed to the dining table, threw the ingredients onto it, then jumped onto the table, sat cross-legged, and began to work. Skilled, steady, and flawless. Noticing Chen Wujin's 100% success rate in using materials, Chen Yuxuan exclaimed in amazement, "Little Jin, do you never pick up the wrong material?" "Why would it be wrong?" Chen Wujin turned his head and glanced at it, his eyes full of disdain. How come it's able to avoid making mistakes? Even a master who has cultivated their divine sense to a high level is still human. The fact that their moves are flawless comes from years of accumulated training. But Xiao Jin is only 8 years old, where would he find the time to accumulate knowledge? Could it be, like his magical writing, another kind of talent? You keep doing it, I'll just watch and not say anything. Chen Yuxuan felt a little uncomfortable, thinking about his path of cultivation. I used to cultivate so hard, but now I feel like I was a fool. This time, Chen Wujin took a little longer, about 15 minutes. He created tiny crossbow mechanisms, each no bigger than a fingernail, and cleverly installed them into the miniature tower. Ta-da! Dad, look, this is Chen Wujin's special edition mini tower that accompanies him. Its attack power is about 1/10 of that of the early stage of qi refining. Chen Yuxuan stared at him blankly for a long time before saying, "Back when you were building the tower, you had already prepared the connection mechanism for the crossbow bolts. Of course, it would be embarrassing if I couldn't even do this little craft." Chen Wujin smiled confidently. Your father, would never do that." Chen Yuxuan coughed twice and said, "Did you come up with these ideas on your own, or did you read any books? Just do it casually, and it'll be fine." Chen Wujin quietly appeared before everyone, displaying his divine power. Actually, these skills were his instincts as a game and anime otaku in his previous life. After all, how many true otaku don't collect figures and Gundams? Can you just casually get by after playing with figurines and Gundam? Obviously not. Painting, sprue removal, unpainted and sanded figures, weathering, and custom modifications, each of these requires top-notch skills and patience. That's how he developed his skillful, almost instinctive technique. And in this world, when combined with his incantation script, it becomes even more wondrous. Take, for example, the most time-consuming part, polishing. You can use spiritual energy to outline incantations and then attach them to newly created models, just like enchanting in a large-scale online game, which is extremely convenient. Moreover, there is another special point, because the words of spiritual power contain the essence of the Tao, the things made from them can be roughly recognized as belonging to a master. After recognizing an object as its owner, it can be controlled by thought. Chen Wujin picked up the mini tower and tossed it into the air. The tower floated in midair, its gaze fixed on the white porcelain bowl on the table. With a thought, he said, "Attack." Then, the miniature tower shot out wooden needles that pierced the porcelain bowl. "Dad, what do you think of this method? Not only are you all right, but I was just wondering where to find a master of mechanical arts for you. But now it seems you're old enough to be someone else's master." Chen Yushuan laughed with satisfaction. This will save me some money, I'm so happy. Suddenly, the curtain between the back and front halls of the dining hall was lifted, and Qing Zhao walked out rubbing her shoulder. She had just finished breakfast for the Yuling sect family. She did not greet the young master and the master immediately upon seeing them. Since the canteen is also an extension of the kitchen, she is still in the state of a master chef of the spirit control sect. His eyes were sharp, quite unlike his usual gentle gaze. She instantly perceived the things she cared about most in her surroundings: ingredients, tableware, cooking utensils, etc. Then, Qing Zhao saw the white porcelain bowl pierced by the wooden needle. Who did it? She asked in a low voice. Chen Yushuan shook his head and spread his hands to indicate his innocence. Look at the things floating in midair, and you'll understand who did it. Qing Zhao's gaze shifted to the mini tower, then to Chen Wujin, who was tiptoeing toward the door. Feeling like a thorn in my side. Without further hesitation, Chen Wujin dashed out of the cafeteria, leaving his voice echoing in the air. Father, I remember the mid-grade spirit stone you promised me. I'll come to get it from you this afternoon. Even when he's being naughty, he's still the same as always. Chen Yushuan smiled with narrowed eyes, like an old fox. Want 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones? Of course you can, after all, he's my precious son. However, what you take in will always come back tenfold or 100-fold. I've heard that mechanical engineers and array masters are particularly good at earning spirit stones. If Xiao Jin were to master both, would it be even more effective? Hee, I'll be watching closely. At the entrance of Caixia courtyard, Chen Wujin leaned against the arched doorway and knocked on the transparent barrier. Is Xiaoqing there? He's not here, Bai Muyang said irritably. Hearing the aged voice, Chen Wujin clicked his tongue. Senior, the gift you promised. Actually, I'm not in a particular rush. Take your time preparing. I won't include interest in the account. Openly asking for gifts is utterly shameless. Bai Muyang's old face suddenly appeared on the transparent barrier, startling Chen Wujin so much that his little hands trembled. Chen Wujin suddenly took a step back, waved his hand in disgust, and said, Hey, old man, how disgusting are you? Suddenly sticking to the barrier, I thought you were messing with glass. Although I don't understand what working on glass means, it doesn't sound like a good thing. Bai Muyang released the restriction and glared at Chen Wujin. Come in. Xiaoqing is still cultivating. Don't disturb her. Chen Wujin smiled and nodded, then stretched out his palm up, and rubbed his index, middle, and thumb together. Bai Muyang knew this gesture very well. The spirit-patterned monkeys that ran errands for him often made it, just to remind him. You need to give me some spirit stones as a delivery fee. Bai Muyang shook his head helplessly, then slapped Chen Wujin on the forehead. I really want to see what your brain is made of. Where do you get so many weird ideas? After saying that, he picked up Chen Wujin and gently helped him sit on the stone bench in the courtyard. He then darted to the opposite stone bench, whereupon he conjured 5 secret manuals and said with a pained expression, Choose one. Looking at the secret manual spread out on the stone table, Chen Wujin recalled the image of the old beggar taking out the manual. He grinned and said, Shouldn't you add, young man, I see you have extraordinary talent, a martial arts prodigy, a genius in cultivation, the task of maintaining world peace is entrusted to you. That would be perfect. Bai Muyang's face wrinkled into a deep frown, and his nasal voice betrayed his confusion. What? It's nothing. Chen Wujin shook his head and waved his hand, then looked at the manual. Old man Bai, why don't you explain it to me? After giving a barely perceptible nod, Bai Muyang extended his finger and placed it on the manual, explaining the general functions of the 5 manuals from left to right. The first book, Thunderous Qi Sword Technique, transforms spiritual energy into lightning attribute sword energy, which can greatly enhance the attack power of spiritual energy. The second book, The Art of Spirit Control, Volume 1, begins by stating that all things possess spirits and that these spirits can be controlled through spells. It is a technique derived from the spiritual language of words. The third book, The 5 Elements Escape Techniques, from beginner to expert, meticulously explains the generation and restraint of the 5 elements, especially the escape techniques within them. The author's meticulous and unscrupulous character is evident in this book. The 4th and 5th books are also life-saving techniques. 3 out of 5 books are lifesavers. Chen Wujin rolled his eyes and retorted, "Old man Bai, are you a successor of the Go cult?" Go Jiao. The people of the Bai family of Zhongzhou have never joined any religion. Bai Muyang propped his chin up with one hand and shook his finger with the other. 3 of the cultivation techniques you gave me are for saving your life, that's already pretty good. Chen Wujin sighed and rubbed his forehead. Hey, still being picky. With his mustache twitching slightly, Bai Muyang pouted and said, "There are 2 books that aren't for self-defense, you can choose one." A shrewd glint flashed in Chen Wujin's eyes. He pounced on the table, grabbing all the secret manuals. Adults make choices, children should have them all. Before he finished speaking, he quickly grabbed all the manuals and stuffed them into his pocket. Bai Muyang never expected Chen Wujin to be so shameless. "Kid, you want all 5 of these books? You've emptied my stash." "Oh, then I'll save 2 for you." After Chen Wujin finished speaking, he threw out the 4th and 5th books, the 2 whose names he didn't even remember. Bai Muyang was completely speechless. I was the one who delivered the gift, so why does he act like he's been taken advantage of? Originally, it was expected that Chen Wujin would take 2 books, but these cunning kids actually took them all. When I refused, he immediately threw out 2 more books. These 2 books are definitely ones he wouldn't like. That brat is shameless and cunning. Taking advantage of Bai Muyang's distraction, Chen Wujin slipped away towards the entrance of Caixia courtyard. He was secretly pleased, not only because he had obtained the basic concentration, but also because he had planned ahead and outsmarted the old man. 1 book on escape techniques is enough, but this book on the 5 elements escape techniques, with its profound and detailed explanations of the 5 elements, will be of greater help to you. The name, Qi Sword Technique, immediately conjured up images of countless sword energies attacking the enemy in Chen Wuxian's mind. A man's dream needs no further explanation, he must achieve it. The spirit control technique is very inspiring for his use of written words, he must obtain it. He truly only took a liking to these 3 books from beginning to end. To Chen Wujin's surprise, the old man Bai did not stop him and let him walk out of Caixia courtyard. With 1 foot outside and 1 foot inside, he turned his head and said, "Old man, I'm really leaving now. Get out of here, out of sight, out of mind." "Hurry up and leave, Bai Muyang said with a laugh. After watching Chen Wujin leave, Bai Muyang stroked the left half of his mustache. "Strive without being greedy, that's good. If this kid listens and only chooses 1 book, I'm afraid I'll be a little disappointed. If this kid gets all 5 books, I will never let him follow Xiaoqing on her journey home 7 years from now." He had a perfect grasp of the situation, and what was even more terrifying was his ability to manipulate people's hearts. He initially proposed wanting all 5 books, but in reality, he had already planned out the other 3 to be useful to him and that he deserved them. This is Bai Muyang's last test. In addition to the previous crisis response. And then there's Bai Muyang's personal understanding over this period of time. Chen Wujin earned Bai Muyang's approval in terms of ability, temperament, and virtue. At this stage, it is almost impossible for Nan Dan Haizhou to have a peer who is more outstanding than him. Flowers flutter gently every morning and year, snow falls heavily every evening and year. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Chen Wujin finally grew into a handsome young man. He had thick, black hair, an angular face, a high nose, thin lips, and captivating, striking eyebrows and bright eyes. He sat cross-legged on the green grass in the bamboo courtyard, his eyes closed and his mind focused as if he were meditating. His entire body was brimming with Taoist intent, clearly radiating the cultivation level of the 2nd realm, the perfect foundation establishment realm. Because of his incredibly strong foundation, his body seemed to emanate an ethereal aura of a true immortal. But the roguish smile on his lips brought him back to reality. This is a small gesture he makes when he's thinking. Chen Wujin was performing massive calculations in his mind, the data diagram for the plan to destroy the flag. Over the past 7 years, some changes have taken him by surprise. First, Hua Fiwo, who was supposed to be Chen Wujin's childhood friend, never showed up, and the specific reason is unknown. Hua Fiwo was supposed to have been brought here by the elders of the Bitao sect when Chen Wujin was 10 years old. From then on, he and Chen Wujin became like-minded and childhood friends. Until Yi Linchen stirred up trouble between the two, causing them to break up their friendship and engage in a betting battle. Even without such an interesting and disastrous cliffhanger, Chen Wuxian's 7 years were far from boring. The second unexpected point was the addition of 2 regulars to the inner sect, Fu Hongye and Xiaoqing Qian. Upon meeting the two and learning their names, he simultaneously recalled many of the doomed flags from Fu Hongye's and Xiaoqing Qian's doomed storylines. However, although these two visited the Yuling sect many times, they only became close friends with Chu Qingxi. Their relationship with Chen Wujin was neither good nor bad, they were probably just ordinary friends. Therefore, the Doomsday Flag route for both of them has never been activated. Third, Qin Zhao unexpectedly awakened his innate divine power, the divine food god's Dharma body, and from then on, his cultivation path was smooth. This matter was not mentioned at all in the original game. Chen Wujin couldn't determine whether a new destruction flag would be triggered, so he could only adapt to the situation. The unknown means being unable to handle things with ease, it means real danger. Besides these 3 most obvious things, there were many other small changes that made Chen Wujin feel that a storm of fate was brewing. It is worth mentioning the situation of the spirit control sect. Because the news that Bai Xiaoqing, the legitimate daughter of Zhongzhou, was cultivating in the Yuling sect spread widely, people came from afar, and the popularity of the Yuling sect gradually increased. In the past 7 years, many more young people have joined the sect, but none of them have been particularly talented, none of them could even pass the inner sect assessment set by Chu Qingxi. However, the spirit control sect no longer has a shortage of spirit stones. There are 2 main reasons. First, the Yuling sect of Nandan High Continent, the Es sect of Shinshu Continent, and the Haomiao sect of Qingshanwei Continent have formed a trade triangle. Second, Chen Wujin mastered the first half of the complete ancient formation manual, and with his natural mechanical skills, his handicrafts gained a small reputation in Nandan Haizhou. After all the changes, good and bad, came together, Chen Wujin was absolutely certain. This world is no longer the same as the world in the game, the world line has changed. Xianjin calendar, 30795, the 7th day of the plum month. A fine drizzle soaked the entire Nandan Haizhou. On an unnamed hilltop in the Yuling Mountains, a young man was digging an artificial pond. He made a sword gesture with both hands, directing dozens of floating hose to dig the ground at an extremely fast speed. Cough cough cough. Beside the still developing pond, under a large, leafy tree, stood a girl dressed in pure white. Her hair was styled in a pretty bun, with a few water droplets clinging to her temples, clearly indicating that she had just come from the rain. Endless, big news has arrived today. Unlike the stubborn straight man who only focused on digging, Chen Wujin formed a spirit control incantation with his fingers and silently recited the incantation, "My automatic and hard-working little hoe." After receiving this incantation imbued with mystical light and Taoist meaning, the hoe no longer needed to be controlled, but its efficiency would decrease significantly. He smiled and said, "Could it be that some family has come up with a new and unusual spirit beast? If you want to buy it, Yun Linger will most likely get angry." Hiss hiss hiss. The little white snake appeared out of nowhere and coiled on Bai Xiaoqing's shoulder. Those bright, lively eyes were like a pouting girl saying proudly, "No other spirit beast can compare to me, so I won't be angry." Bai Xiaoqing reached out to comfort the little white snake, then turned to look at Chen Wujin. "This news is really important, especially for you. I heard that a peerless genius has appeared in the Bitao sect, the most peerless kind. In the southern part of Nandan Haizhou, everyone is saying that he is the greatest genius in Nandan Haizhou in the past 100 years. So powerful. Could his name be Hua Fei Hua?" Chen Wujin's lips curled into a wicked smile. Bai Xiaoqing covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes widening. "Oh, Wujin, you know." "How did you know?" "I specifically asked Uncle Chen and Aunt Chu to keep it a secret from me. I have a brilliant plan, but I cannot tell you. "TCH, you're always like this, so mysterious." Bai Xiaoqing glanced at Chen Wujin, tugged at his sleeve, and said, "Stop digging and come back with me. No rush, I'll dig a little longer, and we can make a pool that's warm in winter and cool in summer another day." Bai Xiaoqing snorted, "I have to go. I need you to come with me to Linyu City." "Hey, how are these connected?" Chen Wujin asked, feigning confusion. He had no desire to go shopping with Bai Xiaoqing. Women's legs have a mysterious structure and incredible stamina when shopping, it's terrifying. "I'm not asking you to go shopping with me. What is that? Because of this genius, this unparalleled genius, it is said to be the secret weapon of the Bitao sect. No, it should be called the next generation of Holy Sun. The Bitao sect is different from other sections. There are two people with the most power in the sect leader and the Holy Sun. Routine affairs are handled by the sect leader, who is usually a highly skilled cultivator, but not the most outstanding expert. The most terrifying person in the Bitao sect, the one with the highest cultivation, has always been the Holy Sun. This generation of Holy Sons has a lifespan of over 2,900 years, and has less than 100 years left. It is time to choose the next generation of Holy Sons. Hua Fei was clearly the one chosen. However, the Bitao sect will not easily accept him. Even if everyone in the sect has been convinced by him, a ceremony is still required, the wave competition. The principle is simple: waves come every year, and tides are numerous. If you want to know if you are the best, just withstand the challenges of the whole world. Then you are the best. The most talented is the Holy Son of the Bitao sect. Of course, the Bitao sect has a strong foundation and would never allow these young talents to participate in the wave competition for no reason. They have set up incredibly generous rewards for this. Chen Wujin glanced at Bai Xiaoqing with a hint of disdain, and asked with extreme doubt, "You want to participate in the waves martial arts competition? What kind of look is that? Are you looking down on me?" Bai Xiaoqing suddenly puffed out her chest, but it was as flat as an airport runway and did not stir up the slightest ripple in Chen Wujin's heart. He smiled and chose to ignore this well-placed, poignant blow. After all, if anyone mocks Bai Xiaoqing for being flat-chested, she will definitely become irritable and show her true personality, the spoiled and unreasonable eldest daughter of the Bai family. It's not that I look down on you, but your foundation establishment realm isn't even complete yet. How can you participate? I'll register first, and I'll register you too, and then... Wait. Why are you signing me up? I don't want to go. Chen Wujin just wanted to stay peacefully in the Yuling Mountains. He glanced back at the nearly completed artificial pond and said, "Wouldn't it be more comfortable to build a sect?" "Ah, but this is your sect, not mine." Bai Xiaoqing muttered to herself, then grabbed Chen Wujin's hands with both of hers and shook them vigorously. "Endless pot, just say yes." Upon hearing this, Chen Wujin's skin crawled. "No, please don't call me that. Endless pot, how about it?" Chen Wujin couldn't help but cover his forehead and chest. "I shouldn't have transmitted those strange ideas to young Bai Xiaoqing in the first place. The same words, spoken by a genuine little girl, are so adorable. Why does it sound southwest out of place when a girl under 15 says it? Is it really true, as those shut-ins say, that anyone over 13 is an old lady?" He took a couple of breaths, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said, all right, stop being so coquettish, I'll go with you." Outside Linyu City, a light rain was falling. A lucky cloud landed in front of the north gate of the city, and a young man and woman walked down from it. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. They walked side by side toward the city. The guards at the city gate were checking other people entering the city, but they let the two of them through directly. The city guard captain greeted them familiarly. "Young Master Wujin, are you accompanying Miss Xiaoqing shopping again today? That's quite a chore." "No, I heard there's something big happening in the city, so I came to check it out." "Oh, you mean the Great Wave Competition?" The city guard captain's eyes gleamed, and he said excitedly and loudly, "The Bitao sect has been exaggerating the merits of their own geniuses too much." I don't like to hear it." "That's good, now that young Master Wujin is here. We'll give that so-called #1 genius of Nandan Haizhou in the last 100 years a good beating." The flattering words were overheard by a burly man who had just entered the city. He turned around and looked at the city guard captain and Chen Wujin, who was dressed in a blue robe. "How arrogant. I, Hua Fei of the Bitao sect, am not exceptionally talented. At the age of 16, I have already reached the late stage of the third realm, the core formation realm. May I ask how this young Master Wujin can avoid getting a beating?" The man had dark skin, like someone who made a living by the sea year-round, and was probably from the Bitao sect area. Chen Wujin made a judgment in his mind and stopped the city guard captain who was about to get angry, but he couldn't stop Bai Xiaoqing from having a temper. "If we're talking about geniuses, Wujin is 10 or 100 times stronger, he just doesn't want to be famous. The man shook his head and sighed. Two foundation establishment stage kids, unaware of their own limitations, always think that other people's reputations are due to luck or the promotion of powerful forces. It's truly pathetic. After a slight pause, the man removed his straw hat, revealing his face, and pointed to the knife scar on his nose, saying, "I am not very talented, but I had the honor of exchanging skills with Mr. Hua 3 years ago. We exchanged over 100 blows, and I was struck here by a single strike. I accepted the defeat wholeheartedly and had no complaints whatsoever." He gave Chen Wujin a deep look and said, "If you can beat me, you won't be too embarrassed when you actually participate in the Waves Grand Competition." This commotion at the city gate piqued the interest of the surrounding crowd. While observing, they did not shy away from the influence of the Yuling sect, and expressed their views on the grounds of the matter. Young Master Chen has an extraordinary appearance, but unfortunately his talent is not outstanding enough. The wave competition is not something that can be participated in simply by relying on the power of a sect. Only true geniuses can stand out. Chen Wujin, the young master of the Chen family, was extremely unruly as a child. He has only become more restrained now, but he is not known for his cultivation level. Yes, Chen Wujin is the young sect master of the spirit control sect, and he's almost 15 years old. He still hasn't broken through to the core formation realm. It seems his talent isn't that great. I've heard that young Master Wujin is proficient in both mechanical arts and array formations, making him a rare polymath. His handicrafts range from buildings to small decorations, and they are all both beautiful and practical. His talent has been wasted. As the heir of a sect, it's no good if his cultivation level is too low. With his potential, it will be very difficult for him to reach the nascent soul stage. Most practitioners share a consensus: one can cultivate qi at 6, achieve mastery at 9, and be considered an outstanding individual after 3 years of foundation building. Those who can suppress their foundation establishment realm for more than 3 years are all geniuses among geniuses. However, because of the power of the written language, Chen Wujin's spiritual energy was not usually visible. People could only vaguely judge that his cultivation level was foundation establishment, and they had no idea that he had already reached the peak of foundation establishment in the 3rd month of his 9-year-old life. In fact, he has been laying a solid foundation in spiritual energy for almost 6 years. This matter was so shocking that he didn't even tell his parents. He only revealed his intention to have reached the foundation establishment stage on his 11th birthday. Therefore, the fact that he had not yet broken through to the foundation establishment stage at the age of 15 was a good thing in the eyes of the spirit control sect and other relevant personnel. Having been suppressed for more than 3 years, he is undoubtedly a genius. Moreover, having been around longer than this newly emerged peerless genius of the Bitao sect, his spiritual foundation is even more solid. Amidst the skepticism of the crowd, Chen Wujin said, "You want to have a spar? But I've never sparred with anyone before." The dark-skinned man with a scar on his nose said, "It's all right, young master. Please rest assured, I am at the late stage of the core formation realm, so I have some control over myself and won't hurt you." Chen Wujin smiled and said sincerely, "No, you misunderstood me. I meant that all contests are meant to end when the point is reached, but I don't seem to know how to end when the point is reached. I probably won't let you off the hook." Upon hearing this, the hairs on the back of Bai Xiaoqing's neck stood on end. What kind of fighting style does Endless want to use? This is too cruel. Contrary to her expectations, the dark-skinned man frowned and spoke slowly and heavily. "Young man, no matter which family's young master you are, you will pay the price for talking big." Chen Wujin nodded almost imperceptibly, his lips curving upwards to reveal his pearly white teeth. His smile turned into a roguish grin, shattering his ethereal and otherworldly aura. The first plan is mechanical arts, the second plan is formations, and the third plan is sword energy. Which one do you want to lose to? Chen Wujin asked very seriously, as if he were the one who was a whole level above the other. The foundation establishment realm and the core formation realm may seem like just one realm apart, but they are actually worlds apart. Many cultivation techniques reveal their unique characteristics at the core formation realm. But his condescending attitude made the men lose all patience. The men roared, "I am Huang Mang, an inner disciple of the Lianquan Blade sect. Please enlighten me." Before he finished speaking, the men drew his twin swords, and his aura exploded. Clang buzz. The moment the sword was drawn, the flashing light of the blade amazed the onlookers. It's him. The senior disciple of the Lianquan Blade sect, the ruthless master who has mastered the Lianquan Mad Blade. It's easy to tell whether someone from the Lianquan Blade sect is strong. Just look at their swordsmanship, double swords, one hand away from the body and the other hand with the body. That's the Lianquan Mad Blade. Anyone who has mastered it is a person with a heart as hard as iron. The practice of this sword technique is extremely painful. Those who can master it to the point of being able to use it as an extension of their own arm are all fierce warriors who have wounded more than 3,000 people with their swords. That's incredible. And he still admires Hua Fiwo of the Bitao sect so much. The city guard captain looked around, wanting to interrupt this sudden duel. But Chen Wujin and Huang Mang had already made up their minds, and as a mere city guard captain, he really couldn't forcefully interfere. In the world of cultivation, the law of the jungle is inherently upheld. Such normal duels frequently occur in Scale Feather City and are not considered a violation of city rules. Therefore, he had no choice but to persuade Chen Wujin, who was more familiar with him. A person with an iron will and an incomparably fierce blade, this is far too dangerous. Moreover, the Lianquan Blade sect and the Yuling sect have no ties whatsoever, and your father has even robbed him multiple times. Young Master Wujin, you should. Robbery. My dad does that. Chen Wujin was taken aback and turned to look at the city guard captain. The city guard captain understood the meaning in Chen Wujin's eyes and quickly waved his hand, saying, "It's not that kind of robbery, it's fair competition when salvaging rare and precious materials in the South Dan Sea." "Okay, I understand." Chen Wujin smiled, then turned to Bai Xiaoqing, "Since that brother isn't choosing, why don't you choose, Xiaoqing? Which option would you like to see?" Bai Xiaoqing pursed her lips, thought for a moment, and then said, "Anyway, as long as you don't use mechanical arts, the other two are up to you." She knew that mechanical arts were too violent and boring, it was just Chen Wujin throwing out a bunch of strange and wonderful creations, and then steadily winning. In summary, the style of mechanical arts is simple, unadorned, and tedious. "Okay, I'll grant your request. You'll have to treat me to snacks later." Chen Wujin smiled mischievously. "Ah!" Bai Xiaoqing exclaimed, looking very unwilling. Starting at the age of 8, Bai Xiaoqing was completely transformed into a foodie under Qing Zhao's culinary onslaught. Asking a foodie to treat you to a meal is a painful experience for them. Every bite of food represents an inseparable love. Chen Wujin pretended not to know, quietly darted 2 steps forward, and teased Huang Mang, who had a scar on his nose, "You're quite patient, but aren't you tired of holding the same pose for so long? Since you agree to the duel, young master, let's begin." Huang Mang raised his foot to rush out. "Wait a minute. As the one being challenged, I have the right to make a bet on your challenge." Chen Wujin stretched out his hand, palm facing up, and placed it flat in front of his chest. Huang Mang held his knife in both hands, ready to unleash his power at any moment, accumulating momentum. He was just about to charge out when he was suddenly interrupted. You can imagine how uncomfortable he was. His teeth chattered rapidly, slightly easing his anxiety, before Huang Mang asked, "Shall we gamble on spirit stones?" Chen Wujin shook his head in disgust. "Vulgar, unoriginal. It's another bet on spirit stones. This won't do. If you lose, you have to do something for me. And if you lose, I can't think of anything I need your help with." Huang Mang's eyes gleamed with arrogance. Chen Wujin shrugged and calmly uttered his arrogant words. "I could take you down with one hand, how could I lose? You think some jinx will shout Dragon Rush for you?" Huang Mang had seen many people who shouted before a battle, but this was the first time he had heard something so strange. A few doubts welled up in my mind, and I couldn't help but think that this kid was out of his mind. If you don't have the guts, just admit defeat and don't resort to so many tricks. This is an indirect reference to Chen Wujin thwarting his accumulated momentum. But he didn't realize that building up his momentum before the battle even started was actually a form of cheating. Chen Wujin strode forward, gradually approaching Huang Mang, his roguish smile still on his lips. "I've been waiting for you to make your move." "Waiting for me? What a joke. Anyone with eyes can see that I'm the one waiting for you." Huang Mang began to spin the knife in his left hand, circling around his wrist. This is the preparatory stance for the Lianquan sword technique, where the sword is separated from the body. Chen Wujin raised an eyebrow and smiled, then beckoned with his finger. His movements and expression were full of contempt. Huang Mang was furious, his temples bulged, and veins popped on his forehead. He charged out with a whoosh. At the same time, the knife in his left hand spun out, drawing an arc as it struck Chen Wujin at the back of the head. If you're so ignorant, then try it with your body. A furious shout burst from Huang Mang's mouth as he rushed in front of Chen Wujin, his right hand slashing upwards with his personal knife. The spiritual energy emanating from the blade was so abundant that it cracked the ground, leaving behind broken blade marks. Just as the blade was about to sever Chen Wujin's chin, Chen Wujin smiled and snapped his fingers. Clatter. The sound spread in all directions, gradually increasing in volume, at an extremely fast and short speed, like a deafening bomb exploding in Huang Mang's ears. The shock caused Huang Mang's right-hand knife to veer off course, missing Chen Wujin. The slash that left his hand was also countered by Chen Wujin. Chen Wujin silently chanted, and several incantation characters automatically formed. The word, with its extremely short distance from the mouth to the back of the head, instantly blocked the spinning throwing knife that was coming from behind. At the same time, Chen Wujin's hand behind his back formed a sword finger and pointed upwards. A lightning-fast sword strike landed precisely on the point of impact of the throwing knife. Distracted, the spinning throwing knife wobbled, bypassing the back of Chen Wujin's head, and instead slashed in an arc towards Huang Mang's face. Having just regained his senses from the disturbance, Huang Mang suddenly saw the blade and could only hurriedly turn around to block it with the knife in his right hand. As a result, the flow of spiritual energy will inevitably be disrupted. Clang! The two blades clashed, and Huang Mang's arm went numb from the impact. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Chen Wujin rushed forward with a chuckle, "You lost." As the voice rang out, a hand descended and pressed against Huang Mang's chest. Chen Wuxian's palm pulsed with spiritual energy, forming a visible cloud of mist that shot towards Huang Mang. After taking the blow, Huang Mang staggered back more than 10 steps, leaving a crater in his foot. After standing still, he clutched his chest, trying his best to stop the blood from gushing out. However, the severe chest injury damaged his middle dantian, greatly reducing his control over qi and blood. Puff! Fresh blood gushed out, scattering into a mist of blood everywhere. That's right, if you have blood, you should vomit it out. Once you vomit, you'll feel better, and you'll feel more comfortable. Holding it in is so uncomfortable. It wasn't until Chen Wujin uttered those words that the onlookers realized what was happening. Wow, can you use word of power like this? So strong. Then why has young Master Chen never shown off his reputation? He doesn't show off his abilities, he has the demeanor of a master, and he doesn't act like a young man at all. He's more like a seasoned veteran who has been traveling the world for many years. I managed to make out the word just now, it seemed to be slow, steady, or fast. Indeed, it was these three words, one word slowed down the throwing knife, and another word froze him in place. Then, the sword technique of lightning energy released by the sword finger disrupted the force and balance point of the spinning flying knife, causing the blade to deviate from its original trajectory and head towards its original owner's face. Add the last word, fast, to amplify the speed. This incantation script is far from simple, it contains Chen Wujin's profound understanding of incantation script, as well as the free copy of the first volume of the spirit control technique that he obtained from old man Bai. Unlike men, women are drawn to Chen Wujin's dashing and handsome appearance. Those young girls and women who admired his good looks, their beautiful eyes either sparkling with clear water, or radiating countless tiny stars, or releasing scorching electric sparks, all fell upon Chen Wujin. Some looked at the face, some at the neck, some at the chest and abdomen, some at the limbs, and some at... Anyway, it was just a period of restlessness. Wow, how graceful and ethereal. She handled it with such ease, without even moving her body half a step, simply extending her palm and pressing down lightly. Young Master Wujin's response is quite brilliant. We can only discern a wisp of lightning sword energy, and he hasn't even revealed the details of his technique. If only there were a sky where a handsome guy could duel with me, that would be wonderful. This category includes pure young girls, and there's also the category of mature women and married women. That slightly frivolous and unconventional air is what makes him so endearing. Yes, yes, he always has a smile on his face, he looks so cute, I really want to hug him. Good looks, tall, great figure, strong cultivation, excellent in every way, it's a pity I'm already married. The commotion around her grew increasingly absurd, and Bai Xiaoqing, with her sharp ears, glared fiercely at the women around her who were speaking loudly. In fact, the women were just having normal conversations, but Bai Xiaoqing was too sensitive and always used her ears to catch information that made her feel sour. She stared, her eyes were getting sore, there were just too many opponents for her to keep up with. He could only console himself with the thought, being close to the water tower gives you an advantage, if I'm going to lose, I won't lose to them. Suddenly, she had a change of heart and blushed with embarrassment at her thoughts, lowering her head like a quail. On the other side, Chen Wujin said with a grin, I've already held back. It'll only take 3 moves in total. Upon hearing Chen Wujin's words, Wang Mang's already unpleasant expression turned even more ashamed. He lowered his head, unable to believe that he had lost. The opponent is not yet at the core formation stage, and many of the supernatural powers and mysteries of his cultivation technique have not yet been revealed. What it uses is nothing more than the universally known language of spirit words, and that extraordinary spiritual energy. Sir, I didn't hit you that hard, please don't look like you're about to die. Chen Wujin smiled and reached out to help Wang Mang up. As the saying goes, it's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester. As the young sect leader of the Spirit Control sect and the future leader of the #1 sect in the world, Chen Wujin understood very well what he should do. However, Wang Mang's expression was a bit strange, turning from green to red in an instant. Are core formation cultivators really that fragile? It's all the fault of the passers-by who said that anyone who has mastered the entire sword technique is a ruthless person. Where was the ruthlessness? A snap of the fingers, a word, and a slap were all it took to knock him down. Chen Wujin's thoughts were racing when he heard Wang Mang say, slowly and deliberately, through gritted teeth. I'm just over 20 this year, I'm not some old man. Wow, you look way too old. Chen Wujin's eyes twitched slightly, but he was too lazy to explain further. He coughed twice and changed the subject. You still owe me something, let's talk about that first. All right, I, Wang Mang, am a man of name and surname, and I will never renege on my debt. Everyone was curious, what did Chen Wujin want Wang Mang to do for him? The crowd remained gathered, but suddenly a group of people entered through the city gate. Make way, make way. What are you doing blocking the doorway? His arrogant voice was rough and hoarse, clearly the kind of person who had been a lackey for years, specializing in shouting insults for others. At the city gate, a caravan of horse-drawn carts carrying goods, numbering about 30 people, was present. The lead carriage was adorned with flags depicting strange and fantastical creatures, their bizarre shapes making one feel uneasy, as if they were being whipped and enslaved. It was none other than the beast-taming sect, the sect that the spirit-taming sect had the most to antagonize. The beast-taming sect is one of the dominant forces in the Green Mountain Mist Outer Continent, with a history as long as that of the Azure Wave sect in the southern Donhai continent. This means that the beast-taming sect has a profound foundation, but their principles differ from those of the spirit-taming sect. They emphasize treating spirit beasts as servants rather than friends. This is a matter of traditional beliefs, which involves a great deal of depth and breadth. However, due to various reasons, both sects have maintained a degree of restraint and have not engaged in a life-or-death struggle. But this doesn't stop Chen Wujin from disliking the beast-taming sect, and being interrupted during the conversation is also very uncomfortable. He was uncomfortable, and the other party was being unreasonable, so what else was there to say? Beat him up. Turning around, I saw the face of the person leading the convoy. The man rode a 9-legged golden-striped lizard, his chest and abdomen half exposed, revealing thick chest hair. His entire body was exceptionally muscular, resembling a coiled dragon. The rough, hoarse voice did not come from him, but from a middle-aged man of medium build beside him, with a gloomy face and obvious burn marks on his neck. A bunch of commoners are blocking the city gate. The people of Nandan Haizhou really have no manners. The beast-taming sect's carriages are right in front of us, so why don't you get out of the way? In short, it's a direct attack on the entire map. Who could stand this? What kind of sect can be so arrogant in other states? Even a behemoth like the Bai family of Zhongzhou would bring a gift when visiting the Yuling sect. Chen Wujin was unhappy, and as a result, someone was going to be in trouble. He called out, "Qing Zhao, bring the materials to the young master." The words had barely left his mouth when he suddenly looked embarrassed. Qing Zhao has been busy with cooking and cultivation these past 2 days, which is a crucial time, so she hasn't come out with me. Beside her was Bai Xiaoqing. He turned to look at the Bai family girl and caught a glimpse of anger in her almond-shaped eyes. After giving her an awkward smile, Chen Wujin took out a mechanical item from his spatial necklace and tossed it into the air. There are about a dozen items, including pagodas, arrow towers, crossbow emplacements, and metallic spheres. Each one is unique and strangely shaped. He then continued talking to Huang Mang. "What I need you to do is very simple. Make a trip to the Bitao sect and send an invitation to Hua Fiwo, inviting him to visit the Yuling sect." Chen Wujin knew that Hua Fiwo would inevitably have a fateful intersection with him. But he doesn't like waiting for fate to come to him, he prefers to take the initiative and make decisions. Huang Mang hadn't expected that the task Chen Wujin had given him would be so easy. He wanted to ask, but remembering his recent crushing defeat, he kept quiet and nodded silently. At that moment, exclamations of surprise rang out from passers-by near the convoy at the city gate. "What are these things? Why can they float in the air automatically and actively attack and restrict the carriage convoy? Not only that, look at the ground." The crowd wasn't blind, they had already seen a formation light up on the ground, covering an area of about 6 or 7 zhang in radius, which perfectly sealed off the people in the convoy. The outer circle of the formation displays strange patterns that subtly convey Taoist principles, while the Tai Chi diagram at the very center flows with yin and yang, exuding an ancient and profound aura. Sandwiched between the two are layers upon layers of ever-changing spiritual texts. The changes were too rapid to discern what was written, but the Taoist principles were ethereal and subtle, directly isolating the two worlds. "What kind of formation is this? I've cultivated for hundreds of years and have never seen anything like it before," an old man asked in bewilderment at a roadside stall. The question was destined to remain unanswered. Unexpectedly, amidst the chaos, Chen Wujin located the old man, smiled and nodded at him, and then said in a clear voice, "The formation is called the Lesser Universe Formation, and it has the effect of sealing and isolating." What a scary little brat. How could he find me? The old man gave Chen Wujin a deep look. As everyone's gaze fell upon him, Huang Mang looked over and realized just how lucky he was. "I only took a slap to the chest and suffered a minor injury." However, that entire convoy was an elite escort team composed of core formation realm cultivators. The leader was clearly a master at the peak of the core formation stage, about to break through to the golden core stage. But these 30-plus people were beaten so badly that they were completely powerless to fight back. This young master of the Chen family hasn't even made a real move yet. Inside the small universe formation, more than 30 people were knocked to the ground, leaving only 2 people struggling desperately. The muscular giant swung a pair of iron hammers in his arms to fend off the increasingly dense attacks. The man with the sinister face was dressed in tattered clothes, and it seemed that even his underwear was about to be exposed. But he dodged left and right, and was not completely subdued yet. They were cursing and swearing inside the formation, but those outside couldn't hear a single note. "Don't waste your energy. Just surrender and admit your mistakes, and I'll let you go." Chen Wujin smiled like a little devil, crossed his arms, and stared waiting. The mechanical contraptions floating in mid-air emitted beams of spiritual energy. The rays penetrated the formation, intertwining in 2s and 3s to form composite rays, not just the simple 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 2 men resisted stubbornly because they didn't want to become bald. Every person who falls to the ground will immediately be struck on the head by fiery spiritual energy. That won't hurt anyone, it'll just burn their hair. They burned every single hair on their bodies to ashes. Even with limitless abilities, it's impossible to make the fire elemental energy distinguish between fur and clothing. He had no choice but to order the mechanism responsible for finishing off the enemy to focus on the upper body. At least they left everyone a pair of underwear. The 2 inside are indeed quite capable, they can't be killed instantly. Chen Wujin was originally there to spend time with Bai Xiaoqing, so of course he didn't want to waste any more time. "I was thinking of going back quickly to finish building the artificial pond." Chen Wujin's lips curled into a wicked smile. Bai Xiaoqing glanced at this expression and immediately became curious. Wujin is thinking of some pranks again. These two are going to be in trouble. Sure enough, after 3 finger snaps, several smaller magic arrays emerged within the small universe array. Wood element, tree spirits coil around. Tender shoots sprouted from the ground, growing rapidly, breaking through the soil, and intertwining into strong and resilient vines. Vines covered the ground within the formation, making it impossible for the 2 people inside to escape. Suddenly, their ankles were hooked, and they both lost their balance. At the same time, the mechanism floating in midair shot out spiritual energy, striking several vital points on the 2 people's bodies and sealing off their spiritual energy circulation. With the dust settled, Chen Wujin effortlessly dealt with a guard team composed of core formation realm cultivators. This scene left everyone stunned. Whether it was a hidden master, a proud young talent, or a graceful young woman, their eyes held only one emotion: shock. The bustling city gate area fell eerily quiet. Everyone was watching Chen Wujin, waiting for his next move. Chen Wujin grinned, revealing his tiger teeth, and gave everyone a friendly smile. A chill suddenly ran through everyone's hearts, like taking a hot bath in the dead of winter that suddenly turned into ice water, penetrating to the core. Walking up to the 2 people hanging upside down by vines, Chen Wujin's eyes darted around, looking somewhat mischievous. After a moment, he said seriously, "You 2 have been jumping around for so long, wasting a lot of my time. I have to give you a little punishment." After saying that, the strange mechanical object floating in midair shot out several streams of fire attribute spiritual energy, burning the clothes, pants, hair, and eyebrows of the 2 people hanging upside down to ashes. Huang Mang, sitting on the ground, swallowed hard and decided in his heart, set off immediately to do what Chen Wujin had asked him to do. Chen Wujin beckoned to the city guard captain beside him and said, "In a little while, I will contact the spirit control sect to take them away. Until then, all of them will be left where they are and let them have a good show. By the way, I'd like to trouble you, Captain Zhao, to seal off the spiritual energy of those guys on the ground as well. Thank you for your help." Captain was flattered. How could the young master Wujin actually remember the name of a nobody like me? I don't think I ever mentioned it to him. Squad leader Zhao's thoughts raced, and he chuckled to himself. That's right. The spirit control sect is a dominant force, and its control over the surrounding areas is quite strong. Coming to his senses, he immediately picked up the conversation. "Young Master Wujin, you're too kind. These outsiders look down on Nandan Haizhou, so it's only right that they suffer a bit, ha ha ha." After a polite nod, a few beads of cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the city guard, Captain Zhao. The endless young master doesn't flaunt his abilities, yet he possesses such formidable strength. Moreover, I have been guarding Linyu City for more than 7 or 8 years. What kind of mysterious methods haven't I seen? But I've never actually seen his methods. The floating mechanisms and the ground formations complemented each other perfectly. That's absolutely terrifying. Even if this gets out, most people probably won't believe it, right? The Foundation establishment and core formation pill, and he even took down more than 30 people at once. Even fantasy novels wouldn't dare to write something like that. Chen Wujin was unaware of Zhao Bingzhang's thoughts. He pulled Bai Xiaoqing along and headed towards their original destination. The young women standing nearby felt a pang of sadness when they saw him holding hands with another woman, and their forlorn expressions evoked pity from the men around them. Some bold men would approach the girls they liked and ask them questions in a soft voice, only to be met with a glare and a cold snort. "You guys aren't handsome guys. A bunch of rough men should go home and take a good look in the mirror, instead of embarrassing themselves in public." The hurtful words remained unspoken in their hearts, and the women dispersed without looking back. No, they glanced a few more times in the direction where Chen Wujin had disappeared before they each went their separate ways. The 2 people hanging upside down were filled with despair. Looking at the scrutinizing gazes of the people around them, the burly man whose name Chen Wujin did not know had a panicked expression on his square face. He completely lacked the imposing presence he had when he first appeared. The demeanor of the team leader had vanished without a trace. He just wanted to find a piece of cloth to cover his private parts as quickly as possible. As for the gloomy-looking man, he shamelessly chose to feign unconsciousness. It's probably just an ostrich mentality. If I can't see you, you can't see me. The beast-taming sex procession was displayed in the middle of the road for a full quarter of an hour. Outside the north gate of Linyu City, a magnificent steed finally landed, carrying a beautiful and otherworldly young woman. She was dressed in a dark black women's outfit, revealing her slender and graceful curves, but the men around her dared not look at her for long. Most people recognized the woman as Chu Qingxi, the head steward of the Yuling sect. That signature Chenibu, adolescent delusions of grandeur, look on his face, as if saying, "I'm a master," is the best proof. She walked up to Zhao, the soldier guarding the city, clasped her hands in a fist and said, "The people my little Jean took down are those still hanging on the ground. Your Excellency has discerning eyes. You can take these people and goods directly. Our city lord has already given the order. The Spirit Control sect is the Elder Brothers unit, so there is no need for any reporting." Captain Zhao bowed and scraped, his posture much more humble than when facing Chen Wujin. There was no way around it. The style of the Spirit Control sect was already well known within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Sect leader Chen has a mild temper, while vice sect leader Chu has a volatile temper. The young sect leader has a gentle personality, but the head steward is difficult to communicate with. Difficulty in communication creates a communication gap, which in turn leads to certain psychological misunderstandings. The unknown and suspicion are always the deepest sources of human fear. Bitao sect's office in Linyu City. The courtyard house is a single-story building with 4 doors. The entrance is ordinary and not very eye-catching, but the name written on the signboard will make the occasional passerby take a second look. The doorman was an old man who sat in a rocking chair made of wood and rattan. From a distance, the old man spotted Chen Wujin and Bai Xiaoqing walking towards him, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. He recognized Chen Wuxian's identity. The Bitao sect has offices in every major city in the southern Donghai continent, and each office also serves as their intelligence base. This is common knowledge, but there is another thing that fewer people know. Because those who try to understand often do so in an unorthodox way, most of them die. Each office must have at least a master at the late nascent soul stage in charge. The old man at the door has such an air of superiority, perhaps he is that great master. As Chen Wujin approached, sparks of thought ignited in his mind. Adhering to the principle of respecting the elderly and caring for the young, Chen Wujin handed over a small handful of mid-grade spirit stones, then asked with a smile. "Excuse me, sir, how do I complete the procedures for the wave competition?" The old man slightly raised his eyelids, revealing a pair of bright, piercing double pupils. Upon seeing this scene, Bai Xiaoqing was so frightened that she took a step back. She happened to be standing on the edge of the steps, and then she stepped into empty space. Suddenly, Chen Wujin reached out and grabbed her slender waist, giving her a warm smile that dispelled the fright in her heart. This is not his fault. The old man with the goatee originally had a restrained aura, but the moment his double pupils appeared, his spiritual energy surged on its own, and he suddenly exuded an aura of at least the nascent soul stage. At the same time, those double pupils weren't 2, but a strange 3. Each eye has 3 pupils, and the 6 pupils are all different colors, namely black, white, red, blue, yellow, and green. You must be Chen Wujin. I've been waiting for you for days. Why did it take you so long? The old man stroked his goatee, speaking in a familiar tone befitting an elder. Senior, do you know me? Chen Wujin asked, not knowing the answer already. This is the intelligence outpost of the Bitao sect, so of course they know he is Chen Wujin, but what surprised him was the old man's tone. At the entrance of an ordinary courtyard house, a rocking chair gently sways back and forth. The old man nodded almost imperceptibly in the chair. Young Master Wujin of the Spirit Control sect is indeed a dragon among men. The maid beside me was the eldest daughter of the Bai family in Zhongzhou. She was still captivated by the nascent soul aura I deliberately released and my double pupils. But this young master seemed completely oblivious, as if I were just an ordinary doorman. His unwavering resolve is evident in this. Moreover, the commotion at the city gate just now showed that he was by no means a weak person. They don't like to show off, but they're not afraid of getting into trouble. Facing a dominant force from another continent, taking action without hesitation, that's what makes a true hero. The old man nodded. I have a mechanical item you made in my collection, so I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now. As he spoke, the old man looked Chen Wujin up and down, observing the subtle Taoist aura that Chen Wujin inadvertently exuded. The old man became more and more surprised as he looked at it. This child possesses innate Taoist intent and an exceptionally strong foundation in cultivation. He doesn't seem to be in the foundation establishment stage, yet he truly is. Is he even more outstanding than Hana Onoka within the sect? Just some small handmade pieces, nothing special. Chen Wujin said politely, his face calm and seemingly unsurprised, but inwardly he was thinking. They noticed me a long time ago, but it wasn't during the wave competition. He collects my mechanical artifacts. This old man is most likely the strongest martial artist stationed at the Bitao sect's office. Given his cultivation level, he definitely doesn't need to rely on my mechanical devices to defend himself, so is it just to add some fun to his life? Works that add fun to life seem to be mostly similar to children's toys. Thinking of this, Chen Wujin's face darkened. This involves his dark past. At only 8 years old, he always made complicated but practical towers, pagodas, and other structures, which seemed to lack any childlike fun. His mother always stared at him with strange eyes, so he had no choice but to make a lot of toys that suited children's tastes. Based on this, it can be inferred that this old man probably bought it as a gift because he has a particularly doted-on younger relative in his family. Chen Wujin smiled and said confidently, "Sir, you probably didn't buy this for collection. My work is not worthy of the praise of a nascent soul realm expert." His double pupils gleamed, and the old man sat up slightly, saying with interest, "Oh. Most of your collection consists of whimsical items such as woven grass flowers, birds, insects, fish, and carved wood birds and animals. How do you know? You probably won't need the mechanical items I make. If you do buy them, it's probably as gifts for your grandchildren to amuse them," Chen Wujin said. Chen Wuxian's first part of reasoning was correct. What he collected was indeed not a mechanical device, but rather a childlike object. However, his goal in the second half was wrong. The old man was a devoted lover who loved only one woman in his life, but things rarely go as planned. After he married her, she passed away from illness. Therefore, he had no children, and these whimsical items were simply bought for his own collection to add a little fun to his life. After all, staying in one place all the time can easily lead to health problems. But it's too embarrassing to say. The old man could only nod slightly, lower his eyelids, and say in a pretentious manner, "Your guess is not far off." Even with his overwhelming sense of shame, his intelligence-driven spirit remained burning, prompting him to consider another aspect of the situation. This young Master Wujin is incredibly meticulous, it's terrifying. From all perspectives, he is undoubtedly a formidable rival to that kid Hua Fiwo. It just so happens that he wants to participate in the waves competition so that the two of them can have a good exchange, which will help Hua Fiwo improve. In just one meeting and a few words, the old man had already decided in his heart that Chen Wujin would become Hua Fiwo's perfect opponent. This will inspire the most outstanding junior in the sect, making his cultivation path more passionate and enabling him to go higher and further. The old man narrowed his eyes again and smiled, saying, "Young friend Wujin, if you wish to participate in the waves competition, you can register in the first room of the East Wing. By the way, you can tell Laoli to give you a spot in the knockout stage by directly passing the qualifiers." Chen Wujin nodded to indicate that he understood, and then asked thoughtfully, "Senior, have the specific rewards for this competition been announced?" "It cannot be spoken, it cannot be spoken, a touch of mystery makes it all the more alluring." The old man's double pupils shone with the unique light of a master, as if to say, "Ask me again and I'll tell you." However, Chen Wujin turned his head and said with a serious face, "Xiaoqing, based on my experience, there are only 2 reasons why the organizers of a competition usually don't announce the rewards in advance." Bai Xiaoqing giggled and played the innocent, naive girl. "What's the reason?" "Either they don't have any decent prizes, or they're trying to pull some dirty tricks," Chen Wujin said, feigning seriousness and raising his voice. The old man's double pupils trembled. What did this kid mean? He didn't trust the Azure Wave sect, a sect with 10,000 years of history. How outrageous! Bai Xiaoqing glanced at the old man's expression and quickly added fuel to the fire. "Understood. If the final winner is a disciple of the Bitao sect, then there will be a great reward, such as a top-grade magic weapon. But if you're a disciple from an outer sect, you can directly exchange it for a mid-grade magic weapon. After all, the rewards haven't been announced yet." "Ahem, it's not that serious. After all, the Bitao sect is a respectable sect. At most, they'll just change the rarer high-grade magic treasures to the more common ones." Chen Wujin said, trying to defend the Bitao sect, but gave Bai Xiaoqing a look that said, you're teachable. Bai Xiaoqing raised the tail of her left eyebrow twice, her eyes filled with a smug smile. Hearing the two of them putting on a show, the old man knew that the two younger generation were using reverse psychology, but he couldn't stand it. There is absolutely no possibility of any underhanded dealings. You can refer to the prizes of the Waves competition in previous years. Even if my Bitao sect does not elect a holy son, the Waves competition will still be held once every 10 years, and the prizes are never bad. There are historical records to check, and this is a once-in-a-millennium selection of the Holy Sun, so the rewards will only be higher than in any previous session. Much, much higher. The old man spoke extremely fast, his beard seemingly taking flight from his lips. How tall is it? Is it as tall as a 7- or 8-story building? If they haven't given us an accurate estimate, then we don't need to report on this wave competition. Chen Wujin rolled his eyes, grabbed Bai Xiaoqing's hand, and turned to leave. Suddenly, spiritual energy appeared in the water, forming a small waterfall that blocked Chen Wujin's way. Young friend Wujin, rest assured, in the Waves Grand Competition, as long as you can enter the top 8, you will at least have a 9th-level human-grade magic weapon, spiritual artifact, or cultivation technique. If that's not enough, I'll just fill the hole for you. In this world, items are classified into 3 levels, heaven, earth, and man. Each level is further divided into 9 ranks, from lowest to highest. The heavenly level corresponds to the upper 3 realms, the earthly level to the middle 3 realms, and the human level to the lower 3 realms. Obtaining a 9th-tier human-grade magic weapon is already the best reward among the lower 3 realms. The fact that the old man with double pupils could say, "If it's not enough, I'll make up for it myself," is even more outrageous. The winning over intent in his words is so rampant that it completely exposes his high regard for Chen Wujin. He genuinely wanted Chen Wujin and Hua Fiwo to become good rivals who could encourage and improve each other. This is of great benefit to both geniuses, giving the stronger one greater confidence and providing the weaker one with the motivation to move forward. Chen Wujin was slightly surprised, not expecting that the old man with double pupils would have the awareness to pay for the public funds out of his own pocket. Impressive, I admire you. However, I will absolutely not learn from you. Since you are so sincere, senior, and I happen to have recorded your voice, I'm sure you can't renege on your promise. Chen Wujin said, taking out a conch-like object. This is a sound recording conch he accidentally made while imitating the sound-transmitting conch sent by Yilinchen. He reached out and pointed the recording conch shell at the old man with double pupils. Please tell me your name, that would make it even more convincing. That's going too far. This sly brat actually doubts my character. The old man's double pupils vaguely resembled 3 intertwined flowers, with a subtle gathering of spiritual energy within them. If any disciple or elder of the Bitao sect were to see this, they would surely exclaim in surprise. This is a sign that the innate eye technique, double pupil annihilation light, is about to be activated. Danger. Dodge immediately. However, the old man is no longer the same as he was back then. He is now able to control his innate pupil technique of double pupils. He closed his eyes to calm himself slightly, then said irritably, "Fine, I am Hao Lianlianchen, the 7th elder of the Bitao sect. All right, you're a very generous person. I'll go with Xiaoqing to register right away. If we get a reward but it's not enough, we'll come back to you." Chen Wujin scratched the back of his head, silently fawning, a typical case of getting a good deal and then acting innocent. Grandpa Hao Lian turned his head away and waved his hand, saying with a pained expression, "This time, only the lower 3 realms are participating in the wave competition, which means that only those in the core formation realm are eligible. As long as you break through to the core formation realm, your ranking will definitely not be lower than the top 8. I have high hopes for you. Perhaps, you are the only one who can defeat Hua Fiwo." Hao Lianlianchen didn't want to disturb Chen Wujin, so she kept a thought to herself but didn't say it aloud. After all, young people are easily overrated and can easily lose their way. If they stumble and fall to the bottom, they will likely be shattered to pieces. Hao Lianlianchen had no intention of engaging in such malicious misleading. Later, Chen Wujin and Bai Xiaoqing went inside, registered, and then returned to the entrance of the mansion. Since he hadn't given away the spirit stones before, Chen Wujin exchanged them for a rather whimsical mechanical golden bird. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. The birds' songs are beautiful and melodious, like the sound of a clear spring or the pure music of nature. After receiving the mechanical canary, Hao Lianlianshan's brows relaxed considerably, and his expression seemed to lighten with joy. Huh. What kind of look is that, senior? At their age, seeing a mere mechanical canary is a bit too eager, isn't it? Wujin, what are you staring at? Bai Xiaoqing's voice brought Chen Wujin back to his senses. Chen Wujin stammered, "It's nothing, let's go." After wandering around Linyu City for about half an hour, Chen Wujin accompanied Bai Xiaoqing on 3 trips to the snack street. They also went to Yanqin Pavilion, the most famous place in Linyu City, and spent 10 mid-grade spirit stones to buy expensive and impractical pastries that could only satisfy their appetite. Chen Wujin's legs were about to break. This is not a physiological feeling, but a psychological one. It's like when modern men accompany the women in their families to go shopping. The women are always enthusiastic, but the men gradually lose interest. Once the initial enthusiasm fades, shopping becomes a dull and meaningless activity. At this point, straight men will ask themselves, are games not fun enough? Or are anime not good enough? Why did I go crazy and go shopping? However, there is one advantage to the world of cultivation: you don't need to carry women's bags, especially large bags of items they've bought. Each item may not seem heavy, but the accumulation of quantity will lead to a qualitative change. Men often have to pretend to be relaxed, even while sweating profusely, just to save face. You reap what you sow. Chen Wujin sighed quietly and dragged Bai Xiaoqing to the city gate. Just as he was about to release the auspicious cloud to leave, he saw a colorful cloud horse with blue fur on its head descend from the sky, seemingly having been waiting for him for a long time. "Delan, why did you come to pick us up?" Bai Xiaoqing exclaimed and ran forward, hugging Kaiyunju's neck. Delan's cultivation has not yet broken through to the Golden Core realm, so he is still unable to speak human language. But it had already begun to learn to write, using its spiritual energy to outline a series of azure spiritual characters, saying, "The sect has something to attend to, so the young sect leader and Miss Bai should both return." At the same time, it was accompanied by a horse's neigh, neigh. Delan's cultivation level has indeed improved a lot. It only took him half an hour to fly back to Yuling sect from Linyu City. At 3/4 past the hour, the sun began to set in the west. The trees in the Yuling Mountains cast long shadows, which overlap to form natural shade. The ground in the shaded area is planted with soft yet resilient green grass. Several people sit on the grass, some cross-legged, some with their legs together, as if they were on a picnic. A comfortable circle of stones surrounds the area, with pillows made of cotton wool, clouds, and fresh flowers placed on them. This is the open-air meeting hall of the Spirit Control sect, designed by Chen Wujin when he was 13 years old. The financial situation of the Spirit Control sect has improved, so Chen Yushuan, as the sect leader, no longer needs to go out to earn extra money, and he presides over the meeting. Clearly, he was very excited as it was his first time chairing a meeting like this. In the past, when there were matters within the sect, Chu Qingxi was the host of this meeting, something Chen Yushuan had long envied. Today, Chief Steward Chu Qingxi is unable to preside over the meeting because she needs to settle the beast-taming sect members who were defeated by Chen Wujin. Chen Yushuan had no choice but to take over. Sitting up straight cross-legged, Chen Yushuan cleared his throat and said, "The Azure Wave sect sent an invitation to the Waves Grand Competition, specifically requesting that Endless represent the spirit-controlling sect to participate. However, this year's Wave competition is not a simple ring fight, the rules have been modified. We need to hold a 3-on-3 team competition. Do any of you have suggestions for the other 2 participants?" Upon hearing this, the 5 spirit beast guardians and Bai Muyang present fell into deep thought. Bai Muyang, in particular, had been in the Yuling sect for 7 years and knew that the Yuling sect had almost no truly outstanding disciples. His quick wit immediately led him to Bai Xiaoqing. Such a grand competition would be very beneficial to one's great-granddaughter, as long as one could participate. As everyone began their discussion, Bai Muyang made a suggestion. "We hope that Bai Xiaoqing can take one of the spots." This makes sense logically. After all, Bai Xiaoqing has been studying cultivation at the Spirit Control sect for 7 years. He even mastered many of the Spirit Control sect's techniques, such as Flying Swallow Escape Technique, Cloud Body Protection Technique, Willow Catkin Soft Body Technique. The core technique has always been the orthodox Bai Emperor's Manual of the Bai family, this is the only thing that remains unchanged. With so many Yuling sect techniques, Bai Xiaoqing can indeed be considered a disciple of the Yuling sect. In fact, her situation is not uncommon among major sects, and for this reason, there is a special term for such disciples, nominal disciples. There is a difference between nominal disciples and registered disciples. The latter refers to a disciple whom a sect doesn't think much of and only teaches superficial techniques to. The proposal was naturally open to discussion, but Chen Wujin, as the sect leader, did not give any response. He wanted to first see what the various spirit beasts meant by the offerings. Bai Muyang was clearly familiar with this process, which was the case in most sections. The elders would discuss the matter first, and then the sect leader would listen to various opinions and make the best decision. Stroking his beard, Bai Muyang narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. With Long Yin present, and considering that they had become acquainted through a misunderstanding and had a good relationship, even if he didn't support him, he shouldn't oppose him, right? However, Bai Muyang's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. No. No. The two worshippers spoke up simultaneously to express their opposition. The two speakers were a tall, beautiful woman with long, silver hair that cascaded down her back. Her fierce face revealed her wolfish nature, giving her a unique, wild beauty. The other was a fat man with a shiny bald head and a round belly. He was eating food in his hands, but his face was expressionless. The two of them reacted so strongly. That shouldn't be the case. It is common for nominal disciples to help their sects in battles. Moreover, Xiaoqing has been quite popular in the spirit control sect over the past 7 years. This silver-haired woman is named Yu Qianhua, and her true form is a savage, exotic creature, the moon wolf. Although he has a fierce appearance, he is actually an interesting person who enjoys hunting all over the mountains and fields, and he is particularly close to Xiaoqing. Why such strong opposition? Bai Muyang had just glanced over with a questioning look when he heard the other three elders say in turn, no, no, no. Even Long Yin disagreed with Bai Xiaoqing representing the Yuling sect in the wave competition. Why is this? Bai Muyang was unusually flustered. He considered himself to have a close relationship with the spirit control sect, and they were all old friends. In fact, he did not consider that spirit beasts and humans are still different. Most mythical beasts are very nostalgic. The reasoning behind the 5 spirit beast offerings was simple, the quota was already full. Chen Wujin gave Bai Muyang a gentle look. Realizing his lapse in composure, the latter quickly apologized and then stared intently at Chen Wujin, hoping he could provide an answer. At this moment, Sect Master Chen Wujin could not move his body, because the true leader of the spirit control sect, the Vice Sect Master Chu Churu, sat cross-legged without moving, her upper body slightly tilted, her head resting on Chen Wujin's shoulder. Chen Wujin smiled, his lips moving slightly. They're not targeting you and Xiaoqing. It's just that my spirit control sect's pool of candidates is already full. Wujin, Qingxi, and Qingzhao, that's 3 people already. His voice was very soft, clearly indicating that he didn't want to disturb his wife's rest and had no intention of having her attend the meeting. However, the open-air style of the conference hall received unanimous praise from everyone in the spirit control sect. Sleeping or resting here is especially comfortable, where you can enjoy the gentle breeze and hear the sounds of nature, creating a unique and tranquil atmosphere. So, Chu Churu came here to sleep and listen in. The fact that such a loud noise couldn't wake Chu Churu shows that she didn't want to express her opinion at all, otherwise, she would have woken up on her own based solely on her cultivation level. Bai Muyang was initially unwilling, but then he realized that this was the truth and he couldn't force the issue. Chu Qingxi is the chief steward of the spirit control sect, and she is qualified no matter what. Although Qingzhao may seem to be just Chen Wujin's personal maid, Bai Muyang has been here for 7 years, so how could he not see Qingzhao's true status? The most realistic analogy is that even if the entire inner sect of the spirit control sect offended the 10 great spirit beasts, the Chen Chu couple, or even the head steward Chu Qingxi, there would still be room for redemption. The only thing you can't afford to do is offend Qingzhao. The little girl has a very good temper. Except in the kitchen and the cafeteria, she never raises her voice at others, but if anyone dares to make her feel wronged, I'm sorry. You will witness Chen Wujin's fury for his beloved, the fiercely protective 12 heavenly kings of the spirit control sect, Chen Wujin, Chu Churu, and the 10 great spirit beast offerings, the dark version of Chu Qingxi, and the rampaging spirit beasts that roam the mountains and fields. How did Bai Muyang know? Because a small town on the westernmost edge of the misty forest was destroyed by the spirit beast tide of the spirit control sect, and of course, he himself also participated in the attack. The reason is simple: this small town made Qing Zhao cry. After a moment's thought, Bai Muyang felt relieved. The purpose of the wave competition was also to broaden Xiaoqing's horizons. If this doesn't work, there's always next time. Besides, there are also ranking battles in the central continent where all sorts of prodigies gather. This time, I was indeed wrong to think things through. No sooner had Bai Muyang finished speaking than two colorful steeds flew in from the horizon. One came from within a sect located in the northern part of the country, and the other came from the southeast direction of Linyu City. They landed on the ground one after the other. Chu Qingxi dismounted first and walked towards the crowd. What followed was a scene that made Bai Muyang furious. Chen Wujin rode on the rainbow steed, with Bai Xiaoqing sitting sideways behind him, her arms wrapped around his waist. It infuriates me. The thief tricked his beloved great-granddaughter into going out to play again, and deliberately avoided using auspicious clouds for their journey. His heart is despicable. He had been plotting for a long time and was full of schemes. Bah! He's worse than a beast, a despicable scoundrel. Bai Muyang jumped up and was about to rush over. Suddenly, a gentle yet powerful spiritual energy immobilized Bai Muyang's ankles and knees. Let Wujin show us what he calls gentlemanly manners. Chu Churu, who had just been deep in a dream, smiled brightly. After saying that, she winked at Chen Wujin in the distance. Chen Wujin nodded almost imperceptibly. My mom's such a great wingman. What else could Bai Muyang say? It was a real pain to be inferior in cultivation, but fortunately he knew that Xiaoqing wouldn't really suffer a loss. Chen Wujin reached out and patted Bai Xiaoqing's slender hand. Xiaoqing, wake up, we're home. Bah! What a load of rubbish. Bai Muyang's eyebrows twitched as if a mischievous child was playing on a trampoline. Bai Xiaoqing yawned groggily and turned her little face, which was pressed against Chen Wujin's back to the present. Because she had been leaning against it for so long, there were red marks on her right cheek and a few drops of moisture at the corner of her mouth, as if she had slept soundly on the way. Chen Wujin dismounted first, then helped Bai Xiaoqing down. After getting a little closer, Bai Xiaoqing's vision cleared up from being blurry, and with a quick glance, she saw Bai Muyang. Oh! Great-grandpa is here too. Bai Xiaoqing blushed, her brows furrowed slightly, and she became a little shy. She deliberately slowed down by half a step and hid behind Chen Wujin. Seeing the subtle movements of her beloved great-granddaughter, one could understand how close she was to Chen Wujin. Childhood sweethearts, innocent and carefree. After all, we spent the best years of our childhood together, and feelings naturally develop over time. Bai Muyang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He's just a bit handsome, speaks nicely, and is quite capable. He doesn't have any other advantages. After Chen Wujin, Bai Xiaoqing, and Chu Qingxi took their seats, the discussion about the wave competition continued. After listening to the elders recount the importance of this wave competition, Chen Wujin said with a relaxed expression. Don't worry, I won't slack off this time. I've already promised Xiaoqing that I'll go with her. The expressions of those around him changed slightly. The several spirit beasts, unsure of what to say for a moment, looked directly at Chen Wuxian's father. Hopefully, this father will personally deliver the bad news. Chen Yuxuan was unwilling to be the bad guy. He looked helplessly at his wife, only to see her fall asleep instantly and lean on his shoulder again. You can never wake someone who is pretending to be asleep. Chen Yuxuan sighed inwardly. It seemed he would have to play the villain himself. Xiaoqing and Wujin have such a good relationship, it's really... Suddenly, Bai Muyang took the initiative to speak. Wujin, we just received some news. This year's wave competition is different from the past. It has been changed from a ring competition to a survival battle between three-person teams. Chen Yuxuan immediately felt a weight lift from his shoulders. It's good that I don't have to be the bad guy. A hint of gratitude appeared in his eyes as he looked at Bai Muyang, and he decided to bring out a jar of fine wine to drink with Bai Muyang. Chu Churu quietly raised one eyelid, glanced around briefly, and then closed her eyes to rest again. Afterwards, Bai Muyang clearly repeated the rules of the competition, and then said, This time, the spirit control sect only has 3 spots, so Xiaoqing, you can't participate unless you're willing to team up with the free agents. Even if Bai Xiaoqing were willing, Bai Muyang would not agree, so this option was effectively blocked from the start. Bai Xiaoqing was enjoying her pastries when she suddenly heard the devastating news and hadn't quite processed it yet. After swallowing the pastry in her mouth, she said, "I'm going to participate with Endless." There was no hint of arrogance in her tone, only a clear indication of her unwavering determination. It would be a waste not to participate in something so fun. Besides, I've never participated in a survival battle where 3 people form a team before. Bai Muyang's old face couldn't help but turn into a mess of embarrassment. As expected, it turned out this way. Although Xiaoqing is not as willful as she was in Zhongzhou, once she gets angry, there's no going back. This is a difficult situation, spirit control sect, sigh. As the atmosphere became tense, Chu Qingxi was about to speak when Chen Wujin spoke first. He looked puzzled and said, "If I remember correctly, the wave competition is only open to people from the lower 3 realms, right?" "Yes, what's the problem?" Bai Muyang asked back. "Of course there's a problem. Didn't you know that Sister Qingxi just advanced to the Golden Core realm these past few days?" Chen Wujin asked again. Ah. Chu Qingxi broke through. Everyone around was a master, but none of them sensed any change in Chu Qingxi's cultivation level. She doesn't have the characteristics of someone who has reached the Golden Core stage in terms of her appearance. This makes no sense. Chu Churu coughed twice and looked at Chu Qingxi with warm and gentle eyes. Xiao Jin wouldn't talk nonsense about such things. "Qingxi, your cultivation method is special. Why don't you release the restrictions around you and reveal your original aura?" "No, my body is sealed with the power of 10,000 demons. If the seal is completely broken, it will cause disaster to the world." Chu Qingxi said with a serious face, revealing her self-imposed Chenibu, delusional, self-deception. Every time Chen Wujin heard similar words, he really wanted to ask her if she had traveled from another time, or if she was a veteran anime otaku who had watched tens of thousands of movies. However, through years of subtle probing and covert observation, Chen Wujin had long since concluded, Qingxi's Chenibu, middle school syndrome, seems to be innate, pure, unadorned, and comes from the depths of her soul. Chen Wujin is perhaps the only person in the world who can grasp Chu Qingxi's thoughts. Clearly, everyone understood that Chu Qingxi, now in this state, only had one nemesis, and everyone looked towards Chen Wujin. Chen Wujin chuckled and replied, "The sealing power doesn't need to be fully released. Just revealing a trace of your cultivation will ensure that the power of 10,000 demons within you, Sister Qingxi, will not go out of control." "Oh, what makes you so confident?" "Oh my God, saying something like that in front of everyone is practically public execution." Chen Wujin suppressed his shame and took out an exquisitely crafted wooden hairpin from his spatial necklace. The wooden hairpin is entirely orange-yellow, with layered wood grain resembling a waterfall. On the larger end of the hairpin, shimmering magical characters are engraved, seal. The method of making this item has been passed down from ancient times, and it is specifically designed to deal with the power of all demons. Since he had already picked up on Chu Qingxi's Chenibu words, Chen Wujin simply started spouting nonsense. "Are these items really useful?" "Of course, it serves no purpose, it's just there to help you show off." Despite his inner grumbling, Chen Wujin coolly tossed the wooden hairpin to Chu Qingxi. "The world is vast and the universe is endless. How much calamity could a mere 10,000 demons' power cause? You're overthinking it. You can try it with peace of mind." The people around Chen Wujin looked at him with a strange smile mixed with a peculiar admiration. It's really too difficult for Wujin to agree with Chu Qingxi's words, it's just too embarrassing. Chu Qingxi was also working hard to control her facial expressions, not letting her smug look show. "You must never let anyone know that besides liking to talk like this, you also really enjoy receiving gifts personally given to you by Wujin. This is the 984th item. We only need 16 more items to reach 1,000. Okay, I believe you." Chu Qingxi inserted the wooden hairpin into her hair while revealing her true cultivation level. Her cultivation method is extremely special, it is the hidden saint technique, a secret technique passed down from the heavenly realm. As long as she is unwilling to release her cultivation aura, and without other spiritual energy probing her body, even a super expert at the 9th realm would have no way of knowing what her cultivation level is. It was no easy feat to persuade Chu Qingxi. After her cultivation aura was revealed, it indeed contained a harmonious and refined Taoist charm, like gold and jade. This is one of the most important signs of the Golden Core realm. Bai Muyang couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Chu Qingxi has broken through to the fourth realm, Golden Core. She is no longer eligible for the Wave's grand competition. The vast inner sect of the Spirit Control sect does not have any particularly outstanding disciples. The list is almost finalized. Chen Wujin, Qin Zhao, and Bai Xiaoqing are the three members of the Spirit Control sect's roster for the Wave's grand competition. The Spirit Beast offerings had no further objections. Chen Chu and his wife exchanged a knowing smile, and then Chen Yuxuan said, "Wujin, Xiaoqing, now that you know the rules, go find Qing Zhao to train together after dinner. After all, the competition is in half a month."